Hey, my mama said, fuck it, nigga, hit the streets and live. Got some crack in the corner and I did what I did. The neighbors, they don't like me, I got J's in. So, told my grandma I don't need a bed, I'm sleeping on the floor. Got my tool in my flow, they're my two main hoes. Me and all my walls stick together like the Zoes. Stop by, say who got the yay for the low. And I keep birds with me, like a straight out Holly Grove. They itchy for the struggle. My fingers, they itchy for the paper. I'm riding around the city and I got that calculator. I'm a motherfucking monster when they come to get that paper. Hey, y'all fingers, they itchy for the paper. My fingers, they itchy for the paper. I'm riding around the city and I got my calculator. I'm a motherfucking monster when they come to get that paper.
I don't fuck with these niggas cause they shady. These bitches, they just wanna have my baby. Born in the 80s, crack baby. Mama, she was in the street, so guess who raised me? You motherfucking right, couldn't get it from my mama, so I got it off the block. Been working my whole life, but I ain't never punched the clock. 9 years old, I seen a nigga get shot. Damn. Niggas quick to run their mouth when they get jammed. Pussy ass nigga, tell it on his own fam. The same nigga that you break your neck for. Be the same nigga that cross you out and wet you up. Supposed to be chasing money, but you chasing bitches. Real bosses don't talk, we just sit back and listen. Stack that paper up and then make boss moves. She like to argue, so I sent that bitch to law school. You keep it real with your dog, no matter what. Same bitch decline, she love you, she'll set you up. Out here in these streets, it ain't no such thing as love. The only thing I trust is this pistol and these slugs.
It's the big dog.
First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
I feel like stopping a nigga today. Whoa, oh, oh. I feel like stopping a nigga today. Whoa, oh, oh. I feel like stopping a nigga today. Whoa, oh, oh. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle fucked my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back tomorrow morning.
Oh man, FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. Yeah, hey Johnny, man, I see you. Yeah, the song is fire, man. I keep telling y'all, that's one of the hottest songs out, man. It's one of the hottest songs out, man. One of my favorites. And it's real applicable, man, to our conversations, man. Salute to who is Brandon. Appreciate you, man. One of the OGs, longtime supporter. Messy Wills, what's good? Appreciate you being here. Make sure y'all support, man. Hit that cash app to support, man. We about to get into some crazy topics today. Isaac Clark, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Live a little longer, man. I know I missed my Tuesday live, and we're supposed to go live Tuesday. I'm going to make up for it. We're going live today, and we're going to go live tomorrow. right? So we're going to make up for that Tuesday live today. We're going to do that Thursday live tomorrow. Still, we got another topic for you cooking up there. We coming off All-Star weekend. We got to talk about it. All right. My apologies. I got a lot of these notifications out late, man. Salute to everybody on Newsbreak, man, as well. Man, crazy how you guys have been really big on supporting. All-Star weekend, man. What are my thoughts? All-Star weekend was kind of mid. I didn't like it. I thought it was too many commercials. On the All-Star game on All-Star Sunday, I thought they made it too much about the TNT crew. We don't tune in to All-Star Sunday to hear about the TNT crew, right? All the TNT crew did was tear down the league, and then they got there on All-Star Sunday pretending like they were lifting up the league. Your time is gone. Just do like what Kevin Hart said. Y'all going fishing. Y'all up out of there. The NBA is going to still move with or without Kenny, Shaq, and Chuck. It's going to still do its thing. They up there pretending. They made it too much about the TNT crew. They could have done a 30-second video montage and moved on. Yet they made the whole show about them. That's where it went wrong. We was there on All-Star Sunday to see people hoop. Even if it was broken up into those 40-point games. We came to specifically see people hoop. We don't really care about that. So they made it about the TNT crew. That's where they went wrong. But with regards to if it was a success or not, whether we liked the product or not, was it a success? Did it get the viewership? Yes. Now, I saw somebody put on a community post, cable TV numbers were down 13%. Yeah, cable TV numbers were down 13%. Right. But what these people don't tell you with these cable TV numbers, y'all, is in 2025, cable TV subscriptions are down 27%. So if you look at cable TV across the board, from entertainment to reality TV to sports to news, everything on cable TV is down 13 to 27% because cable TV is losing. I saw a stat. I actually saw a stat about cable TV, y'all. It says that cable TV with a full sports package added to it, if you go through like one of the primary, like Comcast, Cox, if you go through any one of just the primaries, right? It's going to cost you the same amount as it costs for a car payment, the average car payment. So the average car payment for a used car in the US is $266. That's what it costs to have a full cable TV package today. If you go through like the traditional cable TV outlets, cable is down because cable has just become too expensive. And then when you have all of these viable replacements that you can not only just watch on your TV, but you also have viable replacements that you can bring with you. You watch them on your phone as well. So you have Hulu and you have YouTube TV and you have Sling TV and you have Peacock. You have all these streaming services at your disposal to literally watch the same thing, but you can watch it on your phone. You know, the crazy thing with me, I was out in the back doing yard work with the phone with my ear headphones on, watching the All-Star game. I couldn't do that if I had Comcast. I'm watching it on Sling TV. Now, there are some companies like Amazon Prime and Hulu who share some of their streaming numbers with the NBA. But when you look at these cable TV numbers are down because people are leaving cable. It's not because there's this just lack of interest. And how do we know it's just a lack of interest or it's not a lack of interest? Because as sports fans, when we don't really care about a product, we won't watch it. Look at the WNBA before Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese arrived. Before Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark arrived, we all stated that the WNBA was a bad product. And you know what we did? We didn't talk about it. We didn't watch it. Before Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, I want y'all to find, you're not going to find too many live streams or even channels dedicated to the WNBA. We didn't care. So what we do when we truly don't care, when we don't want to watch something, we will tune it out all the way. And you know what it also affects? It also affects your bottom line, because at the same time, every single year, the WNBA was operating at a negative. They could not make money because they had no viewership. They had no fans. There was no money coming in. Sponsors were leaving. They couldn't get TV deals, right? So the money was also affected. That's how we know the WNBA was in a bad place. So what I don't want y'all to do is, there's going to be people out here, and it's similar to the topic that we're talking about today. There's going to be people out here that like to nitpick negative information, and they'll throw it at you without context. They'll throw it at you without any level of understanding. They'll just nitpick information and say, oh, this sounds spicy. Let's throw it out there. Because what we are dealing with, y'all, is this is the most crybaby-ish time in sports history that I've ever seen. And that's what ultimately a lot of millennials and, you know, even the generation before millennials are starting to turn into, just crybabies. A lot of it's not the younger millennials. I'm talking about the older millennials, the first wave of millennials, right? Also the ones from the prior generation. All they're doing is they're crying and complaining about everything. They'll cry and complain about things that are even normal, right? How do we know it's just them crying about everything? Look at LeBron James. He dresses in normal attire for his All-Star game photo shoot. And then you have people, right? The first time I heard about it was I was listening to Fox Sports Radio, and I'm going to play this for you too. It's a 2-minute segment, right? I was listening to Fox Sports Radio, a show called Covino Rich. And they basically did a whole show titled LeBron James Ruined the NBA All-Star Team Photo. I'm just trying to figure out, how did LeBron James ruin the NBA All-Star Team Photo? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Right? And especially when we can pull up past All-Star games and look at those photos, and we see that when players are injured, it's common for them to participate in a photo shoot in street clothes. Let me pull these pictures up real quick before I play this audio segment from Fox Sports Radio. Just to kind of remind you guys, just show you guys like just the hypocrisy that's going on. There's a lot of hypocrisy going on. Hold on, let me get this pulled up right here. It is right here. Let me get y'all these images for y'all. I want y'all to check this out. This is crazy. Right? So this is LeBron James, y'all. This is the photo that they were complaining about. This is the photo that Covino and Rich, also many YouTubers, from the casinos to the ticket TVs. I'm sure there's a plethora of YouTubers that just love creating and running with fake narratives that mean absolutely nothing. They took this picture. They said LeBron was disrespecting the game of basketball. That, you know, you even had a plethora of people all across social media who wanted to chime in. You had a plethora of people on social media trying to say, well, LeBron, you should at least wear your jersey. It X, Y, and Z. Right? They always put in these additional labels. Like, what I'm trying to show you guys is the fact that they're willing to push anything just to say something crazy about LeBron. Right? This is just the All-Star photo shoot. Since when did we even ever care about the All-Star game photo shoot? Right? But because we are in a era where all people want to do is cry and complain, and it's not even necessarily cry and complain, it's just crying and complaining about LeBron. Look at somebody on Twitter right here. He says you can't even get dressed up, bro, referring to LeBron James at the photo shoot. We got Stewart from Twitter as well. He says he's so unnecessary weird at times. Put on a uniform, join your teammates. That's what he's saying. We got Johnny Drama on Twitter. He says he definitely could have dressed for the pick and just sat on the bench in uniform. That's what he's saying. They look, instead of focusing on the All-Star game, they're worried about LeBron. They're not talking about Tatum. They're not talking about Kyrie. They're not talking about Kevin Durant. They're not talking about any of these other All-Stars. They are hyper-focused on one player and what he's doing in a photo shoot that means nothing. This photo shoot means nothing. It's just a photo shoot for social media, for IG pics, for the NBA Twitter and IG. We got Michael Herman. He says LeBron's foot hurt so badly he couldn't even change into uniform for the team picture. We got Shawanda Maximoff on Twitter says he couldn't have dressed out for the team photos laughing. Right? We got DWW. LeBron wouldn't be in the picture with me. I would say something. That's what he's saying. All these people pretending to have an issue with LeBron James. Pretending to have an issue. I want y'all to ask yourselves something. How come they didn't say nothing to Kobe and Brandon Roy in this picture? And I'm so glad there were a few people on IG and Twitter that actually made videos about this as well. Kobe Bryant just dressed in street clothes. No complaint in the world from no Kobe fan. Brandon Roy injured, dressed in a suit. No complaints. Public picture. Kobe. And if you want to say that people in the GOAT conversation or people in the top 10 all time have a different standard, well, Kobe's in that same standard or in that same conversation with LeBron. We heard nothing about Kobe. They didn't care because people actually back then in the 2000s only cared about basketball. They didn't care about making up narratives. There was no agenda to make up narratives about anybody. We can even go to this photo. Steve Nash, Yao Ming, and Carlos Boozer all dressed out in suits. I didn't hear anybody complaining about Yao Ming. Didn't hear anybody complaining about Carlos Boozer. Didn't hear anybody complaining about Steve Nash. Right? Cool when they do it. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when he do it. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when he do it. I want y'all to ask yourself, why is it? What's the difference here? I want y'all to ask yourself that. What is the difference? We got Gino in the chat says, stop it, Lamont. You're acting like a clown. Gino, what I'm saying is all factual and all logical. You want me to stop it because you have no excuse. You want me to stop it because you was one of those people on one of those live streams complaining about LeBron James dressed in street clothes during a photo shoot that means nothing. And now that you saw that a guy like Kobe did it, Steve Nash, Yao Ming, Carlos Boozer, Brandon Roy, and I'm almost certain that if we go through NBA history and we pull out all the All-Star game photo shoots, we'll find a handful of more superstars and stars who also did the same thing. Now y'all mad. Now y'all mad because what I'm exposing is this right here. I'm exposing the fact that y'all willing to cry about anything just to put something negative on LeBron. Y'all will make up stuff to cry about. The biggest crybabies in sports are people that hate LeBron. Because y'all come up with stupid stuff. This is the thing. I've never seen y'all harp and cry about a player about so many non-basketball related things. We're talking about so many instances where people, when you talk about with LeBron, there's so much you can talk about with LeBron, whether it's to the good or to the bad, on the basketball court, with a basketball, dribbling a basketball. One, most of the people that cry about LeBron James, very, very low basketball IQ. No understanding of the game. And this is why sometimes when even Johnny's seen it over the last couple of weeks, and I've seen it the entire duration of this channel. When I sit down and I try to have real basketball conversations with these people that so-called hate LeBron, how stupid they sound. You don't have to like LeBron's politics. You don't have to like the school. You don't have to like some of the stuff he does off the court. But to sit here and cry about things like his attire during an All-Star game photo shoot. And then you have people crying that he didn't play. Now you have the very people that say LeBron James needs to retire because he's taking the shine away from these young players. They are pretending and saying that they are mad that he didn't play in the All-Star game. So when LeBron James, who is hurt, because last year LeBron James was dealing with the same foot injury. And I said LeBron James should probably sit out the All-Star game. Yet he played. And probably put more of a workload on that foot when he could have been taking that time off the rest of his foot. This year, he takes that time off. He allows the All-Star game to be about the new stars, the rising stars that were there, some of the newer All-Stars. He had an opportunity to allow others to shine. He sat by the wayside. And when he sits by the wayside, all the people that say that they don't like LeBron, all the people that say LeBron needs to retire, all they do is complain and say, how come he didn't play? In Perfect Jelly, I don't care. He could have broken a toenail and decided not to play. I don't care why he did or did not play. But it's just the fact that y'all complain he's still playing. First, y'all complain and say he's still playing. He should be in the league. He should be retired. Y'all complain and say he's taking the shine away from it. When he actually takes a step back and allows other people to shine, then y'all complain about him not being there. Y'all complain about what he wears during photo shoots. But when I show you Kobe doing the same thing, Yao Ming, Steve Nash, Carlos Boozer, Brandon Roy, when I show you other players doing the same thing, y'all have nothing to say. Y'all are just crying. Y'all are crybabies. A lot of you guys are the people that were basketball rejects in high school, couldn't play, couldn't hoop, but you go to the YMCAs and the parks and pretend like you actually was on the team and act like you could hoop. A lot of you guys are just pretending. You come on these panels trying to talk basketball. Right, people like Peter Bagjuice. Peter Bagjuice he will type stuff in the comments, and I had to tell Peter Bagjuice. I said, Peter, stop Googling stuff. I said, stop Googling these terms, copy and pasting stuff into my comments, trying to pretend like you know basketball. I know what usable basketball terminology is, and I know what the words are when you go and Google stuff. Peter Bagjuice, you're one of those pretenders. Stop pretending. You're out here trying to pretend like you know what drop coverage and ice coverages are. Stop pretending, man. Peter Bagjuice was in my comments, y'all, talking about, AD likes the soft hedge. He said, AD likes the soft hedge. He said this in my comments. Now, what I want y'all to do, because Peter Bagjuice was in my comments, was like, this is what Peter Bagjuice said. He said, AD ain't in drop. He liked the soft hedge. Now, I want y'all to Google what a soft hedge is. A soft hedge and drop coverage are essentially the same thing. It's the same coverage, but because he went and Googled some terminology that he didn't know what he was Googling, he went and used in my comments the word soft hedge. Like, I don't know what the hell a soft hedge is. A soft hedge is being in drop. A soft hedge is not a hard hedge. What me and Johnny were saying was, in today's NBA, you have to hard hedge. But he's in my comments typing, soft hedge. I was like, bro, are you stupid? A soft hedge is drop coverage. Like, so he tries to Google these new terms. Yeah, I know they don't know what none of it means. And then y'all come up here and cry when people actually, like, at the end of the day, like a Johnny's take on Anthony Davis. You can agree or disagree, but it's at least a basketball take. And he has basketball information to support it. We got Peter Backjuice. He says, I agree with you. No, you did not agree with me, Peter Backjuice. You were up on this channel. You were up here on this channel. You said that the primary tendency for AD was a hedge and recover. If we want to use the actual terminology of a hedge and recover, it will be a hard hedge and recover, because no one really says hard hedge or no one really says soft hedge. They either say hedge and recover or drop coverage. You're only doing one of the two. Drop coverage is primarily for rim protectors. You were not. He says hard hedging puts you in rotation, though. What are you talking about? Like, what? Like, I think, okay. So Peter Backjuice, when you type these things, you have to understand that I know what the terminology is. When you say stuff that makes absolutely no sense, like what you just typed, it literally makes absolutely no sense. Hard hedging puts you in rotation. What the hell does that mean? Hard hedging is just a defensive strategy. And it's also what we call a defensive philosophy. You don't just hard hedge one time and never do it again. Hard hedging stems from a coach's philosophy. You're going to have some coaches that have non-negotiables. We hard hedge everything. You're going to have some coaches, we switch everything. You're going to have some coaches, we fight over everything. Like coaches like Matt Painter at Purdue, where he's going to tell his players, get skinny, don't get screened. If you get screened, it's your fault. Everything puts you into some form of a rotation. What are you talking about? Like, and that's why I say you got to stop pretending. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Sometimes there's certain levels of basketball talk that just ain't in your lane. And you can't pretend. You can only go so far pretending. All right. Barbershop, you can pretend. YMCA, you can pretend. Right. When you at work and on your lunch break, you can pretend. There's only so many levels up you can go before we really can tell you pretending. Salute to J Mac. He said, Matt Painter, my guy. Matt Painter, one of the GOAT defensive coaches, man. A lot of what I do defensively stems from what Matt Painter does. All right. Salute to Matt Painter. The chemist says Lamont is overrated as a basketball mind. I know. I might be. But it's one thing to say it in the chat, and it's another thing to actually click the link, pull up to the panel, and prove it. Jared says a hard hedge is meant to keep players who are typically aggressive drivers. I know. Great job at Googling that, Jared. Yeah. He says, my coach always wanted us to go skinny on the screen. Yes, some coaches say get skinny. And like if you're dealing with a coach like Matt Painter's going to say, don't get screened. He teaches his players get skinny. You got to find ways to slip through that screen. Why is he saying get skinny? Because Matt Painter generally has bigs that can't move. When he had Isaac Haas, when he had Matt Harms, right? He had a lot of bigs who were great rim protectors. They just didn't have the mobility to defend on the perimeter. So he put the pressure and the onus and the responsibility on his guards to not get screened. Get through that screen by all means possible, because we cannot have Isaac Haas. We cannot have Caleb Swanigan. We cannot have all these bigs out here defending these guards on the perimeter. Get skinny. Don't get screened. That was his philosophy. It all comes down to your philosophy. With some bigs, you can hedge and recover. Karl Anthony Towns at Kentucky, you can hedge and recover. He's much faster. Bam, you can hedge and recover. Certain bigs you can hedge and recover with. Not everybody you can. Zach Edey, you cannot hedge and recover with no Zach Edey. As good as he was at Purdue, there's no get skinny, get through it. But that's philosophy. That's philosophy. Defensive, and this is why I said There's a reason why great defensive coaches are always great defensive coaches, no matter what players they have. Because it's not the personnel. It's not necessarily always the personnel that makes a great defense. It's the team that makes a great defense. That's why I got to give Johnny credit when he talks about the team defense, because the team defense is always going to be better than great individual defenders. It's always going to be better. Great defensive coaches, Tom Thibodeau, no matter where he went, he always has good defenses for whatever reason. Why is that? Is it because he brings with him Anthony Davis everywhere he goes, or does he have a philosophy that works and he gets everybody to buy in on one side of the floor? Larry Brown, always a great defensive coach. He won a national championship in college as the best defensive team. He came to the NBA, always had one of the best defensive teams. Why is that? It's his team philosophy on defense. You don't need special, unique defensive players to be great on defense. You need 5 guys that are willing to buy into a team scheme. That's it. But see, what the Jordan era has done is Jordan has led y'all to believe that you can be ISO on offense and ISO on defense. There's no such thing as an ISO defender. You cannot play defense by yourself. And I don't care how good you are. There's no ISO defense. And at the end of the day, a lot of the things that Johnny's been saying about Anthony Davis, bold true, is because Anthony Davis is, in the terms that we're speaking, a great ISO defender. He's going to be good at defense when it's all about him and his man. When it comes to the team scheme, I don't know if he does a lot that really helps your team scheme. He actually does a lot to hurt your team scheme. And the film that he showed just really supported it. He says the glove was lockdown. Okay. All right. If you say that. Salute to Flex Sweat. Make sure y'all check out Flex Sweat, y'all, man. Fitness coach, man, does a hell of a job. Make sure y'all check out his channel. Give him a sub, man. I know locker room. Like I said, locker room. At the end of the day, certain takes is like the film is only going to support one or two things. It will support me being right or support me being wrong. The film supports, when I say that Larry Brown's been a great defensive coach no matter what players he's had, the film supports that. Because you look throughout Larry Brown's entire career, he's always been a great defensive coach. And when you go through some of the teams he's had, he hasn't always had the best defenders in the league. Right? When you look at the best defensive, when you look at Tom Thibodeau, he's had great defenses with Jimmy Butler and without Jimmy Butler. When you look at Phil Jackson, he had a great defense with the Bulls and a great defense with the Lakers. Great defensive coaches are always going to be great defensive coaches. It's team. Defense is team. AD is a great individual rim protector. In the wrong era. Rim protecting in this era is not as relevant. The same reasons why many people say that Rudy Gobert is no longer an elite defender. It's the same reason why that's hurting this. It's the same things that's hurting Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is a great rim protector. There's two problems that come with being a great rim protector. One, you need to be a deterrent, right? The sign of a great rim protector means that people don't even drive. They don't even want to come see you down there. But if people are coming to visit you in the paint constantly, well, that's the other side of the coin when it comes to being a great rim protector. And I've told y'all, these guards no longer fear great rim protectors because they feel they can win that battle more times than not. Anthony Davis' presence in the paint does not deter anybody from turning that corner going downhill. When Jamal Murray sees Anthony Davis in front of him, he does not fear Anthony Davis. When Kyrie Irving turns the corner and sees, when these guards turn and see great rim protectors, they don't fear it. Their eyes light up. That's just basketball. Basketball's just changed. And you have to then convert your defense to what works. This is why the Lakers, their defense looked like night and day when Vanderbilt was healthy versus when Vanderbilt was not healthy. When they first attained Vanderbilt, right, one of the best wing defenders in the league, when they made that trade and they got Vanderbilt, they became one of the best defensive teams for the second half of the year after the trade deadline. Without Vanderbilt, because remember, they started that next year without Vanderbilt. He was injured. They could not get anything consistent on the defensive end. They had AD. No, there was small marginal changes. And then even if you go to last year, Vanderbilt comes back. Defense starts to look better. Vanderbilt goes down again. Defense starts to look bad. Their defense is activated with their wing defenders. Your point of in low, they talk about this on Players' Choice all the time. Your point of attack defense, and I don't really like that term, but your point of attack defense needs to be on point. If you're consistently having to use your rim protector to hopefully get stops at the rim, well, good luck. Yeah, Peter Backjuice, that is kind of wild. Glorious King is wild. It might be, I'd probably just troll him, but I don't know if I would troll to that degree. That's kind of wild right there. I don't know if I would troll with Glorious King. I can't co-sign that one. Salute to Low. He says it's going to be a long night. Not going to be a long night. Not going to be a long night. Defense is simple, y'all. Today's NBA, I mean, there's just certain things you can no longer do. You post the back to the basket post player because of the way teams defend. Oh, I thought I saw you was on a date, Lo. I saw you on Twitter, man. This is supposed to be a date night for you. Salute to Lo, though, man. One of the OGs. Oh, you reacting to Dreamers Pro? Oh, yeah, y'all got to check that out, y'all. Bro, y'all thought Dreamers Pro crashed out over here? Hey, Dreamers Pro on his own platform had one of the craziest crash outs talking about Low. And first, I'm trying to figure out who he was talking about because I'm thinking, I ain't said nothing to him. I'm like, I ain't said nothing to him. He can't be talking about me. And then all of a sudden, he started talking about Low. And I'm like, what did Low do this time? How did Low piss off Dreamers Pro? But Dreamers Pro crashed out. He had another crash out moment, and it was bad. It was so bad, he even had to apologize. He was like, I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm not usually like this, but he crashed out, man. Again. He crashed out. And I truly think that a lot of the crash out stemmed from, a lot of it resonated from his original experience over here on FYF. So he already had a bad taste in his mouth from that experience. Then Lowe said something. I haven't even went and looked at what Lowe originally said about him, but whatever Lowe said hit the nerve because he crashed out, y'all. He crashed out again. Y'all should go check that out. I forgot the name of the live. It was a couple of days ago. I can figure out what it is. Yeah, but Dreamers Pro, man, went and fell apart again on his own channel. I couldn't believe he was snapping like that. And you know he crashing out when he get to talking about slapping the honey, and he was talking about slapping the honey around, and he was cussing all in the same time. Which is crazy, man. I don't know. I'm gonna find the name for you. I'm about to drop the link. I'm about to bring everybody up. We're gonna talk about it. But let me play this 2-minute clip right here from Fox Sports Radio. This is a news show on Fox Sports Radio, Covino and Rich. They actually were doing a segment on the Dan Patrick Show, and they were talking about LeBron James. It's just a 2-minute clip. I want to play it for you guys. But yeah, they were talking about LeBron James, and they were saying that LeBron James ruined the NBA All-Star team photo. And I haven't even heard this clip in full, so I want to see what angle they go with it. But I'm almost positive they're going to go the angle that we thought that we think that they're going to go. Oh, let me share my screen real quick. I want y'all to hear this. This is Covino and Rich, Fox Sports Radio, on the Dan Patrick Show. Check this out, y'all.
I guess, an honor, right? You're there with all the greats of the year, or it should be an honor. That's the thing.
My favorite group photo every year is all the NFL head coaches.
Oh, that is pretty
When does
good,
that
yeah.
come out?
That is pretty good.
That's always my
so
favorite
they're
group
taking
photo.
their all-star team photos, and LeBron James jumps in with some big names. They're all-stars, guys. Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, James Harden, Kyrie's there. They're all there posing in their all-star uniforms. And LeBron James jumps in with street clothes. This is the team photo. Street clothes, dude. Like, not like a warm-up outfit. Like, this is what he was rocking. And they're like, all right, we're taking the team photo. Now, I understand he was hurt. I understand he wasn't playing. But you're going to tell me his ankle hurt so much that he couldn't throw on a pair of shorts, the tank top, the shirt, and just pose with the rest of the team like a guy who's honored to be on the All-Star team? I thought that was odd. In my opinion, ruin the photo. I get it. He's LeBron James. Any photo with LeBron James is a great photo. I'd be thrilled to have a photo with LeBron James. But these are his contemporaries. These are other big stars. If I was Steph Curry, if I was Kevin Durant, I'd be like, yo, man, put your uniform on. What are you doing? You're ruining the photo. Ruined the photo. Now, what did I say? I said I've been there and I've done that. I am not guilt-free here. I have my own stories. It just adds to the feeling of how little do you care about this? Because when you, the player, the superstar, the team doesn't care about the product, how do you expect the fans to care about the product? How do you expect us to care about the game? You don't even care enough to put the uniform on for a photo. And that's just one little side story here. But that feeling translates to us, and that's why we are left here like, that was boring.
No, it's the question here is ruining the topic. Really is ruining the photo.
Yeah.
And some people care.
How
Some
could you
people-
not?
And some people,
Dude, that's the
don't.
problem. It's supposed to be an honor. You're supposed to care. If you don't, why should I?
There we have it right there, man. Y'all heard what they said. Y'all now see the direction that they was trying to go with this. Pride by P. If I'm losing credibility, then explain this. If I'm losing credibility, then why is Kobe able to dress in street clothes, but nobody say a word? We never heard a Kobe fan. We never even, and around this time, Kobe had a lot of haters. Kobe was not the most liked player in the NBA. Kobe had haters. Kobe was hated. People did not like Kobe Bryant. But even with the hate that Kobe Bryant had, nobody said anything about Kobe or Brandon Roy being dressed in regular street clothes in this photo, right? Look at Yao Ming, Carlos Boozer, Steve Nash. This is just two photos. There's more. There's more of other players. This is just two photos. We never heard anybody say anything to Yao, Carlos Boozer, or Steve Nash. They're all injured. Nobody said, oh, are you too injured to put a jersey on? Nobody said any of that. Y'all create standards for LeBron, but y'all don't hold those same standards to everybody else. Y'all create standards for LeBron, but when I show you other players doing the same thing, now all of a sudden that you no longer, that standard does not hold any weight for any other player. Remember, I don't mind it if you want to complain about it. I only mind it when you complain about it only when LeBron does it. It's just like LeBron has a lot of political takes. And y'all let the world know about it. Funny how y'all don't cry about Kyrie Irving and his political takes. Funny how y'all don't cry about Steph Curry and his political takes. Even though Curry and LeBron have very similar political takes. But Curry does it. It's fine. Steve Kerr does it. It's fine. Bron says something. Oh, you just need to shut up and dribble. Y'all create standards for one, but y'all don't want to apply it to others. If you're going to say that what LeBron did was classless, as far as the photo shoot, then I need you to come up here and tell me what Kobe did was classless. And Brandon Roy and Yao Ming and all the players in NBA history. Keep the same energy. Because if you don't, then it just tells me that you guys are just obsessed with LeBron James, as we all suspect and know. Y'all just obsessed with LeBron. See, this is a new standard right here. Exactly, Iron Man. I was seeing it in my comments today. They were saying none of the people in the photos are in the GOAT conversation. I said, yeah, Kobe is in that GOAT. Whether I like it or not, Kobe is in the conversation because people have put him in that conversation. It's just funny, y'all. Isn't this All-Star game funny? Leading up to the All-Star game, people were telling us that the NBA was losing viewership. I told you guys, I said, no, the NBA is not losing viewership. I said these same people are going to always watch. They're going to watch, and they're going to give their opinion. I said, if the NBA was losing viewership, these same people would go find another sport to watch. They'd be watching cricket, soccer, right? International basketball. They would find something else to watch. Yet the people that say that nobody's watching the NBA are the very people that watch the NBA. And then not only just watch it, they'll come back, especially if they're content creators, to tell more people about it. And then when you talk about the All-Star game itself, and we're going to talk about that as well. Because people are going to say that the All-Star, the dunk contest, and the three-point contest was trash. It's amazing that they say these things. Is it going to have to take me playing the 1985 or the 1987 dunk contest to show you guys that almost every dunk contest is trash no matter who's participating in it? I can show y'all the dunk contest with Jordan, and it was trash. All the dunks that the only person that was doing dunks that was kind of good was Dominique. And even all Dominique's dunks were the same, and they were all mid. King Speech wrote, I don't care who they were. I don't care if they, and they were not stars, because there were people in the dunk contest and also in the three-point shooting contest that you can't even tell me what team they were on. And the only reason you'll know is because they have their actual jersey on. I could pull the dunk contest up right now. Are you telling me it was only stars in it? The dunk contest, even the ones that people claim were good. The Larry Nance dunk contest was trash. All of Jordan's dunk contests were trash. The only reason the only reason people try to make it seem like the dunk contest that Jordan was in was good is because the image that most people have of him dunking from the free throw line, where they captured it perfectly. But even that dunk was extremely mid. Mac McClung still beats all of those dunkers in a dunk contest. A G League player. I can put the game up. I can show you. When Spud Webb won, Spud Webb only won the dunk contest because that's because of the fans kept chanting Spud. That's how bad all of the other participants were. All of the other participants in the dunk contest with Spud Webb were so bad that the crowd just started chanting Spud Webb when they were about to announce the winner, and they made the judges say it was Spud Webb. Y'all really think Spud Webb was really doing dunk contest dunks out there? We got Sabrina McRae says, blame the face of the league. It's going to get worse if they don't change. What's getting worse? What's getting worse? The NBA just signed a $76 billion media rights deal. It's only gotten better. This All-Star game had over 1 billion in counting social media views. 1 billion. That's not even counting the cable TV numbers. The All-Star game generated over $300 million in revenue across the NBA. What's getting worse? Every time I look up, the money keep getting better. The views keep going up. The only thing that's happening is we have a sect of people that choose to complain about things that mean literally nothing. There's nothing getting worse. This is not the WNBA when the WNBA was failing at one point in time. They were losing money. They were operating at a loss. And if it wasn't for getting subsidized by the NBA, the league would be non-existent. That's how you know the viewership is down. How is all this money getting poured into the league? That's what I don't get right there. You can say I'm lying. All you got to do is look it up. Y'all keep trying to convince us that it's a bad product. But y'all keep tuning. You yourselves keep tuning in to watch. If you want to show me it's a bad product, I want you to stop watching and never show up to an NBA podcast for the rest of the year. I want you to literally tune out. I want you to switch sports. I want you to start focusing on MLB. I want you to focus on wrestling. I want you to focus on the Olympics. I don't care what other sport it is. Go find another sport to watch. If the NBA basketball ain't for you, if they're shooting too many threes and you really that in your feelings about it, go find another sport to watch. Go give somebody else your viewership and your ad revenue dollars, because all you're doing every time you watch is you're making these NBA and the NBA players richer and richer, even if you're watching to just cry and complain. I don't know what, like, y'all keep trying to tell us it's bad. Was this particular dunk contest the greatest dunk contest we've ever seen? No. But there's a whole bunch of dunk contests that are bad. There were horrible dunk in the 1990s. There was probably only one good dunk contest over the course of that entire 10-year period. In the 2000s, we might have had a few more. Over the last 15 years, the Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon dunk contest might be the best. Outside of that, you can only probably on your hand name 4 to 5 good dunk contests over the last 40 to 50 years. The three-point contest is the three-point contest is always can always be kind of good, because the three-point contest is good based on how many threes they make or miss. The more players that make more threes, the better the three-point contest is. So it's not really hard you can't really get the three-point contest wrong, because it's make or miss. Even though in the 80s and 90s, we saw some atrocious three-point contests. I think Michael Jordan still has the record for the worst three-point contest in NBA history, shooting 5 of 30. 5 of 30, wide open practice shots. I don't hear you guys talking about that being the worst three-point contest of all time. And Jordan was the face of the league. 5 of 30. I want you guys to go to the gym and shoot 33s, and I would almost bet that most of you guys would make more than 5 out of 30. And don't mind the three-point line, because the distance that Jordan was shooting the threes from was about the same distance of the line that you'll see in your YMCA. So don't worry about the line being at the NBA range, because at the distance it is now, that's not what it was. So I just want you guys to go test that out. Go to your nearest gym and shoot 33s. Come back, tell me how many you made. But I don't hear you guys ever putting it on LeBron, on Jordan's head, that he was in the worst three-point contest of all time. Because we all know the All-Star game is, and the All-Star game festivities are just the All-Star game and the All-Star game festivities. Sometimes it can be really good. Sometimes it could be really bad. Other times it could just be kind of mid because it has mid names and mid participants. And we just take it for what it's worth. But all of a sudden, when it comes to this era of basketball, all the stars have to participate in all of the events. And then all the stars who participate in all of the events, they also have to go win all the events. Because the only reason so many people want LeBron James to be in the dunk contest is so that they can say LeBron James lost the dunk contest. LeBron James is an in-game dunker. He is not a dunk contest dunker. I think we all know that. There's certain guys just have it in a repertoire to be dunk contest dunkers. I don't believe LeBron is one of those guys. But they just want him to be in it so they can say he lost it. And then they try to hold it over his head. Well, LeBron, you said you were going to be in it. You lied. No, he thought about it. He didn't want to do it. But it's just the standard. Y'all have a ridiculous standard for LeBron. Y'all don't hold that same standard to anybody else. Y'all cry about the NBA and the viewership. What you're doing is you're not even crying. You're just lying. You're lying saying viewership is down, yet viewership is at an all-time high. You can't stop watching. A lot of you guys who say you hate LeBron, y'all are addicted to LeBron. All the content creators that say LeBron is bad for the NBA wouldn't really have channels if LeBron James retired. There would be literally nothing for them to talk about. All right, y'all. Link is in the chat, man. Y'all can hit that link to pull up, man. It's time to hear what y'all got to say, man. I want to hear a lot of people cap. I want to hear a lot of people crying. Well, Jaylen Brown is not held to the same standard as a LeBron James. If LeBron James gets into something, the standard is for him to win it. Just like when LeBron James went to the bubble, well, there was only one thing LeBron could do in the bubble. He had to win it. Because if he loses in the bubble, you guys aren't going to say, well, it was the bubble. You're going to say, well, he choked another one. Y'all have sorry standards for everyone else, but you don't use those same standards for LeBron. You pretend as if you wouldn't kill LeBron James if he lost the dunk contest. We all know if LeBron James lost the dunk contest, all y'all would be doing is on live streams talking about he choked again in the dunk contest.
Salute, Lamont. Salute, everybody.
You got a little background noise, Olo. I think you fixed it now, but you had a little background noise on your way in. Hold on. First person in here, we got King Speech Row. What's your thoughts on this, man? Talk about it. Did LeBron James ruin the NBA All-Star photo shoot?
I don't think he ruined the photo shoot. I think it was a bad look to call out one hour before the game because somebody else could have got, remained as a replacement if he knew he wasn't going to play. I think that was the issue. That's the difference between LeBron and the rest of the guys you showed, because you saw 12 All-Stars. You saw 12 All-Stars suited up. So the three on the side, yeah, they were named All-Stars, so they got in the photos. And most of them, go ahead.
Hey, it's Michael that's choppy too, bro.
It is. It's fine. We'll deal with it. Whose decision do you think it was to announce it that late? And why do you think the NBA? Because you remember, the NBA kind of tipped you off to it the day before. Because the NBA said LeBron James is not going to be available for any media questions the day before. So he kind of tipped everybody off that something was up with LeBron and he probably wasn't going to play. But why do you think?
Why is Stephen A. reporting that?
I want you to hear the question.
Okay, go ahead. Answer the question.
The question is this: in a basketball game that's heavily driven by your star power and the names that are going to be actively participating, why would the NBA, way ahead of schedule, come out and say that the biggest name, LeBron James, is not going to be participating and potentially lose out on viewership, as opposed to announcing at the last minute? And then still using LeBron in all of the All-Star festivities, He still signed autographs. He still did all the other things that the other All-Stars did to make sure the fans still got to meet, greet, and see LeBron the way they see the other All-Stars. Why do you think they chose to announce it at the last minute? Do you think it was a business move on the NBA side, or you think LeBron just intentionally told the NBA at the last minute? He just sprung it on everybody, and everybody was surprised.
Well, that's a theory, but I'm hearing that the league office didn't know. They didn't know, and he decided last minute.
Where'd you hear this?
I know. I understand the logic in that, right? I understand the logic in that.
Where'd you hear
Well,
that?
Stephen A. reported that on First Take. So Stephen A. is the biggest, supposedly the biggest insider, and there's other people in that circle.
I listened to First Take. That's not what Stephen A. said.
I watched him say that. I watched him talk about it. He said that they learned about it like Silver did not know. The office did not know until that hour.
Okay, so you're upset because LeBron James felt he was too injured to play.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not upset. I said it was a bad look.
Okay,
I said it was a bad look.
Hold on. It's a bad look for what and how and why?
It's a bad look for the league because, again, a replacement could have been named. I mean, Giannis is a big name as well. Giannis is one of your top 5 stars. He announced beforehand.
No, he didn't announce it beforehand. He was injured before the All-Star game even started.
But that's what I'm saying. He was injured, and that's the same thing that you see in the other.
Hold on. There's a difference between being injured and you're out and you can't play games from Milwaukee. Giannis was out. He was out before the All-Star break started. He wasn't nursing an injury and playing.
Yeah.
He was
okay.
He was out, and he's not going to be back until maybe sometime even after the All-Star game. He's literally physically out, and he was listed as out well before the All-Star game, All-Star weekend. LeBron,
which is the same as your other examples in your pictures.
Hold on one second. Listen to what I'm saying. At the end of the day, why are you so hyper focused? Why do you care if LeBron James plays in an All-Star game or not? How is it a bad look when it's just an All-Star game? It means nothing. It doesn't do anything. You didn't spend $1,500 to go to the game, so you're not missing out on seeing LeBron. A lot of you guys don't even go to NBA games, so you're not really missing out on anything whether LeBron James plays or not.
For shit.
So when you say it's such a big deal, it's a bad look. Hold on one second. How is it a bad look when the NBA surpassed over 1 billion views? So the NBA did big time numbers, and it made over 300 million in revenue.
Okay, how is it a bad look? Well, of course, the revenue came from the sponsors. There were 40 sponsors. We all know that. There were 1 million commercials. That's a legitimate complaint. So
I'm not talking about media dollars.
Okay, so what you're talking about revenue dollars, right?
I'm talking about revenue. When I say revenue, I'm talking about jersey sales. I'm talking about merchandise sales. I'm talking about all the things that are directly correlated to that. I'm talking about the vendors. I'm talking about the vendors associated with the NBA All-Star. So when you combine all the revenue that was, because I said revenue generated, over 300 million in revenue generated just from the All-Star weekend, right? So when you tell me that LeBron ruined All-Star weekend, what did he ruin?
See, that's the thing. I never said that. I just said it was a bad look. I said I really don't like him. I didn't say he ruined the team photo. I said it was just a bad look to call out one hour before the game. That's all I said. I never said it was a bad thing. I never said he ruined it. That's what Doug Gottlieb said, right? Doug Gottlieb and his partner, right? That's the clip you played.
I don't care what Doug Gottlieb said. I only care about what you say. Doug Gottlieb right now.
Yeah. So what I said was it was a bad look. I didn't say it was he ruined it weekend.
What's a bad look? No, what's a bad look is Doug Gottlieb to be on a radio show talking about LeBron when the team that he's coaching right now is like 1-65 and they've lost almost every game that they played. And they cannot play. They cannot win a game. They don't look like a very good team. He ran around and he even talked about a NAIA basketball team, right? They were about to play a D1 school. They were just playing basically a practice game versus an NAIA school. And then he proceeded to go lose to an extremely low-level team that's not even a D1 team. So when you're talking about Doug Gottlieb telling us what's a bad look, well, it's a bad look for Doug Gottlieb to be saying anything about anything related to basketball right now, because the team that he's coaching right now, Wisconsin Green Bay, I need y'all to go look that team up. They looking like the worst team in college basketball. So I don't really care what a Doug Gottlieb has to say about it. right? Doug Gottlieb is a bad look for basketball right now. He's a bad look. Just by
his content.
just even talking on the game.
I got you, but it's content. It's content. Like, look, there's a lot of players. There's a lot of players who go out there, stink it up, and get on their podcast. I mean, listen, I agree on that part. Like I said, I only my opinion. The way the game was played, could he give you 2 minutes to sit on the bench? I don't know. It was his choice. It was his choice at the end of the day.
What does it matter if LeBron James plays 30 seconds, 0 seconds, or the whole game? What does it change?
It doesn't. It doesn't. But like I said, my issue is I think Norman Powell should have been. Okay, go ahead.
Because last year when LeBron James played, all I heard was people talking about how LeBron James playing is taking the shine away from these other All-Stars. Now this year, when he plays, you were supposed to tell us you wasn't playing. We wanted to see you play. Now you're pretending that you actually wanted to see him play if it mattered. Last year you kill him for playing. This year you kill him for not playing. There's no win or lose. What can he do to do something right? Because last year he played. Y'all killed him for playing. This year he didn't play. Y'all killed him for not playing. He's saying you didn't tell us soon enough, as if it would change anything. Our feelings are hurt, LeBron. You didn't notify us within 24 hours. You only notified us within a few hours, man. So we're really hurt. It's petty.
No, I don't think it's petty because again, it's not petty because a deserving player could have got the spot.
Hold on. Now you're pretending. So the fact is you literally have to pretend as if you care about Norman Powell being an All-Star.
Yes, I do. I do. As a real fan, I care about Norman Powell. I do. Because I like a player who improved himself after 10 years in the league to get to that point. I like that story. And a lot of real basketball fans like that story.
I got to go to Khalil next. Khalil,
go ahead.
Now, Khalil, it's about they really wanted to see Norman Powell in the All-Star game.
Hey, listen, Lamar, the same people that said that he ruined the All-Star game is now complaining that he wasn't in it. It's the stupidest shit I ever seen in my life. And LeBron don't give people ammo to go after him, so they make up stuff and try to generate talking points to talk bad about him because he ain't out here doing illegal stuff like a lot of their favorite players do. So they got to create something, you know what I'm saying, just to hate on this dude. I never seen the stupid shit in my life. And as far as the dunk contest, I mean, you mentioned the one. You mentioned the one with Aaron Gordon and all them. I thought the Vince Carter one was a good one, too.
Yeah, that was a good one, too.
You had 3 guys going at it with Steve Francis and McGrady was also lit in that dunk contest, too. Outside of that, those was the only 2. The one that holds some value to me was the one Kobe was in because I'm from here and it was in Cleveland. I guarantee you most people don't even know the other participants. All they can remember really is Kobe. I mean, of course, I'm going to give you one. Darvin Ham was in it. And Bobby Sura, of course, when he played for the Cavs, was in it. Outside of that, I guarantee people cannot name the other players in that dunk contest. I guarantee you.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the dunk contests are boring. Most of them are. You will have one guy maybe that go off, but outside of that, most of them be boring as hell. So for people to complain about it now is just the dumbest thing I ever heard. I never seen nothing like it before, man. And they also blame LeBron every year for not participating in the dunk contest. Every year he get blamed. Even at the tender age of 40, they still blaming him.
They'll blame LeBron when it's raining outside. So I wouldn't entertain that if I was you.
I mean, I'm not gonna kill King Rose. I guess King Rose might have legitimately, honestly been bothered. He might have legitimately and honestly, he might be a Clipper fan, and he might.
No, I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a Knicks fan. And I'm a basketball fan. Yes, I am. Knicks fan.
But you know, Rick King, but you do know how crazy it sounds to say that you were clamoring for Norman Powell to be in the All-Star game.
Yeah, I actually said I believe he should have been an All-Star. Name one.
No. There's a lot of players that I feel like should have been an All-Star well before Norman Powell. You would have a case if you said LaMelo Ball, right? Somebody like that.
But LaMelo's in the East.
All the way. But at the end of the day, when you go all the way to the depths, and you say that you were really bothered by Norman Powell not being an All-Star this year, that just tells me the reach that things you go to say, because that doesn't sound realistic. I think he might be.
I think he should have been over his teammate Harden. I think he has a better seat than Harden.
Let me ask you: how does Norman Powell's presence improve the All-Star game?
it shows a different face. See, this is the thing. This is the beef that I have. I have one beef that they don't promote stories like that. I like to see the most improved guy kind of get that shine on a national stage. I do.
No, I just want you to tell us, how does
What?
Powell, how does him being placed on one of those 4 teams or 3 teams, how does it improve the quality of the All-Star game?
Oh, I'm okay. So right now they're playing. They're playing so bad in the All-Star game, it really doesn't. But I do think it's important to showcase your better players. So I think a guy who made that improvement, just to see him get announced, just to see, okay, oh, this guy is, it's a good story. He probably is going to win MIP this year, right? Or who's in the MIP discussion? He probably is going to win. So it is good to see this because I think part of, oh, Jesus. Hey.
It's not changing anything, man. Like, bro, like it's Norman Powell, bro. I mean, like that guy's a great player, right? But there's other guys too, like Sabonis, Fox. But Powell, like, is it gonna change anything? I mean, come on. All right, thank God that guy's gone because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He is completely lost. Now, my problem is that I'm a big Bron fan, right? But I truly feel like he should have told us a little bit sooner and not have waited that long. I mean, it's just my thing.
No, I can't.
In terms of the All-Star photo, who cares? Like, bro, it's just a photo. It's not that big of a deal, right? It's not a big deal. And Lamar has obviously showed us too that that's happened too before in the past with Yao Ming and Kobe. So it's not that big of a deal. But in terms of the actual All-Star game itself, I actually thought it wasn't a horrible game. I wish that they would go back again to East versus West. And I just think that one other thing that they could fix is not having so many commercials. Thought that they had way too many of those. But besides that, the overall weekend wasn't as bad as people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my take on it. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
I agree. I agree too. The dunk contest actually with Castle and them guys actually especially towards the end turned out to be much better than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
So I applaud. The 3-point contest was the 3-point contest. It's just about making threes. So
not bad, right?
It can only be there's only there's like a ceiling to how exciting it can be, unless you do it like turn it into a gimmick where you bring in the best WNBA 3-point shooter versus the best NBA 3-point shooter. Now, if you do gimmick stuff like that, maybe you get something, but at the end of the day, that's just a gimmick.
Yeah.
But I thought it wasn't horrible. Like, it wasn't the greatest. I didn't have super high expectations.
What did you think, Lamont, of Kevin Hart? Because I thought
I don't think Kevin Hart. I never thought Kevin Hart was funny. Kevin Hart to me is
he was doing a little too much.
He's only a movie comedian. Like, he's only funny when he's in a movie.
Yeah.
And he's only so funny then. I think he's kind of corny at best.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought if you were going to have an MC for the game, you should have went and got the OG Rucker Park MC or the OG
I was thinking that MC. That would have made it so much better, bro.
I got you, Frank. Hold on one second, Frank.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is you can make it. I thought if you're going to have an MC, go bring in one of the OG MCs who we know is good at that. But I think Kevin Hart was just trying too hard to be funny. They put him on camera way too much. He was starting to even annoy the players that were there. Mm-hmm. And so it's just like that even completely backfired on him because, like I say, I think they misjudged who Kevin Hart actually is to most people. So that kind of fell flat. But at the end of the day, think about it like this. The NBA knows that they can try stuff. They can try different things. And if it doesn't work, the reason why they know they can go trial and error with the All-Star game is because they know that people are always going to tune in to watch, right? And then people are going to give their feedback, whether it's good or bad. They're using, especially the haters, they're kind of using them like guinea pigs. And
I mean,
I don't think they see
there's
that.
always gonna be hate. There's always gonna be haters out there. You know, I mean, you're never gonna have like a perfect product. I mean, there's obviously haters in football too, right? They don't. They're not a fan of, you know, Patty Mahomes getting all those calls off of the referees, but there's always going to be haters, but you got to have haters too. So, you know, that's just part of like how it goes. But at the end of the day, the overall product I didn't think was that bad, but there can definitely be small tweaks to make it great again because I do feel like there was a time it was better. And if I'm keeping it real, that's the truth. You know, when it was East West, maybe they could make it mean something again, where the winner gets home court in the finals and stuff like that. Feel like it would make it more competitive again.
I don't know about all that. You was making some good points though, man. Can you hear
Yeah,
me
thank you,
clearly?
bro.
Can you hear me?
Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah. What's up, y'all? Yeah, you was making some good points, man. But
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is like there's not much you could do to make the All-Star game better. I think, what somebody said earlier, cutting out some of the commercials and maybe having the celebrities
My
not
take,
have
yeah.
as significant of a role, in the All-Star production. Maybe like, have it something a little bit more toned back. Don't bring guys like Kevin Hart up. I think that can make it easier, but I think with the All-Star game, a lot of people look at it with like a veil of nostalgia. Because if you've seen more than 10 All-Star games, at some point it's going to get boring. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Especially when some of your favorite players are not playing in All-Star games anymore. You know what I mean? You're looking back on those times where, it would have been a little bit more fun because you might have been a bit more engaged. You hadn't seen it as many times, because these kids that are coming up, they're watching the All-Star game. It's a whole new experience for them and they're enjoying it. You know what I mean? They're not
You're
like,
not wrong
you know,
about that one. You're right. You're right.
yeah,
I
like,
feel like it's a little bit more difficult on fans of like us who've been hooked
yeah,
on the sport for so many years. It's like it goes back to your point. It's like watching the same movie over and over again. It's
yeah, man. It's a problem. I was at my grandmother's house a few weeks ago, man, and she likes watching the same shows like over and over again. Like she still watches Golden Girls. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, and it's like,
yo, but that's
and
what
it's
I'm
like,
saying.
I don't hate on it, but it's like at the same
Uh,
time, you're like, damn, like you just watching the same thing over and over again. And when I think about that, how that applies to basketball, we've watched the dunk contest. We've watched 10, 15, 20
But
different dunk
sometimes,
contests
man,
over the
if it
years.
ain't okay, but sometimes if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Well, no,
So
even if it isn't, like that's the thing, like it's still gonna get boring. Like there's always gonna be a
is
new
it
fan
gonna
base
get
that
boring?
pops
I
up.
mean, it's
Well,
been
maybe not for you, but like that's the thing. Like there's always gonna be
all
somebody
right.
else that's gonna come along. They're gonna have a different opinion of the same sport that you
Of
watch.
course.
You know what I mean? So they're
But
gonna
that's
think
also part
that
of the
there should
problem is
be,
that no
yeah.
matter what they do, there's gonna be haters, and it's just how it goes.
Yeah, no, that's facts. I mean, there's always going to be haters, and criticism is, like I said, it's necessary for a sport to grow. You got to see what people like and what people
Yeah,
don't like. But at the same time, a lot of it is just noise. Because, like I said, man, like when you look at the All-Star game, you look at the dunk competition. I heard some people comparing it to 2016, or some of the ones they liked with Kobe or with Vince, and it's like it's the same thing, man. You're looking at it from a lens of nostalgia. Like these newer All-Star games, dunk contest, you didn't seen so many already that nothing new is really gonna pop out to you like that. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Or you might have seen a player do a dunk. He might do the same dunk that somebody just did this year, right? You might have seen that same dunk 20 different times already, but you might have seen
Facts.
somebody else did it a little bit cleaner. So you
Facts.
like that. You had a better impression of when they did it. But it's just it kind of poisons your view of the All-Star game.
Man, you
I,
took
I only
Crisco
have
on that.
I only have one issue. I just want to see them play a halfway competitive game.
I mean, no, I get that issue, but that's why they have the in-season tournament. You know what I mean? Is to make the games more competitive. That's
Why
why
do
they
they
have
have?
the play-in. It's to
But why
make
do
the
they
games
have to
more
do that?
competitive.
This is see when y'all say
It's because when you complain, like I said, brother,
no,
like
it's not
I'm
about
not calling you
complaining.
out specifically. No, I'm not calling you out specifically, but I'm just saying, like, when you have sentiments like, oh, I wish they would play a little bit harder, or I wish the players wouldn't load manage, or I wish they wouldn't do this. That's why the league adds these things in these new, I guess you could call them attractions, new attractions that
Incentives,
the players.
attractions,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? You
That's
could call
actually
it a new
facts.
attraction, but that's to make the game more competitive. You know, when
See,
fans are tuning out to watch football, that's why we got the in-season tournament. Towards the end of the year, when players start load managing because they might be secure in their playoff seeds, they got to play harder because they might be out the playoffs or they might be in the play-in. So at the end of the day, it's building more competition. But like the one brother said, you're always gonna have people that's gonna hate because they're looking at the NBA through a nostalgic lens. So the way they see the game is completely different after watching it for 20 years versus, like I said, these newer kids, they've only been watching the game 5 years. They think the dunk contest is lit. You know what I'm saying? They think the All-Star game is lit. They love the in-season tournament. Like my nephew, I see him watching, he was watching All-Star weekend with me. He was jumping up and down every time they made a shot. He don't care about the stuff that we talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because
of
it's
course.
fresh for him. So, you know what I'm
And you know what
saying?
I
Like
think
sometimes
too?
you gotta look at it differently.
World. Another thing I think too is the NBA could get away with a lackluster end of the season and even mid-season. And like, for example, if we talk about like the era of the 90s, because really throughout the 90s, for most people, now there's obviously some people who could afford the satellites or some of the really good cable packages. But throughout most of the 90s, you were really only watching NBA on NBC on those Sundays. And you might be able to during the week catch a game on WGN, but for the most part, people were only seeing max, maybe 2 games a week max. And so the NBA had the luxury of having a lackluster product at some portions of the season because they dominated the lion's share of the viewership because there was fewer places where you could go see the game, and there were also fewer options to watch other stuff if you wanted to see other sports. And so now the NBA is contending with all these other sports. They're trying to keep people paying attention to the NBA because everybody has short attention spans. They got so many options to watch all these other things. And so I think they have to do stuff like the in-season tournament or the play-in, because these games now have to be competitive if they want to keep the eyes on the NBA. And I think the play-in has been the best thing because you're now putting that NCAA feel, right?
I agree with the plan. I agree with that.
And over the last couple of years, the play-in has really given us some of the best games of the year, like some of our best battles and matchups and upsets. So I don't mind it. And even with the play-in, I mean, with the in-season tournament, those are regular season games with more weight. Like when people try to make it seem, they try to put all this, oh, it's the in-season tournament, is the gimmick. No, these are still regular season games. It counts towards your record. So it's just they just put more meaning to games that a lot of people really didn't tune in and watch that much, right? We didn't care as much about these little meaningless early season games because the NFL is going on, because college footballs are going on. We have all this other stuff that takes our attention during that time of year. They're just finding a way, okay, how can we get some of those people to pay a little bit more attention to us right now? And I think they've done a hell of a job. I just think you got people, I think they're crying about the fact that obviously when you have new events, there's new awards. When you have new awards, now you have better resumes or bigger resumes for people today because players of old don't have the accessibility to get to these awards. So now you have Eastern Conference MVP, the Western Conference Finals MVP, and then you also have, the play-in MVP, or not the play-in, but the in-season tournament MVP and things like that. You got more awards and accolades that they can get that other players didn't. So I think there's a bit of envy and jealousy there as well. But there's really not much to complain about. I think the NBA is doing a hell of a job.
Yeah,
You
man.
just
When
kind
I
of
watch,
sit back and look at it.
yeah, whenever I watch, the kids in my family, when I watch basketball with them, they love basketball. They love football too, but I really got some basketball niggas in my family. So, whenever there's watching, these guys go out and play, they're not complaining about no defense. You know what I'm saying? They're not complaining about stars load managing like that. They don't really care. They just want to see hoops.
Thank
So
you.
I
Thank you.
just think that the generational gap has gotten to the point where the NBA isn't really marketing towards guys that are like in their 30s and 40s. They're really
Thank
trying to
you.
market towards these younger kids. And that's where all the money's coming in because these parents are buying these jerseys for these kids. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if you're not really paying to go watch games, like I'm talking about like going to be in the arena and like watching these niggas play, like you can't really be talking shit about the NBA like that, bro, because you're not really putting no money in anyway.
That's not true. So we all put money, just like Lamar said. Every time we stream, every time we get a package, whatever, that all puts money into the. That's why these players make as much as they do, and we're not hating the fact that they make the money. Okay, is Draymond a hater when we say All-Star Weekend was boring?
No, I just think Draymond is like that because Draymond's not getting voted into All-Star games like that. He has to sit there and watch. So at the end of the day, he's speaking from a place of envy and jealousy because he'll never have those accolades.
He was in the skills challenge though.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Damn,
You could do that little baby shit, but you're not in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
That's the main event.
Of course, he's not good enough. I get it. He's not good enough anymore. But this is why I say, certain guys now it's time for, like, I wanted to see LaMelo. LaMelo should have been there. I feel a lot of guys, but of course, it's 24 guys. Somebody's always going to get left out. Like Sabonis is leading the NBA in rebounding. He's not there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's always, that's the way it is. I get it, but then we want to see a halfway. Again, we're not expecting balls out 4 quarters. Running like it's game 7. But at least at the end of the game, here's my thing. I expected, when we play, if you play pickup, you go to game 21, 1s and 2s, or you go to 40 like they was going 3s and 2s. Once you get to point game, you get close to the point game, you're going to ramp up that defensive effort. We didn't see none of that. Like the whole tournament was won on a breakaway dunk, when nobody ran back. That's only the part that I guess the haters have an issue with. It's like it's a layup line.
I get it.
But the problem with that is that. But the only reason why I say that's petty is because every All-Star game in history has that. Like from the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s to now, and it's just like now all of a sudden when we see it, that y'all hyper focus on it as if it didn't happen in the 90s. The 90s All-Star games were very lackluster. Like, for example, there are no memorable All-Star games from the 90s. There's
92.
nothing we remember.
92 Magic. That was the last time we saw Magic.
It was only memorable because Magic came back from the HIV. He got the 3 at the end. We remember the highlight, but when you think back to that game, that wasn't a competitive game to the very end.
No.
All
I'm saying is you're talking about guys not getting back for a dunk. That happened in 93, that happened in 94, that happened in 95, it happened in 96, it happened in the 97 All-Star game. I can literally go through every All-Star game in NBA history and I'll see lackluster effort in all of those All-Star games.
Yep.
But yet all of a sudden,
first 3 quarters, but they ramped it up in the 4th.
At the end of the day, it don't matter because the All-Star game,
they did that in 2020 though.
The level of competition depends on how close the game is at the end. What we've seen, especially over the last 15 years, if the game is close at the end, they'll turn it up and they'll try to make it competitive. If the game they'll keep goofing off. All I'm saying is, I don't know why when y'all say this stuff, y'all try to pretend as if all the All-Star games that you grew up watching were these hyper competitive events. That were always
we knew that they were lesser speed than the regular season. We knew they weren't playoff intensity. But it was, last year was Silver said it. Well, look, Silver said it. It was horrible.
Doesn't matter, but they have been the reason why Silva has to speak up about it now is because y'all crying and complaining as an all-time high.
Well,
y'all didn't have a voice in 90.
That's a fact too.
Y'all didn't have a voice to cry and complain in 94. You just had to accept what it was.
There was sports talk radio. There was sports talk radio.
No, you didn't have a voice to. You didn't have a voice to cry and complain in 95. When the internet and now everybody can tweet their thoughts about something. Now everybody can join a sports podcast. Now people can call it. So now because the fan voice is on a bigger microphone and everybody has a voice. Well, when Adam Silver sees the world crying out because we're dealing with a crybaby fan base right now, well, he's going to respond to it. And now Adam Silver responded to it by making changes, and all you did was cry more, even when he attempted to make changes.
It was better than last year. Last year was an abomination. Come on.
Be honest. This year's All-Star game, it wasn't even that good.
It wasn't that good. It was a 4. But last year was like a 1.5.
But But it doesn't matter. Last year was what I expected it to be. An all-star game, dunks, and nobody really trying. There's no
fun out there.
Because like in basketball, you're either going full speed or you're pissing it off. There's no in between. There's no playing a little bit harder than like you're either going game speed or you're not. And so if you want these guys to tick it up from going 10% to 25%, and you're going to be a little bit happier, or they tick it up from 25% to 33%. You're either going out all the 100, making it look like a real game, or you're goofing off. It's just an all-star game.
Lamont,
y'all got to pick which one y'all want.
In 2020, they was ramping it up by the fourth quarter. They was pissing off the whole game, but then the fourth quarter, Kawhi, LeBron, Giannis, all them dudes was trying hard.
That was a great game, bro.
Thank you. Like 2020, they was playing like it was the playoffs in the fourth quarter.
It was a great all-star.
I mean, it was nice.
You know what? You know, if you looked at the WNBA All-Star game, and that was a lot of pride because the girls that weren't on the team wanted to prove something to the girls that were on the Olympic team. That was a very competitive game, and the girls that weren't the women that weren't on the Olympic team took it to the Olympic team, and it was something. I guess it was something to play for. I mean, I thought one thing I thought was cool. I saw Joker throw a lob to Wembanyama. When are you ever going to see something like that unless it's in the All-Star game?
That was stupid, man. It was just a lob. It wasn't even.
But see, that's what I'm saying. If there was some competitive defense, that might have been a cool moment just to see.
Bro,
okay, so
I don't care if they were even if they were going 1,000,000 miles an hour. If they were playing 100. If Jokic throws a lob to Wemby, everybody.
You're not stopping that.
That's what I'm saying. You're never going to see it in any other capacity. Like they're never going to be on the same team.
And you saw it in a bad game.
Yeah, so then that's what I'm saying. And we might as well scrap the whole thing. But if it's going to be like, we might as well scrap the whole thing. I mean, they did this with the Pro Bowl. What is with the Pro Bowl now?
Man, I saw Kyrie out there putting in effort on defense. I saw Wemby putting effort in on defense. The only guys that wasn't really...
Wemby didn't get the memo.
Yeah. The only ones that wasn't trying like that was, the Lucas and the Cats and the James Hardens. But
I guess it's going to take one of these guys breaking their leg in an All-Star game for y'all to understand.
That never happened in 70-something years. Paul George was Olympic trial, but that's about the closest you got. Well, you had 72 All-Star games. No one ever had a major injury in All-Star.
Kobe got injured in that All-Star
game. Did he? Okay. How long did he sit out?
Didn't what's his name break his nose?
Yeah, he broke his nose. Kobe broke his nose. D Wade broke his nose.
Yeah, D Wade broke his nose. Yeah.
That's actually the biggest. Kobe did complain. That's actually the biggest reason why they slowed it down is because Kobe got his nose broken.
Yep.
Well, it's just like the thing is these niggas play basketball like every day. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't
summer
really
off season, all that.
Just like even during the off season, bro, practice like they're always playing ball, nigga. So
it's what they do.
If they just chilling and having fun on the court, nigga. When it's the All-Star game, it's an exhibition game that really don't mean nothing at all. I mean, maybe have one of the young niggas go out and get the All-Star MVP, because they play the most minutes and they might want to get the award. But at the end of the day, like I don't really see why people complain about the All-Star game.
That shit is that's the entertainment game, bro. That's not even.
It's like I said, bro. My nephew be having fun, nigga. He was laughing, like he was just having fun every time they score a bucket, my nigga. Like he didn't care about what y'all be talking about at all.
Facts.
Nobody gives a fuck.
And that's most kids, bro. Like I said, they're not marketing the NBA to you old niggas anymore.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You got to market to the whole. You got to market to everyone.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't. Okay, so who's buying? No, wait. No. That's not fair.
You don't spend money.
That's not fair to say, right?
Hold on. King Roll. Hold on, King Roll. I'm gonna ask you one question. I want you to be honest because I know it's gonna be very tempting for you to try to finesse and lie.
Don't lie.
When's the last time you bought any NBA merchandise or gear?
When I bought my Knicks hat. Like last week. Like last week, I buy a Knicks hat almost every month.
You buy a Knicks hat almost every month.
Yeah. I wear the Knicks hat when we suck, and everybody like, why you wearing that hat? Because I'm a fan.
Man, that's right there, bro.
Outside of a hat.
If you want to, my thing is, you say they don't market to you old niggas, right? You said your nephew enjoyed the game.
No, hold on.
Go ahead.
We know y'all in New York. Y'all wear hats to gangbang. So outside of gangbang, y'all hats, man. What else do you invest money in with the NBA?
The package to watch the game. I did get league pass 1 year. Couldn't watch the Knicks, so I actually now I also got the Gotham app, so I can watch the Knicks on TV.
Do you buy any shoes, bro?
You go to any
From, like, your
games? You buy any
favorite
tickets?
players?
Yeah, every now and then I go to a game. Every now and then I go to a game. Every now and then I get hooked up with a buddy. I got friends that got season tickets. Every now and then they'll bring a brother. You know.
No. You, not
Do
your
you
friend.
pay out your pocket?
You pay out your
Okay,
pocket.
so when I go there, am I not buying stuff out the stands? I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know,
No, we talking
about them
no, you can't. You turn me. No, first of all, you gotta understand.
bro.
When I argue for every fan. You said we're not arguing some old niggas. So okay, me, I work for a living, right? I got a young son. Whatever. My wife just put him to sleep. You know, it is what it is. Here's the deal. But you say your nephew likes the game. Who's taking your nephew to the game if he ever wants to go to the game? A parent, right?
Or his
So
mom.
yeah. So what happens when the parent who's into the game, you know, he comes up and then like 5 stars is out with low management, and he paid what?
The parent going to shut up and enjoy the game because their son enjoys the game.
That's. I mean, I don't know.
When you go to a movie with a child, you don't sit there and be like, "Man, damn, the story ain't really compelling."
So let me ask
That's
you.
not what you do.
See, we got Broadway here in New York. We got Broadway here in New York, right? You go to a show that Denzel Washington is playing in. Do you want to see Denzel Washington? You want to see his understudy?
Bro,
If your son enjoyed himself watching the understudy, then you're gonna enjoy.
I mean, look, so y'all don't want any criticism, and again,
it's not about criticism. No, that's a valid criticism, my dog. But like the thing is, like you're talking about something that's like a 1 in like 10, like maybe no. I'll be a little bit more generous. Maybe like a 1 in 5, like % chance of happening. Like it's not gonna be. You gonna take your kids.
They just gotta understand that game ain't getting marketed to them anymore. If you're 35, 40 and up, is your father, because when you especially over 40, you're probably more focused on your job, your data. Like unless you are into sports, like when you're young, basketball can be your life. Like for example, we all remember when we was 15, 16, 17, basketball was everything. Like the sports was everything to me. That's why they market to the younger group, because basketball's everything to them. They're not going to get through to, like, y'all set in y'all ways, y'all stubborn. Y'all not going to like the new players. Why would they market to y'all? Y'all don't like
we like I like a lot of new players. Like when I say Norman Powell, right? You're like, who's Norman Powell?
Well, Norman Powell's not a new player. He's an old player.
I know, he's been in the league a while. I'm just saying, I like looking at the stuff. I watch basketball at every level.
Nobody wanted to see Norman Powell in the All-Star game.
Okay, all right. So nobody wanted to see Norman Powell. Maybe his family did.
Yeah, his family is short. What about in the last 4 years? What is a player you like coming in the league last 4 years? 21, 22, 23.
Let's see, Wemby. I knew Wemby would be special. I like that. I like that, man. Obviously Zion. What you said? 4 years. All right. So
4 years. 4 years. Yeah,
so you talk about 2021 since then. You know, Ant-Man.
Ant-Man was 2020. So 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. What we got right there? What's going on with you? Who you like out of those drafts?
Was LaMelo? LaMelo.
No,
before that.
No.
LaMelo. 22. Well, Jesus Christ, bro.
Okay, like I said, it's not meant for you. It's not. And what's crazy is
rough. No. I mean, look,
the rookie classes are not rough. The Thompson twins came out of there. Paolo.
You're right. Here we go. Thompson, Paolo, Brandon Miller was doing well. See, here's the thing, bro. I like the story. I like to see guys improve. I like to see a player come in a little rough in his first year and become a star in a few years. I like that. When Giannis came in, I thought Giannis would be Stacey Augman. I had no idea that Giannis would be what he is. He grew another 3 inches. He got stronger. He worked on his handle. He learned how to run and pass a little bit, and he became a megastar. Right? I like to see improvement and growth in the game. So
what do you think about Trey Murphy then?
Oh, I love Trey Murphy. Love Trey Murphy.
I mean, that's
I'm
somebody
doing. I'm doing. I'm doing a show tomorrow about guys who I think are underrated versus guys who I think are overrated, and I think Trey Murphy is definitely on that list of guys you need to. See, back then it's like, all right, even now, there's guys you need to see that you don't see every day. They don't put on national TV, right? There's guys who can really, really hoop that they need to show more of, right? There's guys that like maybe played for the Sacramento Kings or maybe played. Actually, Portland's doing good. I like to see that Portland's picked up their play. They got a lot of guys you probably need to see, huh?
Only Portland fans like the end of the day.
Well, let him tell us the 3 players in Portland that's improving. Let us know. Name it.
Shaedon Sharpe, Anthony Simons, who was already doing it well. Scoot Henderson is picking it up. Kamara. I heard Cats randomly talk about Kamara the other day.
He's a bum, man. Bro, this is my team.
You named 3. You named 2 people that everybody already knew of, and then said that one of them was improving. At the end of the day, yeah, the gaming's never really meant for old heads, bro. Y'all gonna complain regardless.
That's BS. See, that's the thing. That's BS. Oscar Robertson was at the game talking, spitting gems. He's 86 years old.
He's a player.
No, but I'm saying old heads. But there's guys that I learned the game from will tell you Oscar Robertson's better than Jordan. And you know what? And me, instead of saying, "Oh, no, I actually went and researched who Oscar Robertson was
because that's who they grew up off of. They grew up off of Oscar Robertson, and it wasn't meant for them in the 90s. So they attached to Oscar Robertson. So it doesn't matter how good Jordan was; they're still going to say Oscar Robertson because it wasn't meant for them in the 90s.
But you know what we didn't do? You know what we didn't do? Oh my God, you just hating? Nah, we actually went and said, all right, if you telling me this guy's good at Jordan, let me go look and see. Let me go hear other old heads.
And that's the problem because old heads lie. You should have told them they were hearing because a lot of times they are
believe what they believe. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. I'm sitting here telling you about guys that I like now coming up, and yeah, you made the parameter 21 draft and up, but I mean I've seen a lot of guys improve their game from. I watched them from McDonald's All-Star through their college career if they go. Through their G League career if they go, and if it's somebody I need to notice and I watch them improve, you're gonna love to see that. You're gonna love to see that. Again, there's 30 teams. You got to give me a reason to watch a random Washington game. There's a couple of guys on Washington you might want to look. If Washington is terrible,
they never done that. I mean, it gave you reasons to watch the Wizards back in the day.
Yeah, I mean the Wizards when they went from Bullets to Wizards, I love that. Oh my God, that AC Wizard team that played the Bulls in '97. That team had Ross Strickland, Chris Webber.
Name me another time you watched them without them playing the Bulls or the Knicks.
Thank you.
Wait. I watch Ross Strickland every goddamn day, bro. So people that say where did Kyrie get those moves? Half the moves he got from his godfather, Rod Strickland. Okay,
what to do with what he asked you?
What you said name another time that I want to watch. That I want to watch the Wizards if they weren't playing the Bulls. All because I'm not a casual. See, that's the thing. There's a lot of guys that really like the league. They love watching NBA ball. Look, some teams are not good, so you're not going to want to invest every. But it's like I always want to pick a guy who I think is the next guy up, or I think can maybe help a championship team. Once he gets free or gets traded or whatever, I'm always looking for the next guy. There was a time when nobody knew who James Harden was. I saw him at Arizona State with that low rider dribble, cooking cats. Next thing you know, Harden's in the league, 3rd pick in the draft. OKC gets his own team in Houston. Boom. Now everybody's like, oh, he flops too much, but he's always been doing that. He just got his own team to not before he was playing off Kevin Durant and all of them. Now he got his own team and, he's going to get his 30 and whatever. And,
So if that's the case, why can't you tell me who's an up and coming guy in the last 4 or 5 years? Then
I actually did name a few guys. I did. You had to jog my memory. I love the Thompson twins. I love the fact that they both got to develop jump shots, but they defend and get to the basket at an elite level. I love it.
Participated in All-Star Weekend. It's just surprising that you forgot about them and they just was in your.
I didn't watch Friday night. All right, I didn't watch Friday night, but okay, yeah, I wanted to see the Thompson twins.
You didn't watch Friday night because Friday night was for the younger crowd. Saturday night some of the events are for the younger crowd. Sunday is for the old heads.
It should be all for us. I mean, look, I had a personal friend that was in a celebrity game last year. You know what I'm saying? So,
me too.
Look, it's all, I love basketball. Bro, I love basketball. I'm the type since I was 13 years old. I got shorts under my jeans because if a basketball game break out, I want to be ready. I played in wingtips one time coming from a job interview because the game broke out.
Played in wingtips, you're not a hooper, bro.
I mean, it was either that or don't play. I found it. I didn't play the best, but I played.
I just want to, bro. There's so many players in the last like 4 or 5 years that are improving. Dyson Daniels, J-Dub.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, there's another one, man. Walker Kessler, Christian Brown, so many of them. I don't know how you.
Chet Holmgren.
I don't know how you just.
Oh, they shoot too many threes. That's why.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That is. Hey, man,
Walker Kessler don't shoot too many threes. Walker Kessler's a great shot blocker. Should have played more. Should have played more in the FIBA class, the FIBA tournament. That we didn't even get a medal in.
I agree.
You know, I blame Kerr for that. But
they had Paolo playing center.
Everybody complains about something, and that's all y'all. That's all people been doing for really.
But some of the complaints are legitimate. You can't
some are, yes, and to those I think it's fair.
Some of them are overboard, but some of them are legitimate.
Majority of them have nothing to do with the players. Most of the complaints have things to do with how the NBA is running things. The players just have to fall in line. Like the NBA changes to All-Star format, players can't control that. But so y'all put a lot of y'all disdain for the players who y'all say shoot too many threes. Y'all put it on the players, you know. So the players just react to what Adam Silver does. Like,
do you want to protect every player? I mean, look, Paul George saying I'm bored playing. I mean, what if he's bored playing? Why should I be thrilled watching?
Because Paul George said he was bored playing.
That's what Paul George on his podcast.
Well, he's bored playing the 5 because he's not as engaged because he's not on ball defensively because he's. But Jordan said that he didn't enjoy shooting threes. And then went to a 3-point contest. So am I supposed to be engaged watching Jordan shoot a 3-point contest? What are you saying then?
No, I mean he did a 3-point contest. What has LeBron done? It's one skills contest.
No. Well, this is not a LeBron. I know that's how you like to go down.
No,
the point I'm making is that
Okay.
People back then also made critiques about a style of play then as well, about how it wasn't as engaging. Jordan said he's not as engaged when he shoots threes. And yet there were plenty of people shooting threes, including Jordan, going into a three-point contest. So at that point, what am I supposed to do at that point? Am I supposed to enjoy Jordan in a three-point contest because after he told me he doesn't like shooting threes?
Not hard to comprehend, by the way.
But you still found a way to enjoy it.
Criticism. I'm looking for the criticism.
What I'm saying is, you still found a way to enjoy it. Even though Jordan told you shooting three isn't that enjoyable, you still found a way to enjoy it. Back in the day, they told you how posting up all the time wasn't a good watch. You still found a good way to enjoy it. You still watched it.
One of the first things I learned on the basketball court is how to post up watching Kevin McHale dance like a ballerina around. Kevin McHale was. Even now I love looking at Kevin McHale stuff highlights because I've seen him cook Akeem. I've seen him cook Kareem. I've seen him cook some of the best, and that just straight up footwork. I love footwork.
What do you think about Adrian Dantley?
Adrian Dantley was nice. He was a short 6'5" guy playing in the post, playing in the mid range. I mean, look, there's a lot of ways to play the game.
What do you think about him complaining about his contract situation and force himself not to play? What do you think about that?
Oh, wait, that's part of the game. Wait, you talking about $400,000? Come on, brother.
What about you? Like Scottie Pippen when he also said he wasn't going to go back into the game. You like that?
Trust me. I'm a Knicks fan. I saw that. I was laughing at him. It was stupid because number one, he bricked the last two shots. Patrick Ewing made the last three, and then Kukoc, obviously, they drew up a great play, and then Phil Jackson was right.
Hey, Lo, I don't want to.
That wasn't even a great play. Kukoc threw up a miracle shot and won the game. It was a lucky shot.
Hey, Lo,
it wasn't even a great play.
No, maybe it was. I'm a Knicks fan. We should have went up 3-0. We should have won up 3-0, but it is what it is.
Lo, you forgot one. I don't want to play unless my coach come back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or even before that, in '98,
I
In the 97-98 season, I got injured on company time, so I'm going to rehab on company time. Where Scottie Pippen waited till before the season began to help him. So did you still find a way to enjoy it when Charles Barkley was throwing a man through a window, spitting on a child, and kicking on a cheerleader?
Oh my, yeah.
You still found a way to enjoy it.
Get them receipts low.
Here's the thing, right? It's like hip hop.
Or did you find a way to enjoy the game when Akeem Olajuwon was faking injuries and getting suspended by the league, faking injuries?
Yeah.
You enjoy them?
I mean, I saw the guy play on fasting during Ramadan a lot. Go out, get the quadruple double.
I saw him Ramadan when he was sitting on the bench and didn't want to play. You enjoy that?
Look, again, well, as a Knicks fan, I mean, I don't know. I like maybe Rockets fan, but do you think Rockets fans really got something to compete with Akeem Olajuwon?
You absolutely right. So let's stick it to the Knicks. Did you enjoy it? You still watch it when y'all ran through like 5 different coaches in 4 years?
Ooh.
Yeah, I was playing every single year. Yeah, it was a hard. Wait a minute, this is the 90s? Are we talking 90s?
This is the 90s.
When we have you talking about Stu Jackson?
Y'all had Hubie Brown, Bill, what's the name? Rick Pitino, Stu Jackson. I was just running through coaches.
And then we got Pat Riley, and we actually built something. But you know what? We actually built something with the big fella Patrick Ewing, and that's when I really got aboard, when we actually gave the Bulls a run and didn't just lay down for them, and because the league wanted to promote Michael Jordan. Trust me, I'm not. Look, I believe Jordan is the GOAT. I'm not a Jordan fan. I wanted to be Jordan with every fiber of my being as a Knicks fan. See, and this is the thing too. This is my next thing. Where are the real rivalries today? Give me a great rivalry today.
There are. I do think the NBA does a terrible job promoting the rivalries. I do think
that's a legitimate criticism there, because you're right.
Because Caden, what's his name? Got a legitimate rivalry, and they don't promote.
Yeah, there are rivalries, but it's on the NBA to promote it as a rivalry. If they don't sell it as a rivalry, if they don't give it to us as a rivalry, then it's not gonna never be a rivalry. You might feel it as a fan. Like, I don't think that Knicks fans like the Atlanta Hawks fans very much, like
at
the
all.
Atlanta Hawks very much. But the NBA doesn't sell that rivalry like they sold it in the 90s or any other decade. So
literally on rivalry week, they didn't even have that on there. So yeah.
No.
Yep.
So,
but
with so much parity in the league, it's hard to get the same teams matched up in the finals all the time. It's too much.
That is true. And the before they traded Luka definitely had a rivalry with the Suns, where he was beating them.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's rivalries. I mean, you just, like I said, if it's not for you, which it seems like maybe it's not, you may not be aware of the rivalries.
This Phoenix got to a finals. They got to a final, but Phoenix is mid now. I mean, this player turnover is bad referee. There's a lot of things that we can go. And again, nobody's saying that there weren't issues in the league before. But I mean, it's a lot more today. It really is.
Absolutely. I was just about to leave. Absolutely not. And it's not even. I don't want to crash out. Absolutely not. In the 80s, you had people on crack. Refereeing was so bad throughout the 90s and 2000s, people thought that referees were gambling on games. Come to find out, some of them actually were. There were fighting goings on multiple times. There was a gun in the arena. They had to change the whole dress code. The things that Charles Barkley was doing, no one is doing right now.
No.
Let's not go there.
Not even Draymond.
The things that Draymond is doing is peanuts to what Barkley was doing.
You're right. I mean, imagine Draymond playing up against the Davis boys in Indiana.
But the point I'm making is that you said
go to Davis boys.
You said that there's more problems now. No, there is not. No, there's not. There's rules set in place now to prevent the things that were going on back then so they don't happen again. The reason why we have a drug policy is because there was a bunch of crackheads running around in the league.
So I mean, come on. I mean, look, you look. Every sport. The 80s was the Reagan era. A lot of.
Okay, so the point I'm making is that there's not as many bad things going on right now than there was back then. The dunk contest was so bad in the late 90s they canceled it.
Okay.
I'll put that in the chat, Lo.
Yeah, I don't. And like this, y'all are, and this is why we say y'all are complaining for the fun of complaining.
And who bought it? Old head, Vince Carter. He older than me.
Yeah, and Vince Carter came in, saved it, and then it died right back again. And then David Stern had to figure out a way to save it once more. So he implemented a tournament, and at the end of the 2003 dunk contest, they were at a wheel of dunks and spinning the wheel so they can do a dunk because that's how uncreative it was. It was garbage.
I got you.
I didn't say that. David Stern said that when he canceled the whole thing.
I got you.
People were jumping over chairs. You got done watching somebody jump over a car in the 90s. They were jumping over a chair, and you saying it's more problems now. Okay.
So wait. No. Your problem is
that's what I'll be saying, bro. That the NBA is just not marketing for old niggas.
See, here's the problem. I think a lot of those issues you bring up, they overcorrected. And now the competitiveness fire is gone because at least back in the 90s, I believe that these two teams really didn't like each other and really wanted to beat each other. Now, look, the way Draymond glazes LeBron, do I really believe?
Hold on. Did they call him Black Jesus?
Magic Johnson on record in 92 calling him the greatest of all time. That competitive fervor, right?
Hold on, we need to rewind on that Draymond take because no matter how much Draymond talks good about LeBron off the court, when he's playing them on the court, there's
he be trying to kill that man.
Kill him.
There's none of that. So let's just retract that statement completely.
Man, well, you love it though. So competitive that Kobe Bryant came out and said that the competitors don't go to the dunk contest anymore in 97. So competitive that David Thompson said the top dunkers don't dunk anymore in 97, but so competitive.
You talking about the game. Hold on, see what I'm saying. You're moving around.
Okay. The game, that's fair. So competitive that I don't want to go out in the game and play basketball. Scottie Pippen. So competitive that I'm willing to sit out games because I want to be traded. So competitive that I'm faking injuries to not go back in. That's why I asked you about David Thompson because that's what he did. So competitive that Adrian Dantley is beefing with Isaiah Thomas and they're on the same team. So competitive
that I want to retire because my coach ain't coaching no more.
So competitive.
So competitive, you had a team score 50 points in a finals game.
So competitive. So competitive that Jordan, when he retired the first time, said, not really much else for me to compete to get done with. I've done it all now. So competitive.
For 3 straight.
Beat everybody. Beat everybody.
Beat everybody.
You're gonna leave out the
beat everybody.
Y'all can't keep doing that, bro. Trust me, we all sad that happened. Me as a Knicks fan,
you guys in this area, y'all dudes quit before the game is over with. At least he stopped after he beat everybody.
Who quit?
What?
I mean, James got him so traded 3 times. You can sit there and
Hook way. If anybody did what Scottie Pippen did in today's game, y'all would lose your mind.
Y'all would say niggas are stat padding trying to play the clock out even though they already lost. Like, what are you talking about?
I thought Scottie was underpaid. Scottie was underpaid because he signed a long-term deal before the money blew.
No matter why he did it.
Okay, you're right.
I gotta go catch this game.
All right, Low, man. Appreciate it.
There's nothing. There's several issues wrong with today's game. Way worse than it was much worse in the 80s and 90s.
Oh my God, bro. We still trying to do this. We went with the 90s stuff.
Again, I want everybody before I leave. They literally created a rule committee because that's how bad the game was in the 90s. They created a rule committee so they could change the rules. That's how bad it was.
No,
that ain't my opinion. That's what they literally did.
You got players crying about back-to-back games in this era. Back-to-back games. We need
rest. Games in the 90s. They cried about it in every era.
They cried about back-to-back games. They cried about contracts being too long and not enough. They cried about not having proper representation. How we got to where we are now, where there are fewer back-to-back is because the players before them complain about back-to-backs.
Which is why the guys can make $60 million a year. Which is why the guys can make 52% of.
Did they go out and play them? They went out and played them, no?
Like See the thing with Lowe is doing, you're crying. Okay, that was the lead. The players actually improving the game. Look, somebody cried about not being a free agent. Somebody cried about not being able to come out of college early so I can come and feed my family. Those things actually progress the game, right? So you can't, you know, every complaint. Some complaints are good. You want to actually leave the game in better shape than you did. Look, when Jordan got drafted, got good 7 footers with flying
Bro, look at
commercials.
this nigga justify complaining, bro. It's still a complaint at the end of the day. They were still crying in the 90s. They're crying today. They was crying in the 2000s. They was crying in the 80s. They was always crying, bro.
But see, now the players are crying that we're crying.
The same thing you complain about, they was already doing before, bro. So it don't make no difference.
Instagram and Twitter and shit.
King Roll, let me read this to you from Sports Illustrated, right?
Bro.
It says several NBA players voiced concerns about the number of back-to-back games and grueling schedule, arguing that it contributed to fatigue, injuries, and overall wear and tear. Some notable players who spoke on the issue who were affected by it include Michael Jordan. He acknowledged that the condensed schedule and frequent back-to-backs made it difficult to stay at peak performance every night. Charles Bark cited the heavy schedule as the reason why players would sometimes pace themselves during the regular season. Stockton and Malone, primarily Malone, emphasized the importance of conditioning, but acknowledged that the schedule made recovery difficult. Scottie Pippen, during his later years with the Bulls, he would sit out games strategically to manage his health. Shaquille O'Neal often expressed frustration with scheduling, particularly later in his career when injuries became more of an issue. Patrick Ewing, a dominant center who played heavy minutes. Ewing also often struggled with knee issues and spoke about how difficult it was to play back-to-backs with minimal recovery time. Hakeem Olajuwon. Olajuwon had discussions with the NBA about how recovery was crucial, especially for players who relied on agility and footwork. Reggie Miller, one of the NBA's most durable players, discussed with Rod Thorne the difficulty of playing back-to-backs, particularly for the teams that had extensive travel schedules. Alonzo Mourning, also Grant Hill, and there are many more players. So the same things that you say that they complain about today, and we're not just talking about any players in the 90s. The names that I just gave you were some of the best players of the 90s. So what I'm saying to you is, and this is what I mentioned earlier with the thing with LeBron James wearing his regular clothes in the photo shoot. Y'all make a big deal about LeBron doing it, but the same things were going on with your favorite players, yet you had no smoke or ether for them when they complained about it. When they complained about the back-to-backs, you guys were fine with it. Or you either didn't know about it. At the end of the day, it happened.
There's a difference between, because so if you're putting in
Mr. Winters, hold on, let me let King Rowe finish.
My fault.
And then I'm gonna come to you.
Yeah, but you go back and look at the games played for those guys. So they might have complained about it, but they suited up most of the night. Now I remember, look, the first game I ever went to, Knicks played the Suns. Barkley was in street clothes. I was a little disappointed, but I enjoyed myself. This was 93.
But what I'm saying is the guys that you're talking about who are missing significant amounts of games due to load management, you can count on your hand. The Kawhi Leonards, the Joel Embiids are probably the two most popular. But really, once we leave Joel Embiid and Kawhi Leonard, we're really not talking about a significant number of players who are just missing games due to load managing, and they're missing all these games. A lot of them have literally legitimate injuries that are keeping them out. And many of the players like Zion came out publicly and said on the news, he said it was after he had just came back from his knee issue this year. And he told the media, he said, look, I feel great. I would love to play back-to-backs if the team let me. But he said the team made the decision. They said they did not feel it's in my best interest to play back-to-back, so I will not be playing. Zion Williams had to publicly come out and let the people know, look, I'm not trying to sit out. I can play back-to-backs. I want to play. Dame and CJ both said the same thing. So, again, what you're doing is you're putting things on the players that's no longer in the player's control. If the organization says you got to sit, you got to sit. Just not really, even if you're the star player, when they got $100-200 million invested in you, if they feel it's in your best interest to sit, you have no choice but to sit. So again, y'all are putting things on these players because you're primarily using Joel Embiid and Kawhi Leonard with their load management, and you're making it seem like every player in the league is doing all this significant load management, as if all these guys want to miss out on all NBA first team, as if all these guys want to miss out on awards, because now you have to meet a game threshold to even be eligible for these awards. So load management isn't very significant. It isn't as significant as you say. Guys are getting injured at the same rate as they did in any other era, right? But you guys just didn't. You don't care. You just don't care. You don't care. You didn't care when guys missed games in the 90s, right? But you all of a sudden act like you care, and these guys are sitting down intentionally to the low management in this era when it's not happening at the rate that you pretend it is. It's just not.
No, it wasn't for now.
See, what they want to do, Lamont, what they want to do, Lamont, is they want to take maybe the top 2 or 3 people that might have played 82 games a season more than 5 or 6 times, and they want to make it seem like every player in that generation did the same thing, when it's really just like, no, you just got a prime example of maybe like the top 1% of players who had the durability to continue playing at that pace, but not all players are like that. So, you know,
LeBron gave 2 of the worst examples you could ever give. He gave 2 guys who did not take their fitness serious, did not stay in shape, and
it
then
doesn't matter. They still had
they start being injured, and then they were told not to play back.
Mr. Winters, the point is,
a lot of smoke.
Mr. Winters, you gotta hold on. I just want you to stay locked in on what we're talking about. My examples were on Embiid and Kawhi Leonard, because when you talk load management, not why they're load managing or how they're load managing, when you think load management in the NBA, those are the 2 most prominent names that just pop up in the conversation, because that's who the conversation generally revolves around. Outside of Joel Embiid and outside of Kawhi Leonard, you are not talking about a super long list of stars in this league who just sit out and miss a whole bunch of games specifically due to load managing. You just don't. It does not exist.
Kawhi Leonard, you have a point, because Kawhi Leonard is actually hurt. And
listen, I don't care why he's sitting out games. I don't care why Joel Embiid is missing games. I don't care if it's because of his fitness or what. What I'm saying is the term load management, because I'm not talking to you, Mr. Winters, because you didn't bring up this point. King Rowe brought up the point about all these guys load managing. Outside of Joel Embiid and Kawhi Leonard, who are these load managing guys? And Mr. Winters, you're a Clipper fan. You're going to come to the defense of the greatest load manager in NBA history, Kawhi Leonard. You're going to come to his defense for whatever reason.
I'm stating facts.
At the end of the day, no matter how you slice it, Kawhi Leonard is connected. Hold on, King Rose, something's going on with your mic. I got to mute you. At the end of the day, I don't care how you slice it, whatever excuses you breed, Kawhi Leonard is one of the faces of load management, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you type in load management, if you type in load management on Google, I guarantee you, and on that first page of Google, something about Kawhi Leonard is going to pop up.
But why? Why, Lamont?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, you don't want to tell why. You're scared to tell why.
No, but see, here's the thing, Mr. Winters. I know why load managers is important.
No, that's not what we're asking. That's not what we're asking.
No, Mr. Winters. I'm not the one complaining about load management. I don't think it's a significant problem. It's people like King Rowe that come up here and complain about load management. He says all these players in the league sit out and miss all these games. I understand why load management is important in today's game. It's not nothing that I complain about. But when people come up here and use it as a gripe as to why the NBA isn't so great, well, unfortunately, you're only talking about 2 players in that conversation, because you don't talk about load management, because the guy that is been the most durable player in NBA history who doesn't load manage, LeBron James, all y'all do is hate on him. So even for the guys that
load manage, he's just not hurt. He does load manage.
Even for the guys that play, y'all hate on him. For y'all get on him for being durable. Y'all get on LeBron for playing through the injuries. So at the end of the day, y'all gonna always find something to complain about. You're gonna complain about the guys that play. You're gonna then complain about the guys that have to sit out due to injury or load manage. Y'all complaining on either side of the coin, so it really don't matter.
Context. You're not giving context to why people actually complain. You just throwing stuff out there and not giving a lot of it's reasons.
I get what you're saying, Mr. What I'm saying is, I understand why load managing exists. You never see me make a show talking about players today load manage too much and they don't want to play. I didn't make that argument. I understand why load management is in the league. I understand why organizations do it, and I understand why players utilize it. I get it. Maybe it's not always the best optics, but at the end of the day, guys are trying to find a way to be healthy at the right time so they can make playoff runs. So again, I'm not complaining about it. But if you're what you cannot do, Mr. Winters, is just because your favorite player is the face of load management, you now want to cop deuces for Kawhi Leonard, the biggest load manager in NBA history, pretending as if his career isn't filled with load management and missing games and sitting out games when we know he can play. Kawhi Leonard has the most games. I've watched Kawhi Leonard.
You lying now. Lamont, you're lying now.
I've watched Kawhi Leonard come straight from the streets, drop 30, then sit out the next game, talk about I got to load manage. Kawhi Leonard is the greatest load manager in NBA history. Yet you're coming to his aid in defense as if, and you'll be so quick to tear down some of the greats like LeBron, who, again, LeBron has been dealing with this significant ankle injury for like the last 4 years. Yep, and he's played.
Yeah, every time he loses.
No, that's not a lie, Mr. Winters. Because when he lost last year, I put it on LeBron. I said nothing about his ankle injury. The one thing we do know is that LeBron over the last 4 years has been dealing with a nagging ankle injury that stemmed from that time when what's his name rolled his ankle. I forgot who it was. The guy with New Orleans.
Solomon Hill.
At the end of the day, all I'm saying is, at the end of the day,
he really uses it every time he's going back.
It's not about winning and losing. It's about, has LeBron James, yes or no, has he been playing through that nagging injury? Because we all know when you get older, it takes a lot longer for those injuries to heal. And sometimes they don't even heal. You just have to play through the pain. And so, has Kawhi Leonard played through the pain, or does he load manage? And has LeBron James played through the pain, or has he load managed? I want you to answer that question.
Oh my God. Kawhi's injury is way worse.
Okay.
You see how this nigga's going to make excuses.
It's a chronic knee injury versus a convenient ankle injury.
Hold on. Everybody stutter. This is for Mr. Winters. And now you made him drop out. I asked Mr. Winters a very simple question. Has Kawhi Leonard played through the pain? This is an injury where his own doctors, this is the team doctors have said he can play. Kawhi Leonard's the one where he said he has his own personal doctors, and his personal doctors say he shouldn't play. Everybody's trying to diagnose him. First, everybody says he has degenerative knees. He does not have what Brandon Roy had. Degenerative knee disorder is a disease where your bones are literally deteriorating. And you can know, and when we saw what that looked like with Brandon Roy, because when it hits, there's no reversing of it, and it will literally shut you down, and you'll be done in 6 months. And when it hit Brandon Roy, he was done and can never play again. Kawhi Leonard does not have that. Kawhi Leonard has knee pain, which everybody in the NBA that plays over 35 minutes a game is probably dealing with some type of knee pain. So at the end of the day, who has played through injury? I want you to, Mr. Winters, who has played through injury more? Kawhi Leonard or LeBron James?
Oh my God. You talking about a rolled ankle versus a degenerative quad.
Okay, no,
Stop,
I'm just talking about injuries in general. Who has played through injury more in their career?
See, you doing what the ESPN do. You doing what ESPN doing.
Hold on, Mr. Winters. Why can't you answer that question? Okay, why can't you?
Because I know what you're trying to do with your you're doing your clutch sports puppet stuff now.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Okay, so let me ask you this question. So hold on, let me ask you this question. Who played through injury more, Kobe Bryant or Kawhi Leonard?
Kobe.
I'd have to say Kawhi. I'd say Kawhi.
You just said Kawhi played through more injuries than Kobe Bryant.
He's had a degenerative. Listen, his quad's been going since. Lamont knows what Lamont knows that everybody doesn't do. See, Lamont plays on ignorance. Kawhi Leonard was not a top draft. Like you wouldn't look back. You only knew Kawhi when he played for the Spurs. You didn't know him at San Diego State. He had quad issues at San Diego State, so he's been playing through injury since college. But Lamont plays on ignorance. He knows people don't know that.
Hold on. Okay, watch this.
That's what he does.
Hold on, check this out, y'all. Because I'm gonna show you a picture. I'm gonna show y'all. This is Kobe's injury history, right? Kobe. And this is not even in order. And I'll try to get it in order as much as possible.
Oh my God, man.
And torn. So Kobe dealt with a partially torn ACL. Kobe dealt with a torn Achilles, obviously later in his career. He dealt with a fractured tibia in his left knee, 2014. He dealt with a torn labrum in his right shoulder, 2008. He dealt with a torn rotator cuff in 2015. He dealt with a grade 3 sprained ankle in 2000, a grade 3 sprained ankle in 2001, a grade 3 sprained ankle in 2002, a torn ankle ligament in 2012, a concussion 2006, fractured finger in 2007, and a torn hip flexor and a hip flexor strain. So first it was a hip flexor strain in 2010, then he tore his hip flexor in 2010 as well. So at the end of the day, we see Kobe's whole career is filled with injuries. He might be the most injured superstar in history, yet he does not have a significant number of missed games, similar to your boy Kawhi Leonard, who seemingly every time he steps on the court, he finds a way to all of a sudden look like the old Kawhi Leonard, just like that. He don't need a few games to warm up. He don't need nothing. The knees start to look really good.
You realize that's not what you asked. That's not what you asked. No, you asked who played through more injuries, not who had the most injuries. You named a list of injuries, so who had the most? Who played through more?
What I'm saying is
Kawhi's been on the injury list more than Kobe Bryant had.
I don't know why is low managed more.
Why? Because he's hurt.
Kobe has played more games, bro. Just give it up.
Played through injury more, Kawhi Leonard or Kobe Bryant? Since you want to make since if I use LeBron, you're gonna get in your feelings. I just thought you would be honest if I use Kobe, but you can't even be honest when we even use Kobe. That's crazy.
Kobe has had more injuries. Kawhi has had the same injury since college. So I said Kawhi has played through injury more because he had the same injury. Kobe had more injuries.
Oh man!
You're saying you're trying to conflate the fact that Kobe had more.
You're making it seem like, but you're making it seem like the injuries that you're making it seem like the injuries Kobe had were minor, that you can get over them in 1 week.
That's not
Kobe had injuries. Kobe had injuries that if you don't sit out and let heal, they're going to linger for the entire year. Right? Kobe, when you tear muscles like he did, like a rotator cuff, you don't just you can't you have it takes time to heal. When you have a grade 3 ankle sprain, right? That's a 6 to 8 week injury. You got to take time to let those bones, because every time you roll your ankle, it's essentially a part of your foot that's broken that needs to heal.
But that's not what you asked. That's not what you asked.
My question again, if you didn't, I'll repeat it. Who played through more injuries? Because Kawhi Leonard, by default of low managing so much, he's not playing through those injuries. He's low managing. That's why he's sitting so much. You're talking about a guy who had a partially torn ACL. The recovery time for a partially torn ACL is 6 weeks. It took Kawhi Leonard sat out an entire season for an injury that only takes 6 weeks to heal. You want me to pull it up and show you? He sat out an entire season for a partially torn ACL. It only takes 6 weeks to heal. And you telling me he's not the greatest load manager in NBA history, but you'll come to his aid in defense when even the Clippers team doctors and even the Spurs team doctors said you can play. But it was his own personal doctors hidden away, tucked away somewhere that said, no, he can't play. And that's why there was a clash in San Antonio.
So he made it up. That was made up.
I'm not saying nothing was made up. What I'm telling you is what happened. The team doctors with LA and the team doctors with San Antonio said you're clear to play. It's always been Kawhi Leonard's personal so-called doctors who said, no, you have to low manage and sit longer.
So didn't the Clippers just get investigated for misdiagnosing injuries to rush players back to didn't they just go through something like that? Didn't Andre Iguodala say teams do rush you back just to get you back on the court?
But why does it keep happening with Kawhi with every team? The only team that was willing to deal with it was Toronto because they wanted him so bad. They were willing to tolerate
He played through injuries in the playoffs.
And what happened in Toronto?
They won.
Okay.
And he was injured
too.
Okay.
But he played 22 games that season, didn't play very many back-to-backs, and he lasted the whole playoffs.
But Mr. Winters, at the end of the day, you got to take this back to what I said originally. I understand the importance of load managing. I'm not the one running around saying the league is bad because players load manage. But when King Rowe introduced load managing, by default, he introduces Kawhi Leonard into the conversation because he's the GOAT load manager.
But can I tell you the
I never said load management is bad. I never said that. I said
between Kawhi Leonard and
play.
Embiid? Can I tell you the difference, Lamont?
There's no difference.
There is a difference. There's a big difference. I'm not making excuses for Kawhi. You don't want me. I can tell you this is the
GOAT of. Hold on. Who is the greatest of all time in load managing in NBA history?
You can say, okay. You can say, yeah, he got 2 rings. He got 2 rings out of it. He got 2 rings. So Kawhi Leonard, he's better than all those guys.
This is what playing through injury looks like.
Kobe's a go to that.
This is Kobe's injury career. So let me ask you.
That's like 20 injuries.
Okay. Kobe had the most devastating injury you can have in basketball, a torn Achilles. Yep. Who came back faster, Kawhi Leonard or Kobe Bryant?
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant at an older age had the most devastating injury you could have as a player. Came back faster than Kawhi Leonard, who all the recovery time for a partially torn ACL is 6 weeks. He set out.
So your question would be, who played through worse injuries then?
No, who played through injury more, Kawhi Leonard or Kobe Bryant?
Kobe.
Oh, Mr. Winters, who's in your background? Mr. Winters.
He just got exposed.
That's some LA stuff right there. That's some LA stuff. Clippers versus Lakers fans.
Mr. Winters, did your girl expose you, Mr. Winters, man? How does your girl know more about basketball than you, man?
Oh, here we go, man.
That is crazy. Did y'all
But a fair point is Kobe was never the same after the Achilles.
Yeah, okay.
Put her on the mic, Mr. Winters. Put her on the mic, Mr. Winters. How did your girl know more about basketball than
No, that's crazy.
That's my. What's up?
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, that's my coworker. Okay, but what I'm saying,
that's crazy. How did she have to put sense into your head, man? That is crazy, man.
Okay, cool. If you want to have that, cool. You got that one. But this is where I wanted.
So your coworker exposing you had to get you to admit that.
Okay, no, you can have that. No, I still got my opinion on it, but that's if you want to have that, you can have that.
It's separate.
Yeah,
Lamar, can I make a fair point here?
No, put her on the mic, Mr. Winters. No, put her on the mic, Mr. Winters. She's trying to get a point.
No, I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that. Even though I don't agree. I'm gonna give you that. But this is what I'm gonna tell you. Stop comparing Joel Embiid to a guy like Kawhi Leonard. You can't compare a playoff choker and a guy that started low management after he choked
better, but
and had no success to a guy that actually had success and tries to play.
And Embiid, I say Embiid is the worst low manager of all time. I say Embiid is worse than Kawhi.
He's the greatest quitter of all time. He's the greatest underachiever of all time. That's why people get on him about his low managing. You duck smoke. And then want to low manage.
Yeah,
Embiid has played 500 games in 10 years.
Bro. Hold on, check this out, y'all. Just so I'm not being biased, right? And I'll put it on the screen here just so you guys can see it. Hold on 1 second. Let me share my screen real quick. Because again, sometimes I can be biased. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. My settings. Make the screen dark so everybody can see it.
Yeah, bro. You can't put Joel Embiid and Kawhi Leonard in the same sentence, bro. When it comes to that.
You talking about as players though? We just talking about load management. Who load manages more?
Yeah, we ain't talking about playoff success. The fuck?
Yeah, we know Kawhi better than Embiid when it matters.
Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen. I want you to because I asked ChatGPT a good question. I said, are Joel Embiid? I said, is Joel Embiid and Kawhi Leonard similar in load managing habits? All right. The answer is. Oh, hold on. Let me move the image right here. Hold on. The answer is yes. Kawhi Leonard and Joel Embiid share similar load management habits.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree either.
Hold on. It says both regularly sit out back-to-back games. Both have chronic knee injury concerns. Both are superstars with heavy playoff focus. Both have frustrated fans with inconsistent availability. Yeah, they're similar. And it says, here's the differences. Kawhi Leonard, chronic knee problems. Joel Embiid, reoccurring knee problems. Right? It says differences. Kawhi Leonard, limited even when playing. Joel Embiid plays heavy minutes. So Joel Embiid, at least when he comes back to play, he plays heavy minutes. He ain't playing on limited duty. But let's go here. Rest patterns. Kawhi Leonard consistently sits out back-to-backs in random games. Joel Embiid usually plays if not injured, but takes scheduled rest games. Kawhi Leonard rarely explains absences. Joel Embiid talks about injuries and expresses frustration. And then Kawhi Leonard, playoff availability, often misses playoffs despite load management. Joel Embiid plays hurt, but often fatigued or injured. So there is a significant difference. The difference is that at least when Joel Embiid gets his ass back on the court, he's giving you 110%, as opposed to Kawhi Leonard. When he comes back, he's giving you half-assed, limited minutes, missing random games with no explanation. So this is a good, very good explanation. So it says right here. Hold on, Mr. Winters. You got a little background noise, Mr. Winter. It says, who has worse load management issues? Look, hold on, Mr. Winters. You got background noise. It says, who has worse load management issues? It says right here, Kawhi Leonard is the face of load management. Let me zoom in.
It really says that.
Hold on, let me zoom in. Let me zoom in so y'all can see this.
I thought you just made that up. I didn't think it actually said that. Though.
No, it says it right here. Hold on. It says Kawhi Leonard is the face of load management.
Yeah, it
says right here. Hold on. Let me finish reading. It says he started to trend. He started to trend in 2018, 2019. He frequently missed games, even when people assumed he's healthy. It says Clippers said he was day-to-day. It says in 2023 playoffs, Clippers said he was day-to-day, but he never returned after game 2. It says Joel Embiid still plays more regular season games than Kawhi Leonard, but he misses key moments. It says he won the 2023 MVP, but missed playoff games, which hurt the Sixers. Plays at an MVP level when healthy, but often injuries affect his postseason performance. Final verdict. Kawhi Leonard is the ultimate load management player, sitting out games whether he's injured or not.
Chat GPT.
Can I ask a question, Lamar? Can I ask a question here?
So tell me the games he sat out when he sat out when he wasn't injured.
Get up out of here.
No. So Lamont, tell me the games that Kawhi sat out when he wasn't injured.
But wait a minute, Kawhi tore his ACL. They beat up his ACL.
Check this out, y'all. ChatGPT is not joking. It don't try to. It said he was the face of load. It said he is the ultimate load management player. It's not me typing it in. That was ChatGPT giving you a summary of Kawhi Leonard. Said he was the face of load management, and he started to trend.
That's spin.
They want to make Kawhi Leonard the face of load management because they want to wipe him out. They don't want no. People like you and everybody on Clutch wants to make him the face of load management.
ChatGPT work for Clutch now?
Clutch stuff?
ChatGPT work for Clutch Sports?
Come on, man. I think
you type yourself in and manipulate, man. When you type
the nigga missed the playoffs.
Stop.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Check this out. Hold on, y'all. Hold on one
second.
Hey, Mr. Winters said I typed something in to manipulate it. So I'm going to go up to what I typed, all right? So y'all can see that I did not manipulate anything. All right, so here's the question. This is what I asked. Are Kawhi Leonard and Joel Embiid similar in load managing habits? Now, let me ask y'all. Is that biased towards any way? Did I tell it to manipulate anything?
You leaving something out.
Legitimate question.
You leaving something out though.
Thank you. This is what it. You said what?
You leaving something out.
What am I leaving out?
Kawhi Leonard. Embiid never tore his ACL. Kawhi Leonard dunked on Rudy Gobert and tore his ACL on that play.
Hold on.
So that's fair to ask.
Hold on. My question was about: are they similar in load management
habits? But you also got to look at severity of injury.
No, hold on. It did. It broke it down right here. You guys don't even break it down this well. It broke it down into whole charts.
But it don't mention that Kawhi
Y'all
tore
just
his
gotta stop
ACL.
making excuses.
Kawhi Leonard
Wasn't
did
it
not
tore his patella? What it was, the patella?
Kawhi Leonard did not tear his ACL. He had a partially torn ACL, and the recovery time for a partially torn ACL is 6 weeks. He should have been back in 6 weeks.
Wait a minute. The 22 when he dunked on Rudy Gobert, and that was that 21 or 22?
When you have
That
a
was
partially
21.
torn
He got hurt on the
ACL,
Gobert bump. Or not the Gobert bump, the Ingles bump.
a partially torn ACL recovery time is 6 weeks. He did not have a fully torn ACL. A fully torn ACL,
Do you know a doctor, Lamont? Do you know a doctor? Do you know any doctors?
Well, no, I'm an
And
athlete.
any doctor will tell you. Any doctor will tell you that if you partially tear your ACL, it doesn't tear all the way. So even though when it doesn't tear all the way, it doesn't repair back right.
Bro,
when you tear it all the way,
that's not
it
true.
repairs back correctly.
No, hold on. Let me tell
That
y'all
is
something.
true. Any
Right?
doctor will tell you.
Hold on.
Any doctor will tell you that.
Okay, so this is what doctors will tell you, y'all. If you've had any injury, right? I dealt with Achilles injuries. I dealt with Achilles pain. I actually tore my patella. I partially tore my patella tendon. Any doctor that deals with sports injuries, the first thing they're gonna tell you, do whatever you have to do to avoid going under the knife. If you have an injury that can be healed, he said your body is gonna heal any injury way better than any surgery. So hold on. First thing any doctor is going to tell you, because I also had a herniated disc in my back. I had a partially torn Achilles, and I also had a partially torn patella in my knee. And I thought I fully tore it because I felt something pop in my knee when I was hooping. But any doctor is going to tell you, do whatever you got to do to not go under the knife. The knife is always the very, very, very last option because it's the harshest on your body and it's the hardest to recover from. So a partially torn, just like I partially tore my patella. You guys know how I healed that? You heal it with what you call PT. You go do your PT. You strengthen all the muscles around it. You build it back up. The fastest. That's why you can come back from a partially torn Achilles because your body can regenerate that tissue. It can heal itself. And when it heals back with that scar tissue, the scar tissue that heals it back is stronger than the actual tendon itself. So that's why letting your body heal it is always better than going under the knife. So when y'all talk about all this stuff, y'all don't want to listen to Mr. Winters. Y'all going up under that knife, getting sliced up, and now y'all walking around looking crazy. No. No doctor is going to tell you go under the knife. When you have something partially torn, let your body heal it. Okay, so here it is right here. It says right here. I'm looking at it right here on WebMD.
Okay.
It says recovery time for partially torn ACL. This is the recovery time for a partially torn ACL is 6 weeks to 3 months. 6 weeks to 3 months.
Okay.
It says treatment, physical therapy, strengthening exercises, bracing, and possible PRP, platelet-rich replacement therapy. It says limitations. While some athletes can return, it says if you return too soon, the risk of re-injury is higher. So the max recovery time for partially torn ACL, max recovery time is 3 months. Kawhi Leonard missed an entire season. He missed the playoffs and an entire season. That's well more than 3 months for an injury. So he took what? Close to a year for an injury that takes 3 months. That's load managing at its finest. That's why he's the face of load management.
I mean, B missed 2 seasons with a broken foot at the beginning of his career.
Is it better for the average person walking around that works at a store clerk, or is it better for an athlete? Because a lot of this WebMD stuff is about the average person that works an average job. What about athletes that have to do the things that Kawhi Leonard and Joel Embiid have to do?
Right here, it says if you go the surgical route for a partially torn ACL, it increases your recovery time. So it says when you go the surgery route for a partially torn ACL, which it says this surgery is only recommended for people 50 and up. So if you're old, the older you are, the more likely the recommendation is going to be for surgery, because the older you are, you don't heal as fast. You don't heal as well. The younger you are, the less likely the less likely surgery is. Like when I had my herniated disc, doctor said You're too young for surgery. You're too young for us to be cutting open your back. The doctor basically put me on a pull-up therapy. Doing pull-ups was going to fix it, strengthen your back. So at the end of the day, the younger you are, the less of a need for surgery. It says for people 50 and older, they recommend surgical. Typical recovery time for surgery, 6 to 12 months. It says why surgery? It says for people over 50, partial ACL tears can sometimes heal with rehab. It says, but the knee can remain unstable. So maybe you're telling me that Kawhi Leonard got 50-year-old knees or something. Maybe he got old man knees or 50-year-old knees. So it is right
Something's
there.
going on in there, but what I'm not saying, I didn't say get surgery for a partially torn. Sometimes a doctor would tell you it's probably better for your knee to just go ahead and tear the whole. If you happen to tear the whole knee and get it repaired, that's better. Bro. No, a doctor will tell you that. You can look that up anyway. They will tell you that it's better for a player if he just went ahead and tore it all the way and got it all the way repaired.
Bro, you gotta stop watching YouTube videos for health information, man. That is crazy. I've never went to go see a doctor. And the doctor said, bro, I've never went to a doctor. Hold on. But I went to a doctor for issue. I've never went to a doctor due to a sports injury, and the doctor said, man, I wish you would have really tore your Achilles. It would have healed much better. I wish you would have really torn.
I'm saying if you just so happen to tear it and get it fully repaired, it's better to do this. That's better than to have it partially torn and have to keep repairing.
Hey, y'all, the only injury that they say that with is with the Achilles tendon, because with the Achilles tendon, the new tissue that they use is like this rubbery substance that they use to reconnect your Achilles tendon. They say that is stronger than the actual tendon itself. They said that's why some people now can come back from Achilles tendon tears stronger than they were before, and you just have to get over the mental hurdle. So outside of the Achilles tendon, I have never heard what you're saying. Because they repair your ACL with cartilage. They repair your patella with cartilage. They don't repair this with rubbery joints made somewhere. I don't know where you're getting this information from, Mr. Winters. You got to stop.
Well, that's what.
No, that's not.
That's what I heard. I saw Kawhi Leonard try.
All of this to just make excuses for the greatest load manager in NBA history.
No one's making excuses. I don't know. First of all, y'all fake because he's been doing it all his career. You only did that stuff when he had won a championship and didn't want to go to LA and help y'all King win. That's when he became the face of load management, because he was doing the same thing all his career. Now, if you really want to be honest, why did they wait till 2020 to say something about it?
It says right here, and I didn't write this. This is not this is not me, this is not Clutch. It says Kawhi Leonard is the face of load management. It says he started the trend in 2018, 2019.
But he was doing it with the Spurs.
He won a championship.
He did.
He was doing it with the Spurs.
But he did the same thing on the Spurs.
But we're talking about when the term became popularized, and this is what it's talking about. Load management term. It says he frequently missed games, even when
that's what they started calling it that.
He's healthy. And then it said, so yeah, it breaks it down. Like,
so tell me the games where he was healthy and he missed games. Tell me the games where he was healthy and he missed games.
Hold on. This is not my conclusion, Mr. Williams. If there's any questions you want me to ask ChatGPT, we can ask.
You backing it? You backing it?
Don't they have games where he's missed due to load management? They have the actual games.
Hold on. Let me hold on. Let's go to
the injury report. Yes.
Hold on. No, hold on. What do you want me to?
Show me the games he sat out when he was healthy.
Okay, hold on. No. What question do you want me to ask it?
I don't care what question. I just want to show me the dates and the actual games that he was healthy and didn't play. You just said that, so back it up.
You could have been asked.
I told you what ChatGPT said. So what?
I don't even know why.
I'm going up with what Lamont said. Lamont said that Kawhi sits when he's healthy.
No, that's
and
what
you tell me which games he said when he was healthy. No. Tell me what Lamont said. Stop running behind people. Tell me what Lamont said. Lamont.
Hold on, Mr. Winters.
Talk about what Lamont said.
Mr. Winters.
You said
all I did was read what ChatGPT said. It says he frequently misses games even when people assume he's healthy. Now, do you want me to ask?
Well, show me the games that he missed when he was healthy. Okay, that's all I want to know.
Hold on, Mr. Winters. I'm going to copy and paste this. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste that section. And this is what I'm going to tell ChatGPT. Mr. Winters. Hold on.
Mr. Winter says
Lamar
that.
play games, man.
Hold on, Mr. Winter. Mr. Winter says that you are lying about this.
Why? Look at this dude, man. Just say games for Kawhi missed when he was healthy. Just type that in.
Mr. Winters, can you hold on? Because please give us examples of games that he missed while healthy. And do you need dates and times or whatever, Mr. Winters?
Show me that he sat down while he was healthy. That's all I want you to do.
Please give dates. Otherwise, Mr. Winters won't believe you.
Lamar, I don't know why you have to go through all this when this is the same people that would blatantly make excuses and say that LeBron is healthy when he sit down.
Let's talk about LeBron. Why you talking about LeBron?
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna read it.
That's where all this comes from, bro. That's literally what all this started.
It came from me supposedly saying I hate low management.
Hold on, yeah, we got too many people talking. Let's just get through this question real quick. So I got the question in here, and we're gonna send it. And so I got the statement. The statement: he frequently misses games, even when people assume he's healthy. I said that Mr. Winter says
you guys changed it up.
No, hold on. I didn't change anything.
You did when people assume he's healthy. No, you said he was sitting out games when he was healthy.
Hold on.
When he was 100% healthy. So prove that.
Hold on. The statement is right here. I copied it verbatim. It says, ChatGPT said he frequently misses games even when people assume he's healthy. This is what I copied and pasted in. So I said he frequently misses games even when people assume he's healthy. So I said, Mr. Winter says you are lying about this. Please give examples of games that he missed while healthy.
No, that's not what you said. You didn't say assume at all. You said that man was sitting out games when he was healthy.
Hold on, y'all.
So
Was I not reading from ChatGPT?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, people assume he's healthy, which is wild.
Hold on. Let's just submit this question because now Mr. Winters want to play dumb. Let's just submit the question.
No, I'm going off of what you said. You said he sat when he was healthy. You ain't saying about no assume. You
Don't
said he
let
was
him
healthy.
move the goalposts, Lamar.
So you
Yeah, that's all he's trying to do.
And I'm moving no goalposts. It's a simple question. That
Hold on,
y'all
Mr. Winters.
go.
I'm reading. Hold on, Mr. Winters. I'm reading what it says. So ChatGPT says, I understand Mr. Winters' skepticism regarding Kawhi Leonard's absences. While it's challenging to pinpoint specific games he missed solely due to low management without official confirmation, Leonard has been known to sit out games as a part of low management strategy, especially during back-to-back scenarios. For instance, during the 2018-2019 season with the Toronto Raptors, Leonard missed 22 games, many of which were strategically chosen to manage his workload and maintain health for playoffs. It says in 2019-2020 season with the Los Angeles Clippers, Leonard played in 57 out of 72 games, missing 15. While some absences were due to injuries, others were part of a low management plan. That's from sportingnews.com. It says it's important to note that the specifics of which games were missed due to low management versus injury are not always publicly disclosed. However, Leonard's approach to managing his health has been a topic of discussion throughout his career. This is for a detailed breakdown of games played and missed each season. You can refer to this source right here, sportingnews.com.
Yeah,
now,
we should look at that. Look at his season, see how many he played every year.
Let's see if it's
because Kawhi been in the league 11. I mean, Embiid been in the league 11 years. He hasn't played 500 games yet, I believe.
That's something Mr. Winters got to answer to, man. He's the one that says he's not the face of low management.
I think Embiid is. I agree with Mr. Winters. I think Embiid is the face of low management. Trust the process was what they called it before. They called it low management.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
What I said was Kawhi.
They called it the process.
No, trust the process. No, hold on. Trust the process was not about injuries. Trust the process was about the Sixers losing a whole bunch of games, but getting a whole bunch of draft picks and basically saying, wait, we'll be better later. It had nothing to do with injuries.
But part of that, Lamont, was Kawhi missed.
No, hold on. Y'all can't add. You cannot add to what trust the process meant. Trust the process specifically meant we're trash now, but with all these draft picks, we'll be better later. It had nothing to do with injuries.
Ben Simmons.
Embiid?
Ben
Go ahead.
Simmons. Hold on. Ben Simmons breaking his foot, hurting his foot right before the season started, having to sit out, had nothing to do with load management. It was a freak injury that happened, just like the Chet Holmgren foot injury that happened. Freak injury that happened right before the season started, and then you have to sit. That just was unfortunate, but it had nothing to do with intentionally sitting these guys so we can lose games. And then immediately when Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons are healthy, what do? Sixers in the playoffs, they playing games, right? But Joel Embiid just can't stay healthy.
Well, Lamont, Embiid was drafted in 2014. He didn't play until 2016.
We know, but that's not load management.
Okay, but it was part of the process. They believe that Embiid could have played a little bit.
Hold on. That was not load management. The load management term did not start until Kawhi Leonard came about in 2018.
That's not even true. That's not even true.
That's what I'm saying, because it was load management, and they just didn't call it that in San Antonio.
Hold on. Oh my God!
They started calling it load management after Kawhi won in Toronto.
I get it, but the same thing was happening in 20.
Hold on.
It don't matter. That's not the point.
The term load management was popularized by what player?
Kawhi Leonard. I get it.
No,
what I'm telling you is the process was these guys could have played a few games, but they sat out.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's just do this. So, because I may be biased, so I'm gonna go to a source that is not biased. Okay, was the process?
Go ahead.
Right in Philly. Right, with the Sixers, 76ers,
multiple players.
Load management, or just, or let's just say that we'll stop right there. Was it load management? Okay, let's just see what it says.
Oh,
it says. The process with the Philadelphia 76ers included elements of load management, but it was more than just that. It was primarily a long-term rebuilding strategy focused on accumulating draft picks, intentionally losing games, and carefully managing player
which is
health.
load management.
So hold on. It was a part of it, but what does this say?
Primary, yes, I get it. So they use the fact. Okay, go ahead.
What does it say?
Rebuilding strategy. I understand it. Aiding that was the fact that they had young players that were injured.
Hold on. Now it breaks down how load management ended up being a part of the process, right? Joel Embiid's extended absence. These injuries were not load management. They were freak injuries that happened. But Embiid was drafted in 2014, didn't play a single game for 2 seasons due to foot injuries. Even when he debuted in 2016, 2017, he only played 31 games on strict minutes restriction. Sixers often held him out back-to-back games, a load management strategy to preserve his health. Ben Simmons, his rookie season.
2016, right?
Ben Simmons missed. Obviously, we know Ben Simmons with the foot injury missed the entire 2016, 2017 season, right?
But
what I'm saying is there's a difference between having a season-ending injury and load management. So if you're talking about what the team did after these players came back from season-ending injuries, okay, I get that. But what is Kawhi Leonard doing? Kawhi Leonard has now incorporated load management into just his day-to-day NBA livelihood. It's not about injury. It's not about managing an injury. It's not about nursing an old injury. This is just Kawhi Leonard's day-to-day NBA season approach. This season, we're probably only going to play about 40 games this season. Next season, probably going to play 50 games this year. It's just, now it's a part of just how he approaches each season. You're talking about guys that are coming off of season-ending injuries. When has Kawhi Leonard come off a season-ending injury?
Well, okay, here's the quick. I see guys in football come back from the broken foot in 8 weeks.
Tell me one season-ending injury that Kawhi Leonard has had.
Well, when he tore his Achilles, when he tore his ACL in the playoffs.
No,
Even if
that
it was
was
partial,
no.
that's a season ending considering where you are in the season. You're not going to play again.
Now, and I get that. So it ended his season that year.
Okay,
you have
you're
the
right.
rest of the playoffs, and you have the whole summer to recover. When did he come back from an injury that takes max 3 months to come back from?
Yes, because did he re-injure it? Did he have any setback?
No. He didn't have any setbacks. He sat out an entire season. So not only did he sit out for the rest of the playoffs, not only did he sit out all summer, not only did he miss preseason, training camp, all of that stuff, he also sat out the next entire season for an injury that has a max recovery time of 3 months.
I mean, you add that to the quad injury, the quad situation he has.
Kawhi Leonard has never had what is defined as a season-ending injury. But he's set out the time that most people would sit out for when they have real season-ending injuries. All you're doing is making excuses for one player.
No, I'm actually fairly.
And at the end of the day, I said both Joel Embiid and Kawhi Leonard are the faces of low management. So no matter how you slice it, Mr. Winters is a Clipper fan. He is in love with Kawhi Leonard, and he now has to defend Kawhi Leonard, and he hasn't to defend Kawhi Leonard because I asked him. I said, who has been more durable? And I said, who has played through more injuries, LeBron or Kawhi Leonard? And he didn't want to answer the question because it was LeBron. So you saw him get caught up in his feelings. So then I switched it. I said, let's just go Kobe then, because we all know Kobe is one of the most injured players in NBA history. Yet he found a way to grind out and play through the majority of all those injuries. But Mr. Winters, he's so deluded and so caught up with being a fanboy over Kawhi Leonard because he says Clipper fans are very weird that he said Kawhi Leonard has played through more injury than Kobe Bryant. It was his coworker in the background. A woman in the background had to yell out,
Kobe.
But let's be fair though. Let's be fair. Kobe's first season ender was the Achilles, right?
Yeah, but that's called a season-ending injury.
Yeah, I got you. But he also re-injured it because he got a second surgery in 2013-14.
What I'm saying is the only time Kobe was really forced to sit for an extended period of time is when he had an injury that was defined as a season.
We know. Yeah,
Kawhi
Leonard
came
back too early. He did come back too early because he had a second surgery.
Kawhi Leonard has never had an injury that's been defined as a season-ending injury.
I agree, but see, here's my point, then, Lamont. Because foot injuries, if you break your foot in the preseason, there's a chance. And again, this is a 7-footer. That's a slippery slope, right?
It all depends on what bone in your. You know that you have the most. You have the most bones in your foot. So your foot injury, your recovery time is all dependent on which one of those little bones you break. Some bones take a much longer recovery time than others. So when doctor says like Chet Holmgren broke a bone in his foot and now he's out for the season, we can safely assume that he must have broke one of those bones in your foot that take an entire season to heal.
Yao Ming lost his whole career for the foot injury. I get it. It's even worse as a 7-footer because you got a bigger foot, you got more on it. I get it. But your ChatGPT said that they were load managing in 2016 and 17. It said it in the answer. And that's before the term became trendy. It said that they were using load management in 17 and 18 because you had Nerlens Noel who sat out a whole season. You had Okafor in 15 was drafted. He was playing limited games. And then Ben Simmons, another one, missed his whole season.
Okay, let me read something to you.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we knew what the Sixers were doing. But when we're specifically talking about the term load management, it says right here, the term load management in the NBA was created during the 2018-2019
season. Yes.
When Kawhi Leonard and the Toronto Raptors strategically rested him through the season to preserve his health for the playoffs. So it says, but it also says, however, the concept existed much earlier.
So
what
agree.
I'm just talking about was, although the concept actually existed prior, it never was done to such a significant degree that a term was allotted to it, and there was a player at the face of it. When we saw that the Toronto Raptors, because they were so desperate to have a superstar in Toronto, they were willing to go do something strategically that we had never seen before in the NBA, which is strategically build around Kawhi Leonard, strategically missed games, not because he's injured, but just looking at the schedule. Okay, there's some bums, or there's some trash. All right, we can get him a rest here. They strategically looked at the schedule and said, this is where we can get him rest games to make sure he's healthy for the playoffs. They catered to him more so than almost any other team he's been with.
They did, but they also won a championship.
I'm not saying it didn't work. Like I said before, I understand the importance of load management, but it was you, King Road. You're the one that brought up load management, because you cannot say it got him a championship because you just said load management was bad for today's NBA. That's how we even got into this whole entire conversation.
No, and actually, what I said was guys not wanting to play, and load management is one of the reasons. But guys not wanting to play, guys like
so what guys don't want to play?
Yeah, like who are you talking about? Like when you say like a blanket statement like that, like you kind of have to like give clear examples of who you're talking about, because I have no idea what you mean.
Bro, okay, Ben Simmons, that's another one, because that's one you guys left out. Ben Simmons not only did it before it was a term, Ben Simmons decided after getting booed or whatever happened with him and the Philly fans, he didn't want to play, and he has not been the same player ever since.
Okay,
He's even got Cameron making lyrics with him.
Hold on. At the end of the day, even Ben Simmons' injury, even Ben Simmons being out was injury related. It was his back.
It was, but it was also overdone, and he never got his form back.
Hold on. If you're going to sit here and tell me that a guy is just not playing because he doesn't want to play, then that means we're talking about a guy that's either getting suspended. Now, y'all can say he might have been finessing the back injury, which I agree. But at the end of the day, that means there's a lot of players. Like, I've never seen y'all give that smoke to Hakeem, because Hakeem lied and finessed about his injury.
But Hakeem got the games played. See, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Hakeem lied about injuries and faked injuries so much twice in his career that the NBA had to get involved and suspend him twice, because the NBA had to step in and actually look at medical reports. They had to talk to team doctors. They talked to his personal doctors, and they came to the conclusion, you're lying. You're not injured. No one came to that.
Okay,
that's not a slippery slope, because it's rare in the NBA history where the NBA will intervene and suspend a player for it.
Do you know that's the same? Okay, why did?
Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
Because every time I'm talking about the 90s, y'all be wanting to interject and stop it. Hakeem's situation was so bad that the NBA had to intervene into a team situation, look at the information, and suspend Hakeem Olajuwon because of his actions. So at the end of the day, if you're going to run around talking about a guy like Ben Simmons is bad for the NBA,
you're going to compare Ben Simmons to Hakeem.
Hakeem Olajuwon is if you're talking about where they rank at their times in basketball, Hakeem Olajuwon, when he was doing this, was a top 10 player in the league. Ben Simmons was never a top 10 player in the league. But
you're talking about a guy who never missed a lot of games, though, Lamont.
What I'm talking about is if this is such a big deal to you, you had no smoke for a top 10 player.
But why would I have smoke if he played most of the game?
Listen to what I'm saying. The act, you keep running to the number of games. If this act, right, of missing games is such a big deal, you have no smoke when Hakeem did it. Not only did he skip out on games and lie about an injury, he also got suspended for additional games. You just didn't care about it, or you just weren't in that complaining mode. With Ben Simmons,
why would I be if the guy played?
With Ben Simmons actually had a back injury. Now, did he finesse the back injury? Right? Probably so. I'm not taking that away from you. But you're still only talking about one player out of the 450 players in the NBA. So if you're telling me you can only give me one player who doesn't want to play out of the 450,
which we can all agree. We can all agree that Ben Simmons was finessing, just like there are definitely players like Oliver Miller in the 90s who was finessing. He wasn't a top
like 360, bro.
No, hold on. But I can give you players. I can go to almost any decade or era of basketball and give you players who probably didn't care too much about the game and really wasn't invested in playing after they got their money.
I mean, yeah, that happens. That happens. Look, if you want to talk about that, if you want to talk about a key, this is the same league.
Can you if it's such a big problem, so big of a problem for you to say that low management is killing the NBA, then give me 10 players that is making the NBA look bad. Give me 10.
James Harden, when he wanted to get out, he did it. He finessed injuries. People say Kyrie Irving finesse injuries. Well, with the Nets.
Kyrie Irving finesse injuries.
Kyrie.
While with the Nets. Yes, they did say I'm here in New York. Look,
that's not true.
Y'all were killing Kyrie Irving. Nets fans were killing Kyrie. Hold on. I'm in a chat group full of Nets. I'm in New York. Nets fans were killing Kyrie. Now we like him because we knew he was right about his little situation, and they kind of threw him under the bus with the Nets. But he was finessing injuries. They felt he was finessing injuries. They killed him in Boston the same way. Let's not forget. Let's not act like, So I'm just saying, guys who had a little issue with that. If you're going to use the team.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Kyrie Irving missed the majority of his games in Brooklyn.
Yes, he did.
Hold on. One, for the personal reasons when he left the team, for the religious
COVID.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Number 2, for the COVID-19 thing. He didn't want to take the vaccine. Number 3, the team imposed suspensions when he said what they deemed as anti-Semitic statements. It was the only times he was injured were the times when we saw with our own eyes, we saw him roll his ankle in the playoffs, and he missed time in the playoffs. They were literally visible, documented injuries.
I you.
I don't know what these fake injuries are with Kyrie Irving.
I understand it was a fake injury, but you said finessing an injury or overdoing an injury. Why did he get traded from Cleveland? He said, I was going to get knee surgery if you didn't trade me. They traded him because he threatened to get knee surgery.
When did he finesse an injury? What season was this?
Boston, his first year with his first year with the Nets, because he missed most of the end of the season that year.
What year was that?
This was the COVID season, 2019-20. Because remember, Kevin Durant was out with the Achilles.
Okay,
so Kyrie
in 2019-2020, he had missed 20 games because he tore a muscle in his right shoulder. Right.
Okay.
That's it. And then he also had to there was is that the year he had the ankle injury?
The ankle injury will be the next year, 2021, right? That's when they played Milwaukee in the playoffs.
So he missed 20 games in 2019-2020 due to a torn muscle in his right shoulder.
Okay, I mean,
mind you, a torn muscle in your right shoulder. Kyrie's right-handed. He shoots with his right hand. He drives the most with his right hand.
I get it. It was other injuries, but yeah, I get it. I get it. It was also lingering knee stuff.
There was no lingering stuff. He only missed 20 games, and all 20 games that he missed, according to the NBA, were due to the right shoulder.
Bro, players don't just be missing games if they're not injured.
I want to know, where did this batch of missed games where everything was questionable?
Bro, it happens. It happens. Kyrie was criticized often. Trust me, the media and everybody else. Now his reputation is recovered.
Kyrie was slandered in the media because of the so-called anti-Semitic comments.
That was the last straw. That's when they traded him to what's name. But there were seasons before that where they thought he milked injuries.
And then he got a lot of slander because not wanting to take the COVID-19 vaccination.
Yeah, I get that part as well. That, again, that's his personal choice.
And in his own fan base, they also didn't like the fact that he had left the team because remember at this time the Brooklyn Nets were playing really well, and he took a personal leave for the religious stuff.
Yeah, so it was a lot. It was a lot. Again, you took the
that's still not him using injuries, faking injuries to miss out on games.
You're talking about a guy who said who threatened to get surgery to get traded from Cleveland in the first place. That's part of his history. You can't just overlook that.
That is true. He did do that. I'll give him that.
Scottie Pippen did the same thing, but you had
Okay, so Scottie Pippen delayed the surgery, but was there for the rest of that season and played in every game of the playoffs.
Scottie Pippen played like 40-something games that year.
44 games, yes.
Hold on, was a complete shell of himself, right?
You're right.
That's what most people say about him that year.
Wait, Luka has 5 turnovers? Holy crap.
So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is every time you give one player that does it today, I can also give one player that did it back then. And we all know that.
Bro, you came to Hakeem. No, but see that because I want to rebut your Hakeem point.
Hold on. The main point is this: just because you name one incident or one player,
I named 3 at this point. Actually, 4.
Hold on. I don't care if you name 10. If you can name 20, it's still not indicative of the entire league. And the problem is that the players that you're given for today aren't top 10 players. The problem with you is that the players that I'm giving you examples of, Scottie Pippen, I can give you examples of Charles Barkley, I can give you examples of Hakeem Olajuwon.
But you also giving me guys that played 70 games year in and year out.
Listen to what I'm saying, King Rowe. I'm giving you 3 players who were all top 10 players in the 90s, and this is the faces of your league. You can't tell me Kyrie Irving is not a top 10 player in this league. You're giving me guys like Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons is not a top 10 player in this league.
So but Embiid and Kawhi were. Embiid and Kawhi were. So let's not go to. We just had a whole discussion on Embiid and Kawhi.
No, what I said was, what I'm saying with Embiid and Kawhi Leonard, I'm not the one saying that load management is a bad thing. I understand it and I accept it. You're the one that's saying that. First, you said load management is a bad thing and bad for the league. And then
I said guys not wanting to play. See, you brought the load management into it, but that's part of it.
Hold on. And then in defending Kawhi Leonard, you say, oh, it worked because they got a championship. So are you cool with load management or are you not cool with load management?
No, I actually don't think it works. Personally, okay, if you want to ask me what I think, personally, I think it doesn't work.
No, what I'm saying is you cannot use it in one instance to justify the Toronto Raptors getting the championship, but then in another instance, you're trying to use load management to try to tell the people how bad load management is for the league. So which is it?
Well, that's a sub-argument because we were going by which one was worse. Hold on, I don't like it in either case. I don't like it in either case.
No, but you just used it to defend Kawhi Leonard a second ago.
Well, only because I think Embiid is worse than him. I don't like it in either case.
That's you trying to rank them because you're a fan of Kawhi. I don't care.
No, I'm not. Actually, I'm not. I told you I don't like it in either case.
It's either good for the league or it's either bad for the league. You can't.
I think players playing is good for the league.
But players are playing. What players are not playing? Players are playing.
We just named. I just went over 5 of. I went Harden as another one who I put as nursing injuries and stuff like that, or playing a situation up to get his way.
Many games this year.
Hold on. We're so far removed from that Harden situation. So you're telling me you have to go back 3 to 4 years to pull up a situation with Harden?
But we were talking about load management in 2018. I mean, come on, that's 7 years ago.
Oh, well, I was just talking about why I say Kawhi Leonard is the face of load management.
I mean, that's arguable in the semantics because, again, like we said, the process is part load management.
King Rowe. If we're talking about the NBA right now, today, what's going on right now, today, to where you're saying that load management is bad for the league? What players are load managing to a significant degree today, right now, to where you can say load management is so bad for the league?
Zion Williamson is one guy who's been criticized for his injury management and his conditioning. You got guys, and he's supposed to be a face.
No. Zion Williamson literally just came out and publicly stated, I am not load managing. Hold on. So first, and this is what I said earlier. I said, y'all keep putting things on the player that is not even their fault. Zion Williamson came out and publicly said, I can play back to back.
But my team is holding me back.
Hold on. Listen, because you cannot use players who publicly come out and said it's not me, it's the team. He's come out and said, I'm fine. I'm healthy. I can play back-to-backs. I'll pull up the clip and play it for you. He came out this year.
I believe you. I like Zion.
Hold on. So at the end of the day, I cannot even put Zion in that category because now with him publicly coming out and saying that, I know now it's not him. It's the team that's so worried about these.
Okay.
So
okay, Lamar. All right, cool.
No. If you're going to give me load management, that means the players themselves are the ones.
Oh, but the teams are culpable as well. Hold on, Lamar. The teams are culpable as well, and then if the teams are culpable, then it's equally a problem.
Okay,
because at the end of the day, fans want to see the player play.
I'll give you. Okay, let's just pretend as if Zion's in that category. Who else? Because now you're at one player. Give me another one.
Wow, you took all the guys I named away.
No. I said I said right now. We're talking about this year.
Well, then Embiid is one of them. Embiid is one of them because he hasn't played a lot of games this year. Kawhi is another one. He hasn't played a lot of games this year. That's three. We back up to three.
Okay, three.
I mean, okay, like Luka got legit hurt, non-contact. I'm not gonna give him that, and I like Luka myself.
They say LeBron yet.
No, because LeBron has played this year. No, listen,
okay.
I'm giving
Hold on. No, King Ro, you're at three. If it's a significant problem, you should easily be able to rip off more than three names. This should not be a struggle.
See, here's the thing. Then here's the thing. You got LaMelo Ball. Again, I'm not going because these guys are legit hurt, right? And they are always hurt.
Okay, so I'm not talking about the guys that are legit hurt.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Guys, I'm talking. You said that load management is bad for the league. Right now, today, what guys are actively low managing that's making it bad for the NBA? You gave me.
We got three guys. If I think around the league, guys who is missing games. Again, I'm a Knicks fan. My team don't know. My players don't low manage. My team. I have to argue with Knicks fans that Tibbs playing them a lot of minutes does not harm them.
So it's
I believe playing is the best way to get in NBA shape.
So it's like this. If I make the statement, man. Players are shooting a ton of threes today. And if somebody asks me, well, who? I should be able to run off a list. If it's
we can run off 100.
I can run off 100. If you said that use label is one of the biggest problems in the league is guys load managing, and all you could give me are three names out of 450 players, then why am I to believe that load managing is this significant problem that you say it is?
First of all, Lamont, I said players not playing. Load management is one of the reasons. I never said players is the only players with the NBA.
What players today, this season, are actively just randomly not playing for no reason?
Well, first of all, look, before we called it load management, they would invent a minor injury to give a guy a reason to sit out. No, let's be real. Let's keep it real.
What I asked you. I don't care about it. I said right now today, if you're gonna say let's just say it's not because of injury. What guys are just not playing?
Ben Simmons, that's 4.
Ben Simmons was playing all this year.
He played like 20-something games, bro. Come on now. How many games did Ben Simmons play this year?
Ben Simmons is now in the Clippers and had one of his best games. Ben Simmons
but he also missed a lot of games.
Ben Simmons has been coming off the bench this year for the Nets. He's been
for the Nets, I know.
Hold on. So you can't even put him in that box because he's been playing.
But wait a minute, he's missed a lot of games through like nursing injuries, like mysteriously, like bro. Can Ben Simmons play? Because if you're going to talk about a team who played most of his games, then come on. How are you going to tell me if Ben Simmons missed 25 games this year? How can you not put Ben Simmons in that list? If you're going to tell me a team from the 90s.
Why has he missed 20? Has he missed 25 games because he's low managing, or was he dealing with?
I don't know. I honestly see this is the thing. Because we're at the point where, okay, you have an injury, a lingering, looming, and you got reoccurring stuff. So that was slippery because how much of that are you injured or how much? Because look, if you're going to sit out for a month, come back, drop 30, and then you're hurt again, I'm gonna like that's kind of mysterious. That's kind of
talking about Kawhi Leonard, bro. That is not Ben Simmons, bro.
You're talking about Kawhi Leonard. All right, bro.
Hold on. So Ben Simmons,
how many did he play this year? Because I own him. I have him on my fantasy team, and I have to drop him because
so He played 33 games total, and he started
50
24 of them.
something
And
out of 55. So that's 20 something miss.
Yeah, and
but some of the hold on, but some of
minutes
those games he missed games because he got traded, and he had to sit out games. He also there were some.
No, they bought him out. He didn't get traded, Lamont. He got bought out.
They bought him out. My bad. You know what
You're right.
He got bought out, so he missed some games. So he missed some games,
and then he went right to the Clippers not that long after.
Also, you remember Brooklyn this year
are tanking. I know.
They've done what they've done this year is they've set a lot of their players just because they are trying to lose.
I know, but they're still winning too many games. I get it.
I don't know how many of these games are just because I don't think the Clippers would have just been so thirsty to sign him in as a buyout player if he was just his walking injury.
Look, Simmons got to be on that list, bro. Y'all can't take Simmons off. Y'all cannot take.
No.
If Cameron is making freestyles about how to play games, Ben Simmons.
Hold on. You keep running to players who are playing, who we know have an injury history. You said these guys don't want to play.
But wait a minute. Okay, Lamont, that's a bad.
No. You cannot tell me Ben Simmons doesn't want to play. When I saw his first game with the Clippers, that looked like a guy that wants to play. He was just in a shitty organization that didn't know what the hell they was doing. So at the end of the day, you can't tell me Ben doesn't want to play when as soon as he got bought out, he re-signs with another team. He went to a competitive team. Not only did he go to a competitive team, he steps on the court his first game and actually performs and plays actually kind of decent. So at the end of the day, you just said, if it's not load managing, if it's about guys who don't want to play, if Ben didn't want to play, why didn't he just get it bought out and go home? Why would he re-sign to a minimum deal and go play for a team that's probably going to be in the playoffs?
Well, you know, he also got his buyout money, so it ain't like he's doing it for charity.
Okay, so if he just doesn't want to play, why did he look so good in the Clippers' first game?
Because he's very. They talk about him being the next Magic, he's very talented. That's one thing. I have to defend Ben Simmons to haters a lot. I'm like, so
give me more players. Give me more players that don't want to play.
Oh,
Jimmy before he got traded.
Who?
Jimmy was suspended by the Miami Heat.
Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler said, "I lost my love for the game." But that was a contract issue.
Hold on. Jimmy, hold on. Why do y'all keep going to players who we know had beefs with the team? Jimmy was suspended by the team.
See, this is the problem.
But he legit said he didn't want to play basketball for that Heat.
Yeah, this is what. See, because remember, I didn't just
the original conversation was about players not wanting to play because they don't want to play, not because they have some kind of issue going on that prevents them from playing basketball. Jimmy's saying he doesn't want to play because I
lost my joy for the game. I don't want to be here. Blah blah blah. Those are the things that got him suspended.
You got to include Jimmy.
Hold on. Jimmy was saying those things, but he was still stepping onto the court playing. It was the Miami Heat's decision to suspend him twice. He did. He
also decided to be late for the team.
Okay, hold on. Listen,
he wasn't even showing up half the time.
When Jimmy missed games, it was only because the Heat suspended him. It wasn't because he wasn't playing.
Did they suspend him for no reason, Lamont?
Why did they?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Hold on. What guys are missing games because they don't want to play?
If you don't show up to practice, does that mean you want to play?
Getting suspended. Hold on. Players miss practice all the time.
Hold
on. Just like Gil said, missing practice, being late on flights, that's generally just a fine. It's never.
And you do that for a Pat Riley team.
Hold on 1 second, Ro. NBA players know what the penalties are. Y'all think Jimmy, the first player in NBA history to miss a practice or a flight? This shit happens on every team, probably almost every flight. It just amounts to a fine, and that's what they generally do. And it's up to the coach. Coaches will find you, or they'll have internal punishments before one of your starters for the team to come out and say, we suspended you in some ridiculous numbers a game, like 8 games, because you were late for a flight or something like that. That is just the team wanting to suspend you for some reason and trying to get you away because they know you want out. So if you're talking about a disgruntled player, it has nothing to do with the fact that Jimmy was still playing. The team forced him to not play by suspending him. Okay. How he personally felt about the team, there's plenty of players in this league who don't want to be on that team. Don't mean they're not playing. Bogdanovich did not want to be in Atlanta. he voiced this publicly, but he was still hooping for Atlanta. Kevin Huerter did not want to be in San Antonio. He voiced this publicly, but he was still playing. I mean, he didn't want to be in Sacramento, but he was still on Sacramento. At the end of the day, there's plenty of players that don't want to be in their situation. Does not
and then they act professional. They act professional and show up to work.
No, what happens is you don't know what they're doing behind the scenes unless it becomes public. You only know what the media tells you.
I get it.
So at the end of the day, you need to give me a list of bona fide players who are not playing because they don't want to play no more. They've lost their love for the game. They just showing up just to show up, and they giving 10% effort, even though they stars or starters or really good players in their prime. Who's doing this? Because even if we give you Jimmy Butler, even if we give you Ben Simmons, we have the other three. We're still only looking at a list of 5 players, and we're not even talking about players that are top 10 players in this league. So they're not representative of the faces.
Embiid was an MVP. That's a top 10.
Is he top 10 this year?
Hold on. Embiid is not a top 10 player this year.
He can't be a top 10 this year because he's not playing, but he was an MVP recently.
So hold on. What did I just tell you? I said in the moment right now this year, I said we can get. I really wouldn't want to give you Embiid, but we're giving you Embiid. We're giving you Jimmy Butler. We're giving you Kawhi Leonard. You said Ben Simmons and you said Ben Simmons. Okay. Now so at the end of the day, the funniest thing is you're not able to run down these names like I would be able to run down these names if we were talking about the guys that shoot too many threes or guys that shoot a lot of threes. If you're telling me that something's bad for the league, you have to showcase to me that it's a widespread problem. You've only shown to me that you know about the players that the media likes to talk about and that the media's made a big fuss about, but you haven't displayed to me that this is some widespread problem that's bad for the NBA. You've given me a very small sample size indicating that it's a very marginal problem.
So for this year,
hold on. If it's such a big problem, you should be able to run off problems on team to team to team, and you're giving me list. Just like I can go from team to team to team, running off all the guys that might shoot one too many threes. At the end of the day, this is not a widespread problem like you're pretending it to be. You're turning and you're just finding something to cry about, and you're making it a problem in your mind when it's not even a real problem.
Bro, you use Hakeem Olajuwon as a guy who didn't want to play.
But my example with Hakeem and Scottie Pippen was that just because it happened doesn't give me the right to say it's bad. It's a representation of the entire NBA at that time. Pippen and Hakeem don't represent the entire NBA. It's too small of a sample size. Just like you trying to use these 5 players where it's sketchy at best with a handful of them. These 5 players are very, very minute sample size of the entire league.
I don't know. Harden won an MVP, did the same thing. It was years ago,
and you struggled
but it was
to come
there
up with those 5. When we're talking about the league right now today, right? with all the great players we could talk about, with what Victor's doing, with what LeBron's doing, with what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is doing, with what James Harden is doing, what, like you said, what Norman Powell's doing in his elevated role because of the load managing of Kawhi Leonard, with all the good things that are going on with the stars in Orlando. Branchero came back from a significant injury. He's already back playing, right? His partner in action down there. We got all of these good things going on for the NBA. You're the one that made the allegation that this load managing and guys not wanting to play is bad for the league. I want to know, with all of the good things going on from team to team, Trae Young's playing much better, having a hell of a year. De'Aaron Fox had a hell of a start with San Antonio, right? All these things going on. Or like LaMelo Ball, before his ankle injury, was on a tear individually, even though he's not on a good team. All these good things going on from team to team to team. But you made this allegation that this low managing guys not wanting to play is bad for the league. I need to know who these players are and what the hell is going on with the league.
I mean, if you want me to find 30 players, like 1 per team, or you wanted me to find 10, and then you collapse it to this year. You collapse it to guys that are injured.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
I mean, look, again.
I said if I make an allegation,
I have to hear guys tell me I'm bored playing.
If I make an allegation, I don't care if somebody said they're bored playing. If I make an allegation that condemns the entire league, then I better have a strong sample size to support that. And I better not be running around with 4 names pretending as if this represents the entire league.
No, I done never said it represents the entire league. I just said it's an issue.
Just like it wasn't an issue in the 90s when Pippen, Hakeem, Barkley, and a handful of players created problems. Just like those small sample size wasn't a representation of the entire 90s, this small sample size that you're struggling to come up with, it should not be a representation of the entire league today. Because I can go through all these teams. I can go through all these teams and I can find more positives than negatives. You're desperately searching for negatives just to put.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not.
You're desperately searching to say something's wrong with this league. You're desperately searching to say, you're trying to say these guys don't want to play just because you've heard the gripes and complaints of a few players. When I, just like Lo said, I can find more good than bad. The only way you're really running the bad is if you're really looking for something bad to say, just because you're one of those complainers that I'm talking about.
I mean, look, the people are talking about this at a national level, so I'm not the only one.
Nobody's talking about it.
When I make an argument, hold on. When I make an argument, I don't argue for myself.
You just made that up. Nobody's talking about that.
Really? Nobody's talking about. Wait a minute. Didn't Stephen A. have a little back and forth with Kawhi about the whole thing? I mean, again, you talk about the number one, hold on. Voice.
When did Stephen A. have a back and forth?
Stephen A. said Kawhi need to retire. This was a couple of years ago. He said Kawhi need
about this season.
Okay, what?
How can something 4 years ago be bad for the NBA right now? Well, I'm talking about right now. Because the people that are complaining, hold on, King Rope, the people that are complaining about the NBA that's right in front of our eyes right now. Why do you keep telling me about stuff that was happening 4 and 5 years ago when all the complaints I'm hearing, y'all are telling me about what's wrong with the league right now? I don't want to hear about your gripes about something that happened 5 years ago. If you say the league is bad, if you say load management is bad, if you say guys are sitting out not playing, tell me the guys that are doing that right now. Because I see more guys that want to play. I see more guys that are competing. I see more, especially with these young guys. You look at the Celtics, look at what they're doing. If you look at the Cleveland Cavaliers, look at what the hell.
Great stories. Again, they're great stories. I cover them.
Not great stories. This is what's actually happening right in front of our face. You said there's all these bad things going on in the league, guys not wanting to play. I want to know who these players are and where is this happening under our noses.
Bro, we all love to watch the All-Star game and watch these guys go at 20% speed and said it was horrible. Everybody had a take on it. Let's not your whole show tonight was about what was wrong with the All-Star break.
No, but what I'm saying is this: just because the All-Star game or All-Star weekend was bad, my whole purpose in this
for many years running.
No, my whole purpose is that the majority of All-Star weekends have been bad. From the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s. Lo just talked about how the dunk contest was so bad early in the 90s going into the 2000s that they had to cancel the whole thing. The majority of All-Star games and All-Star weekends have been bad. It's been low-grade basketball.
98 was nice. 98. We didn't have one in 99.
Hold on. Listen to all I'm saying is, of course, I can pluck out a few years where the dunk contest was good. All I'm saying is the majority of dunk contests in NBA history have not been very good. We can pluck out a handful of them that we like that might have been more competitive. Even with All-Star games, there's a few All-Star games that were really good. It's not a representation of all of them. For the most part, throughout NBA history, All-Star weekend and the events around it have not been very good. Yet you guys into this era, y'all like to pretend as if this is something new. The All-Star games from the 90s to the 2000s, even in the 80s, were just as lackluster.
Some of them were excited, Lamont. Let's keep it real. No, last year was the worst of the worst.
Hold on. You can rank it how you want. You can rank bad. But at the end of the day, in the 90s, there was only probably one good All-Star game, and it was only good because
I'm going to say there was more than that. Kobe versus Mike in 98.
Okay.
97, we had this 50th greatest players celebrated.
Hold on. You can try to pretend and say that some of the gimmicks around it made it better. But at the end of the day, bad is bad. And when I say bad across the board, I'm talking about the whole weekend, from the 3-point contest to the dunk contest. Because I guarantee you, you can't tell me nothing good about the dunk contest in 1998. It wasn't that memorable for you. Right?
90. Well, shit, I was in the military, so I didn't even see it.
The only dunk
I
contest
was a boot camp.
the only dunk contest I can vaguely remember from the 90s is the one with J.R. Ryder when he came in as a young face, right? And he did the between the leg dunk going baseline.
Harold Miner had a nice one. Harold Miner had a nice one. That was 90, what, 92?
Hold on. Harold Miner's dunk contest was very mid, just like the D Brown dunk was mid.
The D Brown dunk was mid, but again,
all of these dunk contests. I don't care the names. Y'all try to spice it up because these guys were on NBA Jam. D Brown's dunk is actually on NBA Jam, covering your eyes, dunking the basketball. That's mid, right? But it was impressive to y'all in the moment. But these things were all mid. It's all mid. Jordan's dunks in the 90s in the dunk contest were all mid. All he did was a whole bunch of reverse backwards dunks. He didn't do anything that high schoolers aren't doing right now. But y'all pretend as if what y'all had in the 90s was so much better than what we see today. It's not. Y'all shit was just as trash, just as often as ours are bad and often.
Wait, Ramon, you're not that younger than me. You saw it as well. So you saw that, you saw this.
And no, I didn't really start watching significant basketball till the 2000s.
Really?
At the end of the day,
so you didn't watch none of the Jordan era. So wait a minute, why are you qualified to even talk about it?
Hold on. I just told you I remember the J.R. Ryder one. I know I was little. I don't remember how old I was, but I was little as hell. But I remember it as a little kid because I remember him going through the legs. The ones in the 2000s I remember. Of course, we remember Vince Carter. Put on a show. Greatest dunker of all time. Right? I remember Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine. Probably the greatest dunk contest of all time.
I agree.
I remember the ones that deserve to be remembered. I'm not going to pretend as if any dunk contest that I saw when I was little, I'm not going to pretend like they were all great. And what we're seeing today is just so trash. It's so bad for the game. The majority of dunk contests were trash. The majority of NBA All-Star weekends were not very competitive or great. Just because you can pluck out a handful from you watching it when you grew up don't mean your era didn't have trash All-Star weekends. They did.
When I saw David Robinson rip Isaiah Thomas in an All-Star game, I was excited. And I was 13, 14 when it happened. I mean, if you're going to tell me these guys doing a layup line and taking 97 3, 168 threes last year,
this just circles back to what I was saying earlier. The NBA is not marketed to you; it's marketed to the kids. Because the kids think what they're doing in the All-Star game is lit.
They'll grow up.
They think it's lit.
And see that that's garbage.
And they'll grow up, and then it'll be a new generation of kids that will say that it's lit. That's just how it goes, bro. It's the cycle continues.
I know.
How you were 13 watching that All-Star game, how you felt is how these kids right now are feeling about watching these niggas in the All-Star game. It's the same thing. It's a different generation, bro. The NBA is not for you no more. You didn't been around
bullshit.
for too long.
The NBA will be for me to the day I die because I'm a sports fan. I love sports.
If
Every
that's the
sport
case,
since
bro,
I
then
was
you
6, 7.
gotta take the product for what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
if that's the case, you gotta take it for what it is because that's what it is, and you can't change it.
Well, again, everybody's not gonna like what you like. I can accept that. Everybody's not gonna like what I like. I can accept that.
No, but what happens is what I want, especially the older generation, especially from the 90s, what I want them to start doing is widen your base, right? Don't be so stuck in your past era that you can't sit back and then reevaluate what's going on today and really start to appreciate it. Like when I hear people talk about all these threes are bad, I'm sitting back thinking, I'm saying to myself, well, basketball is a game that is about you do whatever your skills allow you to do.
Whatever. Okay.
And so at the end of the day, if it's more guys with bigger bags and they got the ability to go shoot them threes, I'm cool with that. It just makes the game better. It's crazy for me to listen to people talk about the game today and say people are shooting too many threes. Just like that's a strategy. Like I'm like, what coach in America wants to be on a team that can't shoot threes? Like, who wants to coach a team that can't shoot?
No, you gotta have a variety. But Lamont, if your team got a 4-on-1 fast break and everybody wants to shoot the three, and then you're down by one.
That doesn't.
Everybody pops out to the 3-point line. Is that good basketball?
Bro, hold on, bro. Again, this still takes us to the same dilemma that I said earlier. Just because you might have seen one play where that might have happened, where I'm almost positive it didn't happen the way you said
it did happen. Denver versus somebody a couple years ago.
Let's just pretend. Hold on. Let's even pretend that it happened, right? That's still one play out of the thousands of fast breaks that end in dunks or layups. Because again, the majority of transition plays in the NBA, where it's a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1, the majority of them end in a layup or dunk. But yet you're coming to me talking about the 1% of plays where somebody shoots a kick out three. Talk to me about what happens the majority of the time. The majority of the time, we're seeing a dunk at the rim. The majority of the time. And the player that does it the most, y'all hate the most. Because LeBron, who has a higher field goal percentage in the post than some of the greatest post players in NBA history, y'all knock him because he don't have the variety in his bag. Y'all kill him because y'all say, oh, he's shooting 30-something% from the mid-range. So when we do have great players where all they do is just get to the rim and score at the rim at a devastating rate, all y'all do is kill them for not being able to shoot elsewhere.
The fast break used to be the most exciting play in the game, right?
The fast break is still the most exciting play in the game. The fast break still gives you the most.
When you say 1%, no, I probably say about 20%. These guys will run out to the three because it's their instinct.
That's so cap, bro.
Are you saying 20% of fast
so many 3-on-1s that don't get converted because they take jump shots?
No, hold on. Or maybe because you got to think, maybe some of these fast breaks ain't getting converted because guys are actually getting back on defense and they're blowing the transition up.
Yeah, an elite defender could do that.
No. It just takes effort. And so at the end of the day, you're gonna have to do one or two things. If teams are on fast breaks, if their fast breaks are getting disrupted to the point where they're having to force the ball out and sometimes shoot threes or get into their half-court offense, maybe we need to give credit somewhere else to the defenders that are causing it. Because y'all try to have it both ways. Y'all try to say guys, they aren't playing defense. But yet, then you say, oh, guys, they're shooting too many threes. Well, maybe they're shooting threes in a shot clock game because the defenses are keeping them out the paint, forcing them to shoot late shot clock threes. If you're saying that teams are shooting jumpers in transition or threes in transition, well, maybe the defense is getting back, blowing those transition opportunities up, actually defending. So which is it?
I think it's bad offense.
No, you can say that. You can say that, but I can pull up these plays and we probably won't see it. Like I've been coaching my team for 6 years. In my entire, and we're talking about younger players. I have yet to see my team on transition, 3-on-1. Not one time has it happened. Not take a wide open layup. Yet you're telling me you see it 20% of the time.
I see it at the highest level of basketball. Yes, I have. I see it at all levels of basketball, to be honest.
You said you see it 20% of the time. I haven't seen it in 6 years coaching, but you've seen it 20% of the time in the NBA.
I can turn on games where I see 3-on-1 and 2-on-1s and 4-on-1s or 3-on-2s.
Bro, do you know how rare? First of all, teams aren't even getting. You know how rare it is to have a 4-on-1 transition play? Right. You'll be lucky at the NBA to get 2-on-1 in transition.
It's rare, but it happens. That's what I'm saying. Like you get
what you're telling me is that those rare opportunities where they finally have a 3-on-1, you happen to be watching when it happens, and that rare time that you catch it happening, there's jucking up threes. Bro, this just don't happen, bro.
All right. I mean, listen,
it don't happen, bro.
We would have to look through film, but I can say a lot. I see it way often more than I ever saw it before.
No, we don't. Because
go to NBA.com. If you do that,
NBA.com, we can pull up transition plays, right? We can pull up shot charts. But at the end of the day, I think, like I say, what y'all do is y'all make up stuff to cry about. And what y'all do, it's funny how in New World, this is funny. It's funny how a lot of the things they complain about aren't really things that are very easy to really go back and trace.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like odd. It's like odd things. Like for example, obviously we all know that they're shooting more threes today, right?
Mhm.
But then when we say, okay, well, maybe some of these teams are shooting more threes because defense is a little bit better. But then you always talk about, well, I was watching a game where this guy just shot a three, and like y'all always talk about instances where y'all can never pinpoint a game that we can go to find it. Y'all talking these weird generalities as if it's happening with every team in the league when we know it's not.
That's what I'm saying. It's like these weird blanket statements. It's just like earlier with the load management, bro.
I
You
could
talk
give you
about load
specifics.
management, but you can only bring up
I had
four or
this
five players.
No,
I can
give
give
me
you
a
two
YouTube
specifics.
link. No, give me a link of a video that explains what you're talking about. Maybe we can put some context to it.
Well, that's hard for me to find on YouTube. Well, let's put it this way. Look at the last play of the Knicks. Okay, remember that Knicks Hawks game that went to overtime?
No, I don't want to talk about one play.
Okay, well,
because what you should be able to do during that Knicks Hawks game is you should be able to tell me about it happening in the first, second, third, and fourth
I'm talking
quarter.
the last play of overtime.
No. But if you're telling me that you didn't see this happen until the last play of overtime,
okay,
that's like 1% of the plays of that entire game.
Well, yeah, that was a high scoring game. That was a high scoring game, so they played good offense. But that last play, I'm just noticing a problem that a player went out to three when he needed a two. See, that's my caveat. Players will shoot threes in wrong situations.
Hold on. What player went out to the three and the two? And how do you
That's what I'm saying. You should be able to name these players.
How do you know it wasn't? First of all, Niang is one of the best 3-point shooters in the league.
You're right, but he needed a two. He didn't need a three.
Oh, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. How do you know it? Remember, Niang is a role player. He's not on the court. He's not on the court doing a whole bunch of just random stuff.
I realize that.
If he goes to the 3-point line, it's almost all the time by design. So if Niang just does what the coaches tell him, why do you want him to do otherwise?
Well, I'm glad he did it because I'm a Knicks fan and we won that game.
I'm almost positive at the end of the game, if the game is on the line, the ball is not going to be in Niang's hand unless the defense disrupts the offense so much that they just have to get the ball to him.
Conwell got an offensive rebound and he popped out to three and he short-armed the 3-point shot. Had he stayed at 18, he would have had a better chance of making that shot. That's a fundamental flaw that I find that happens too often in this game.
Okay. So hold on. What was it? Let's see. If it was a game-winning play, we might be able to find it online.
It was the last play of the 149-148 overtime game, Knicks versus Hawks. The last game, last Wednesday before the All-Star break.
I mean, I think y'all just don't take it to the fact that a 3-point shot is probably a better shot for him.
Not in a certain situation, though, bro. Not in a certain situation.
For him, though, it's probably a better shot.
It's hard for me to hear y'all talk about situational basketball when y'all don't even understand why coaches call timeouts or don't call timeouts.
I understand.
I mean, it's just hard for me to hear some people just talk about what situational basketball is supposed to look like.
I don't want to see my team taking a 40-footer when we need a two to make those win the game. I think that's horrible basketball.
You don't dictate.
He took a 40-footer.
No, he didn't take a 40-footer. I've seen another instance where a guy took a 35-footer, a logo 3, down by 1. That's bad basketball. You draw up a better play to get a 2-point shot.
The logo 3.
Oh, this is Van Vliet. This is Van Vliet back when what's the name? The Grizzlies played the Rockets.
That wasn't a logo 3.
Oh, it was 30-something foot.
That was
over Jarrett Jackson Jr.
That was a pull-up 3, and at the end of the day, that's who you want the ball in his hands at the end of the game.
What's he shoot from 3 this year?
35%. 33%.
That's below average.
No, what happens is at the end of a game, right? Fred VanVleet's a small guard. I don't mind your best player taking that shot.
He's not their best player. He's the 4th best player.
No, he's their best closer. Put it like that. Because all the other guys are too young to even know how to be closers. You're not going to give it to Jalen Green and tell everybody to move out the way. The ball, you want the ball in your smartest player's hand. Fred VanVleet, a guy who's won a championship, who's been in NBA Finals, who's been through playoff battles. That's who you want to give the ball to. And if he chooses to take that shot, I'm living with it. And sometimes you don't always make them. Just like when Kobe missed a whole bunch, just like Jordan missed a whole bunch, just like LeBron's missed a whole bunch. right? And we don't judge these players off the shots that they miss. We judge them off the shots that they make. And Fred VanVleet has made a ton of clutch shots in his career, especially when we saw him with Toronto.
Yeah. I mean, the each his own. I like a variety. I always say this: nothing wrong with the 3-point shot, but taking too many of them
At the end of the day, you just said Jaren Jackson was guarding him. A 6'1" guard don't got too many options to score when you get a matchup like Jaren Jackson guarding you when the clock's winding down.
The guards I used to watch would break a big guy like that down and get a 2-point shot.
This ain't Greg Ostertag. This is Jaren Jackson.
Jaren Jackson,
mobile big. He can go out there and guard. He's the defensive player of the year a few years ago. So
yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Give him credit for containing Fred VanVleet, forcing him into a bad shot. Because I promise you, if he gave Fred VanVleet a layup, he would have took a layup.
Oh, wait, so you
You
admit it was a bad
how
shot?
they don't give credit to the defense, but they want to point out these bad offensive
You
plays.
did say that. Hey, you caught him
Thank you.
last time.
Because to me, a Kobe would have broke a Jared Jackson when you're down and got to shoot it with one of the game.
Hold on. You keep saying Kobe. Kobe's missed the most clutch shots in NBA history. He's taken the worst shots in NBA history in the clutch. That's your worst example.
I think Kobe killed him.
Hold on. Now you're only basing it. Now you're only basing it on the shots Kobe made. Kobe has missed the most clutch shots in NBA history. He's taken some of the worst and dumbest shots. He's airball game winners when he doubled and triple teamed. He has taken the dumbest shots in the clutch in basketball history, and it's not even close. Yet you want to use him as your example. Sometimes you make them, and when you make them, you look really good. And sometimes you miss them, like the shot that Damian Lillard took over Paul George. In theory, that's a horrible shot. It only looks good because he made it. But in theory, it's a bad shot. Paul George said it, and even Dame admitted it. It was a bad shot. So when the problem with game winners is that you get too much praise when you make one. You don't get enough praise. You don't get enough praise after you miss one, even if you miss a good look. So I just don't think y'all need to understand it. Kobe is the worst example to use because he's probably the least inefficient player in the clutch.
I disagree because I've seen Kobe put enough games away in fourth quarters.
You've only seen Kobe. You're only talking about his makes. Kobe, did you hear what I said?
I was saying he missed a lot of last-minute second shot.
No, he has the most misses. First of all, he's missed the most game winners in NBA history. He has the most misses in the clutch. If you're talking about under 3 minutes in the fourth quarter of a game that's within 5 points, he has the most misses in NBA history. This is your worst example because Kobe is what we call the greatest bad shot maker in NBA history.
Well, I agree with you.
He makes a ton of bad shots. So now what you're doing is you're giving Kobe credit for taking bad shots, but making them. But you're not punishing him for all the ones that he missed.
But if you're talking about the last second, you want your best player, the one with the most creativity, the one that can get. Yeah, I got you. But I'm not going to punish you. I'm going to punish you for taking a 40-foot, a 35-foot fadeaway. I'm sorry, that's a bad shot.
Wait, it was a fadeaway? You said I thought it was a pull-up.
First of all,
the last shot was a pull-up fadeaway. Yes.
Hold on. First
How
of
do you
all,
pull up and fade away at the same time?
First of all, Fred VanVleet, when he took that shot, it wasn't a fadeaway 3-1. It was a pull-up 3. Right? There was a switch. It was a really good defender. Obviously, you don't want in that situation. Last thing you want to do is get the swinging the ball around. You got the ball in the player's hands that you want. You, as a coach, you just have to live or die with the shot that he takes. And if Jaren Jackson takes a step back and he gives you the clearance to take the jumper, this is a shot that we've seen Fred VanVleet make in the clutch. You live with the results. You cannot say it's a bad shot just because he missed it.
Cool. You think Dyson Daniels is a great defender, right?
Bad shot, Lamar, like a minute ago.
No, but at the end of the day, when the clock is winding down, your options become more limited and more limited. And
Dyson Daniels is a great defender, right, Lamont?
He's a good defender. I would say
he's okay. Okay. Well,
Chris.
That same Hawks game, Jalen Brunson hit the goal-ahead shot, and it was a mid-range, and he took Dyson Daniels, who was on him the whole night.
Okay, Dyson Daniels is not Jaren Jackson.
I mean, look.
Perimeter wise, I think Daniels is pretty good.
Stop trying to make excuses, bro. Like you're trying to say it's cool for him, but it's not cool for everybody else. Like, come on now. Kobe missed way more shots in the clutch than Fred VanVleet ever has in his career.
Okay, so you want? Well, let me ask you this. Your life on the line. Who do you want the ball in the hand? If you need one shot to win a game and your life is on the line, who would you want? Fred VanVleet or Kobe?
Iguodala.
I got the play.
Probably Fred VanVleet.
Hold on, y'all.
Good. There'll be a lot of slow slinging and flower bringing.
King Rowe, hold on.
I'm just gonna say this: Fred VanVleet has more game winners.
Hold on. Now, King Rowe, you said that on this last play. You said that Niang was about 18 feet from the rim. He ran back to the three-point line to shoot the three off the offensive rebound.
Yes, he did. Okay.
So we're going to run this back, and we are going to play it. And I want to now, and this is one of the reasons why we have to have film, because you guys just make stuff up.
I made stuff up. Okay.
Yes. Okay, hold on.
I made it up.
Yes, you made it up. I literally just watched it. So now I know you lied, right? So remember, hold on, King Rowe. Let me explain it. So remember what I told y'all. I said there's probably no play is going to be by design for Niang. And I said if Niang standing on the three-point line is primarily for spacing because he is a good catch and shoot three-point shooter, but he's not going to be your first go-to to win the game. I want y'all to keep that in mind. Let's play this, y'all. Now, I want y'all to watch Niang. Niang is the guy taking the ball out right now, okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Niang, where is Niang? Standing in the corner. Still standing in the corner.
He comes in.
He did not come in.
Wait, that was a step in. Man, you lied to me. He took one step inside the 2-point area.
You just got to bring the film with some of these people, man.
Oh, come on. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like these niggas be tapping.
And secondly, even if he would have, he didn't even get the shot off in time. That's how little time he had.
Jesus,
he didn't even have time.
That just made me.
Why film is important,
Lamar. Off, man. How can you lie to me like that?
Okay, let me play that again because I saw him again. I'm going off memory. I'm going off memory from a Wednesday game.
No, it was.
That's why we can't trust your eye test, man.
It was like barely one step. He like moved 1 foot forward and slid 1 foot, set the same foot back. He didn't even take a full step. Watch this.
But he was wide open, right?
No,
okay, look. He's left right here. No, okay, right there. He took a step and then he took a step back. Okay,
now look. No, he didn't take a step. He slid his foot back.
Why
does he? First of all, he has the slightest foot back, so he can just be square to shoot the jumper. He had 1 foot forward.
That's common knowledge, though.
Hold on. You said he was within 18 feet, and you said he ran back to the 3-point line to shoot a 3. That's how you told us.
He did say that, bro.
He took. Okay, all right.
Hold on.
It's still a bad shot. It's still a bad shot.
Bro, he has point. Hold on. When he catches the ball,
he has to shoot it, though.
Hold on.
He has to shoot it, but he also has.
Hold on, y'all. He has 0.4 seconds.
See, I see him here.
Hold on, y'all. I want to explain this in full. So first of all, King Rowe said he took a bad shot, but when Niang caught the ball, y'all, there was 0.4 seconds on the clock. So I'm trying to figure out what else could he do other than chuck up the shot. So, but
back up to take a 3. He could. First of all, you don't have to take a step back.
No, first
y'all
of all,
think step back shots are good.
King Rowe.
Go ahead.
You're trying to talk right now to muddy it up. We saw what we saw. First of all, you said he was at 18 feet within the rim, which is close to mid-range floater range. And
which would be okay.
Hold on, King Rowe. Hold on. You said he ran back to the 3 instead of taking the 2. That's how you defined it. You exaggerated this situation so crazy just to try to make a point. And this is a recent game. Watch this. Now look at Niang. He's standing on the 3-point line now.
Standing on the 3.
Okay.
Apollo gets the offensive rebound.
Hold on. We're going to go slow. We're going to see, does he ever get 2 feet in front of the 3-point line? Is he ever even in mid-range? Watch. We're going to play it slow. Oh, shit, it messed up. Hold on. Where's that?
Go back.
I know. I'm about to run it back. Okay, here it is right here. Okay, he's at the 3-point line now.
Mm-hmm.
He's at the 3-point line
Down
now.
on him. All right.
Hold on. He's still at the 3-point line. He's still at the 3-point line now.
Nobody guarding him. Nobody. Okay, he comes in right here.
Hold on. He's not coming in anywhere. Right now, this is what you call his feet are not square, right? His feet are not square. He has one foot in front of the other foot.
Because he's okay. All right, you're right. He's watching the play.
King Rowe, hold on. He has there's 2 seconds on the clock, mind you that. He has 1 foot slightly in front of the other foot. He's not even square to shoot. He doesn't even have the ball yet to do anything. So even right now, there's nothing he can do, right? 2 seconds on the clock. So we're talking about doing all this split. Like right now, he doesn't even have time to cut in for a layup. Just not enough time. So we're going to play it slowly. Okay, so he catches the ball. He doesn't do anything other than slide his foot back and start to load up into his shot. He wasn't 18 feet within the rim. He wasn't doing all this extra stuff that you said. He catches the ball. If you look at the clock, there's 0.9 seconds on the clock. He only has time when he catches the ball with 0.9 seconds. He doesn't have time to get to the mid-range. He doesn't have time to drive for a layup. There's 0.9 seconds on the clock. How is this a bad shot? He took a shot and he missed the best look he had. This in reality was actually the Knicks. In reality, the Knicks got lucky. One, because they didn't box out and rebound. Two, because they didn't. Because when a shooter's on the court in a game-winning situation, always want to identify shooter and keep a body attached. They didn't stay attached to a shooter, and they let probably the highest three-point percentage shooter for the Hawks on the court right now get his best shot, which is the corner three, essentially wide open. And all he did was miss the shot. How is that a bad shot?
Short-armed it.
He just missed a shot.
Yeah, you're right. He short-armed it.
No.
Okay. Can I? All right. I will admit I exaggerated.
You didn't exaggerate. You lied, bro.
Okay, bro. I'm going off of memory from a game that I was emotionally attached
You can't trust your memory, bro.
Here's the problem. If you can't even get a game from a couple days ago correct, how do we take you?
It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. It's a week ago.
If you can't remember a game from a week ago and this is your team?
Yeah, you're right. I was emotionally attached. Now I remember. Hold on. Can I defend myself? I do remember Clyde.
You say from 2 years ago.
Oh, see, y'all, it's amazing.
See, ain't no way these niggas remember the 90s from over 20 years ago, bro. They can't even remember games from a week and a half ago. Bro.
Okay, I got you.
This is this is way different from what you said.
It's not that much different. It's not that
much
different.
Because again,
look, he did not have to slide back. Any shot. No, in my opinion, he could have came in a little closer because again, you're so conditioned to think you need a 3.
0.9 seconds, bro. He's not getting any closer, bro. No, he didn't have time to move. It don't matter. It don't matter. There's 0.9 seconds left on the clock, bro. He's not going nowhere.
And he's not even good at floaters like that.
Right at this point, no one is guarding him. No one is guarding him at all. No one is even looking at him. We don't know.
He doesn't have the ball yet.
I get that because nobody knows who's going to get the ball. It's a rebound. Okongwu gets it. He slides back. He slid back a little. I thought he took a step back.
He did was square his feet.
But again, he could have set his feet on the line. He had to slide it back behind the line, thinking he needed a 3. If he takes the shot with his foot on the line, he still wins the game.
He probably still does that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't trust Niang like that.
No, hold on.
I respect Niang.
Hold on. So Niang, in less than 2 seconds, was supposed to catch the ball and come to all of this glorious realization and stuff that you're seeing that we
need to make a shot. You just need to be ready to make a shot. That's it.
So first you told us. So now you're blaming. First you made up a story blaming Niang because he ran from 18 feet to the 3 and took a bad shot.
Okay, so he ran from 21 to 22.
Hold on. Now that we see that he didn't run from 18 feet to the 3. Now that we see that it was just an offensive rebound kick out and he had less than.
That's how I described it. That's how I described the play.
Actually, he caught the ball with. See, you didn't tell us he caught the ball with 0.9 seconds.
That's what I said, Lamont. He literally 0.9 seconds. He ain't got nowhere to go. He's not moving nowhere.
Hold on. Do you know how fast? Just say something. Just say anything, King Row.
It's very fast.
That's 0.9 seconds.
Yeah, 0.9 seconds. Yeah, I know.
So 0.9 seconds is just snap your finger. That's fast. So you're telling him all this stuff, and this is another thing I tell people, all this stuff that you supposedly see from the eye in the sky, because remember, when we're watching from the TV, this is a very different view
than on the court. I got it.
On the court in the heat of the moment. So from our eye in the sky, where we see where everybody is, from our eye in the sky, where we see everything of how it could have went perfectly, on the court while he's standing there in that corner, you're expecting him to know where everybody is. He also has to see the shot clock, time and score.
He's watching the ball. He's watching the clock. You're right.
Hold on. At the end of the day, he took a good shot. He missed a good shot. This was the best shot he could get off. You have to be happy that he got a shot off.
No, I'm not. I'm happy he missed. I'm a Knicks fan. Remember, that was a very emotional game.
From your recollection, you said this was one of the plays that explained to you why the NBA is so bad, because he ran from 18 feet to the 3-point line.
There's actually a player I remember of Lonzo Ball doing that. If you would have brought that up, I would have.
He needed a three. He did not need a three. He didn't have to worry about it. You know, because this is the thing. Clyde Frazier is an announcer. He said, "Why is he worried about his feet sliding back to take the three? A two would have won the game as well."
He's not even sliding his feet back.
Yes, he did.
Come on. Okay, hold on, y'all. We're gonna play it one more time. Let's play it one more time for him. Let's see all this sliding of the feet.
That's what I'm like. What are you talking about, man?
Like, it looked like he was just getting set up to shoot the ball, and he just happened to take a little inch back.
He literally took like a half inch forward because it was like a hesitation to where you're looking at where the ball's going.
It looked like he wanted to cut, but he changed his mind and
Hold on. Look at him right now. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's 1.9 seconds on the clock now. He still doesn't have the ball. He has 1 foot barely on the 3-point line. He has another foot behind the 3-point line.
Assume that, because I can see his other foot because Josh Hart's head in the way.
Yeah,
bro, I can see it.
Even if he cut, it would have been like an awkward floater, which I don't think he really has in his bag like that.
See, and that's the thing. Maybe he should have the awkward floater. That's my point. These guys got 1-2 dimensional.
Oh my God! See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all expect.
I can go to
hold on, King Rowe. You said enough. Y'all expect these players to be perfect on the button, everything that you want them to do in the last second. And if they don't do it the way you want it done, then it's bad for basketball.
The thing I'm tripping about is that he's saying all this, man,
you're not impressed about him breaking down Dyson Daniels, who has 8 inches on him. But go ahead.
Hold on, but I don't need to, because we know that Brunson is one of the best mid-range shooters in the NBA.
Okay, but see, this is my point.
Hold on.
That's well-rounded game.
Why do you want me to go over a shot that Brunson made? And we all know on this panel, if I said Brunson's one of the best mid-range shooters in the NBA, and he made a mid-range shot to take the go-ahead.
Great defender.
Hold on. I'm not going to be surprised. Brunson has broken down the best of them, and he has a long track record of doing it ever since he was in Dallas. If you said he did that,
thank you.
That's not amazing. What sounded amazing was you saying that a guy like Niang, who's probably just an elite corner 3-point shooter, you said that he ran from 18 feet all the way to the 3-point line just to shoot a 3 that he didn't need to shoot. That's what you said. That does not
slid both feet. Okay, so correction. He slid both feet behind for a shot he needed to shoot.
First of all, if he would have slid both feet, that would have been a travel because he didn't dribble.
No. Well, before he caught the ball.
No. Hold on. If he slides both feet, it's a travel, because if he dribbles the ball, he doesn't have enough time to shoot. So at the end of the day, for him to slide his feet the way you wanted him to slide his feet, he would have had to dribble, which would have ran the clock out. He only had enough time to set his feet and shoot as quickly as he could, because there was 0.9 seconds on the clock. He had no other time to do all this sliding of the feet. If 2 feet move, it's a travel. And if 2 feet move, you know what you're going to say? Oh, these guys don't have no fundamentals, man.
But I will give credit to Bro. Like, it looks like he wanted to cut it for a layup.
Niang would have slid both feet and traveled. He would have been like, man, I saw Niang in the last second of a game, man. These guys ain't got no fundamentals, man. He traveled on the game winner, man. That's what you would have said.
No, but see, look, when I make my Brunson point, how he's an elite mid-range shooter, right? There are very few of those guys left in the league. If I go back to the 90s that I romanticize, a lot of these guys were great elite mid-range shooters.
The best players,
Elite is crazy. Elite is
hold
crazy.
on. You got. I'm gonna give you great mid-range shooters. LeBron has now become a great mid-range shooter. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is probably the best in the league right now.
Devin
Luka's
Booker,
a great mid-range shooter. Devin Booker's a great
Kevin
mid-range
Durant,
shooter. Kawhi Leonard, Devin Durant, DeMar DeRozan.
All all-stars, and they all start for a reason.
Hold on. When you say there's no great
You want
mid-range
role players?
shooters,
I didn't say no. See, stop. You got to stop doing that.
No, hold on, King Rowe. The problem is you keep telling us that none of these guys can do this mid-range stuff, but there's a guy by the name of Kevin Durant in the league. Devin Booker's in the league.
You name an elite champions.
Hold on, Damian Lillard's in the league. Shai Alexander's in the league. LeBron is in the league. He's much improved. See,
I think he wants like role players doing it. I think that's what he's getting at.
Austin Reeves be hitting mid ranges all day.
There you go. Austin Reeves.
There we go.
Bro,
Kyrie Irving,
Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie Irving's a great mid-range player.
Anthony Edwards.
You look at some of these guys mid-range. Percentage is pathetic.
Who?
A lot.
Now we going to stats.
You can't be making blanket statements like that. That can be easily disproven, bro.
Okay, go. Let's go look at the mid-range. Who's over 45?
No, this just takes us to what I said. Because as soon as you said there were no elite mid-range shooters,
I never see Lamar. I never said there were none. I just named Jalen Brunson.
Hold on, King Rowe. Listen to what I'm saying. No, you said Jalen Brunson's the only one. As soon as you said only one.
Now, what I said.
Hold on, King Rowe. As soon as you said Jalen Brunson's one of the few or something to that degree, we started reeling off a list of all types of players that can shoot the mid-range. Now, remember what I said earlier about the fans who look for negativity. Now, I want you to tell us, since none of these guys shoot the mid-range anymore, yet we have a plethora of guys that do. Since you're one of those fans that want to cry and complain about something, that means you're always looking for the negative. Tell us about the players that can't shoot the mid-range, because it seems like the fans that cry and complain, they're always looking for what these guys cannot do. So what players can't shoot the mid-range at an elite level?
Everybody who shoots 16 threes a game. Everybody who shoots more than half their bag is three-point shots.
Who are they?
Tell me what players. What are these players name the players that are horrible mid-range shooters?
First of all, you said LeBron is a great mid-range shooter, or
great is crazy.
That's
LeBron.
That is cap.
I said LeBron is a much improved mid-range shooter with his turn fadeaway, and he's been making it at a high level.
How much is he making in the mid-range this year?
I would like to go with. He's shooting over 50% from the mid-range this year.
50%? Oh, hell no.
Go James Keenum just pulled it up. This year,
y'all got to watch Laker games, dog.
LeBron is shooting over 50% from the mid-range.
Bro, the world is ending, bro. Ain't no way, bro.
That's LeBron's cooking, nigga. Y'all can't keep.
That's like KD, bro. What the
bro?
Anybody want to make a bet?
We need to pull it out right now, bro. I need to see that, bro. I know LeBron's career mid-range is like what, 38%. So how is he all of a sudden 50, bro? I don't believe.
Yeah, okay, but it doesn't. But what I'm saying is his career is 38%. I said much improved, indicating that his numbers are up from somewhere lower. So of course, in his prime, LeBron's weakness was the mid-range pull-up. Now, older LeBron, who has to add different things to his game because he's losing his athleticism, the mid-range jumper has now become a weapon. That turn fade is starting to become money.
Lamont,
like you ain't shooting it.
Lamont, can we qualify above 45% over 100 takes? And that's what I would consider a good mid-range shooter. So above 45% in the mid-range, 100 takes.
What?
That's elite. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You're talking about we have 50-something games. That's 2 mid-range shots a game, and you're making 45%. That's my qualifications. Can you tell me how many players got that?
LeBron James this year. Okay, let's go. So what percent? So
I want 45% and 100 takes, 100 attempts.
Hold on, my guy. First of all, LeBron, they haven't played enough games for him to have 100 attempts in any particular spot.
They played 50 games, bro. That's 2 a game.
Listen to what I'm saying. So for example, I'm looking at it right here. LeBron James, 25 to 29 feet. He's shooting 38%. That's good.
Improved for him. Yes.
LeBron James, 10 to 14 feet, 51%. Would you consider 10 to 14 feet mid-range?
Some people do. I will. Anything outside the paint before the three.
Hold on. You can be outside of the paint if you're 10 to 14 feet away from the rim.
I'll consider that. Okay.
Okay, that's 51%.
How many takes?
Oh,
Okay.
you said 10 to 14. I think
Hold on. 10. Well, the NBA.com only breaks it down in segments like this. So 10 to 14 feet. LeBron James is 43 of 83 from the field, 51%.
Okay. What about 15 and out?
Okay, so the next segment is going to be 15 to 19 feet. LeBron James is 47 of 90, right? At 50.9%.
Telling you, bro, Bron been cooking.
That nigga's on Roy's, bro.
Let's go. Hold on. We go to 20 to 24 feet. LeBron James is 23 of 55 at 41%.
See, that's more like it. That's why I thought it'd be around the other two.
Hold on. But what you should applaud is the most shots LeBron has taken this year, and it's not even close, is less than 5 feet from the rim. 210 made field goals. 200. He has 210 makes, 302 attempts. He's shooting 69.5%, less than 5 feet from the rim. The majority of his shots, he's not.
Yeah, that's his bread and butter. We know that.
No. So the majority of his shots are at the rim. He's shooting at the rim at a high percentage. His mid range is far more improved. Right.
I agree with that.
So at the end of the day, why am I wrong for saying he's a much improved mid-range shooter when the numbers support it?
But wait a minute, LeBron, what is he shooting overall? Because something is amiss. Because
LeBron is shooting overall 51% from the field.
Okay, so he brought that up a lot because I remember at one point he was 48.
Right now, LeBron is shooting 40.5% from the three-point line.
So it's his overall down. Okay.
LeBron's cooking, bro.
All right.
Y'all niggas can't call him a bad shooter.
Those numbers.
Look, if what happens right now, what's happening today?
I didn't see it.
Now you're trying to say it's open jumpers, bro. Come on now. LeBron is still getting double teamed at the top of the key at 40.
You make it,
bro.
Now, if you make it,
get the hate out your heart, bro.
When we start talking about right now today, they can't handle it. Because right now, today, you're seeing better basketball than you've ever seen before. That's why you're so surprised. If you actually watched, you wouldn't be so surprised. Because anybody that watched the Lakers this year, you would easily
LeBron cooking.
That LeBron, his jumper has been money. His mid-range has been money.
Three-pointer been money.
His pull-up three been nasty. The pull-up three been crazy. Surprising.
His pull-up three, his catching three.
Now, if you're watching the game.
So
he's cooking.
It shouldn't surprise you, King Ro, if you actually been watching. But we understand why you have a skewed view of the game because you just watched the Knicks game and you couldn't even explain to us the last play accurately.
Oh, stop it, man. Stop it. I exaggerated one play. I exaggerated the play.
You lied, bro. You didn't exaggerate.
Oh, stop. Bro, he did slide his feet back.
You lied, bro. That's not.
All right. Well, thank you.
Bro, how did you see in your mind he ran from 18 feet to the corner three? That's what you said.
Well, first of all, you know that's like 1 or 2 steps, 18 to outside the three. That's not
I know.
6, 7.
No. 1 or 2 steps would be extremely visible. You didn't say that. You said
either way, he worried about there's the issue. Let me amend it. Then. He worried about his feet on a shot he did not need a three. That's the problem.
You didn't tell me that.
Well, I did. I said something different. Going off of memory.
The Lakers.
I said something different going off of memory.
Bro.
Check this out. It's clutch right now. The Lakers are in a clutch situation. They're down 3 with 6 seconds on the clock.
Wow. To Charlotte.
Luka on the bench.
Charlotte. He's on the bench. Yeah, Luka was on the bench.
He getting benched? Hey man, maybe the Mavs are onto something, bro.
No, he just have an off night.
Well, I said the Lakers are going to be very mid second half, and this is not a good indication if y'all struggling with Charlotte.
Imagine if
At
the
the end of
Mavs
the
in the
day, what
championship
you do
before
have to
Lakers.
appreciate though, but you King Road. Another thing, what I'm surprised you didn't say this. This is actually a low scoring game. 6 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Both teams are under 100 points.
They playing defense.
Oh, the defense is bad off. I haven't been watching. I've been in this stream. I haven't been watching. Let me turn it on now.
Yeah, Miles Bridges is going crazy, man. Luka been selling the whole game.
Is LaMelo playing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, good. That's good.
Can't miss.
I'm gonna pull up the box score now. Hold on. Box score. Bridges got 29.
Luka's shooting like 30% right now.
LaMelo got 27.
I think he got like 6 turnovers too.
Bron
He had
got
5 in the first half.
Bron got 26.
Them turnovers, they bouncing off the hand though. That's not really his fault. Though.
Is Mark
Yeah,
Williams
I know
in
he
position
is.
for the
One of the head
Lakers?
coaches I saw, he threw it.
Mark Williams is playing tonight too.
Luka has 6 turnovers. But Luka does have a triple. No, he doesn't have a triple double. I thought he has 14, 11, and 8.
Ooh,
That's like Pete Ben Simmons numbers.
Game
no
over.
minutes limits either.
Game over. They missed it. I actually missed the play. I was looking at the stats, but I got to see how they missed it.
Oh, LeBron. No. LeBron again. No. That's a
All right,
tough
let's see
loss.
what they
I ain't
drew
gonna
up.
lie.
Hold on, I'm about to look at it now. See what they drew
Y'all
up.
think they're a rattle because Reeves got ejected?
Who got
Yeah,
ejected?
yeah.
Reeves.
We would have won if Reeves was.
How did Reeves
I'm not
get
gonna lie.
ejected?
Reeves did get fouled. I'm not gonna lie. Reeves did get fouled on that.
Well,
'Cause he got
you
in the
know how it
referee's
is
face.
with these close games. You know
Damn,
how they be
LeBron missed.
refing and stuff.
So y'all got
hold
Lakers
on.
prediction?
King Row. You got
Go ahead.
you got some fire to work with. LeBron missed 2 threes in the clutch.
Yeah, 2 back to
But they
back.
needed a 3. So
Get his ass.
I'm fair. They needed a 3, right? They
Coulda
needed
got an
it. Right?
N1. They coulda
He
got
could
an
have
N1
drove to the
2-point.
rim. He could have
You're
drove to the
right.
rim. He could have created contact. Made
Especially
the
with the
layup.
referees on his side, right? Yeah, you're
Nah,
right.
the
You should've got that
refs
airbud.
don't give LeBron that no
And this
more. I ain't
time,
even gonna
and the
cap.
last
Nah,
shot
he got
Bron
hit in
took.
the head and they
Hold
called a
on, you're
foul.
gonna like this one, King Row. The last shot he took was a fadeaway 3. You
Oh,
Kobe style. Kobe style.
Jesus.
And Luka shot 1 for 9 from 3.
Oh man, King
Yeah.
Row.
Lakers got
Yeah,
problems.
Luka didn't have a good game,
Lakers got
but
problems.
like
They need to
he's still trying to get up to speed though.
You know, look, y'all.
You see how they say this after one
Hold
game?
on. The same thing happened last year when Luka and Kyrie got together. They went on a rough patch, and once they
And they had no big man.
Luka wasn't
And
this
they
bad
wound
though,
up
LeBron.
tanking.
Come on, Luka wasn't this bad.
But losing Reeves this game definitely hurt. Why did Reeves get ejected?
Because he got in the referee face.
He got in the referee's face and they called foul.
Yeah.
I saw the replay. He did get
That,
fouled. He got
look,
called foul.
that's a habit LeBron taught him. Getting in referee face.
Here we go.
Come
LeBron
on,
can
bro.
do that.
No, and
Austin
You
Reeves can't
saying
do
that
that.
LeBron taught him that when all players in the league do this, bro?
University of
Come on, man.
No.
getting
LeBron wasn't even on the court when that happened, and you blame
See how they
LeBron.
attribute anything
Don't
to
matter.
LeBron?
Attitude reflect leadership.
You can't attribute everything to LeBron, bro.
Should Austin
what
Reeves
they
be getting in
do.
the referee's face?
Bro, all players
Austin
do
Reeves
this.
be getting in the referee's place.
You're passionate about the game.
I think the reason he got the second tick is because
Yeah, Jordan is Jordan. Jordan owned the league.
It don't matter
Barkley
who
did
it
it.
is,
Barkley
bro.
did it.
Like you don't. Everybody did it, bro.
Barkley was that dude. Austin Reeves is not that dude.
Austin,
The fuck does that
God,
make
bro.
what are
I
we
think
gonna
he's saying
do?
that star players should get special treatment.
The star players can have that leeway. A guy like Austin Reeves, let's slow it down.
You know, hold on. Look, because even on my team, I tell my best player, like he the worst with it. These motherfuckers, I don't know what they got it in them, but they love talking to refs, man. I'd be like,
I
man,
don't like it either. My Knicks talk to the refs too much. But getting in the referee's face, can't do that, bro.
That's how,
You
bro.
don't
That's
get
just
the
how it
referee
is when you're passionate about the game.
that's just players. Sometimes it's just some players got a propensity to do it. And you know, sometimes what I've recognized is that there's a handful of players that you coach. You kind of got to just let them do it because that's just a part of their MO in game. It's just the back and forth with the refs, or even the back and forth with other players.
This is why great coaches they sometimes they take an ejection so their players get fired up and understand you're saving your players by you getting kicked out.
No, you
so
don't.
he doesn't have to do that.
You don't. No, you don't, bro. Getting ejected is dumb, bro.
So would you rather have JJ get ejected or Reeves get ejected?
JJ, JJ can coach from the locker room.
We got Nate McMillan. We good.
And we and remember, y'all, this is the crazy thing.
Defensive coach.
You want to blame Reeves, but one of y'all complaints is also this is the worst refs of all time.
Oh yeah, you're right. But see, that's the thing. You gotta walk the line.
You gotta pick one.
Refs.
Players or refs.
We got the worst refs of all time. The players not supposed to say nothing to the worst refs of all time. All right, we got the worst
That is
refs of
facts.
all time. They shoot too many threes, but the defense is probably the best it's ever been at pushing guys out to the 3-point line. I mean, just these players, that's what I say. They can't win for losing. Don't matter.
Nope.
There's many problems with the league. There's many problems. I can say there's many problems, many things that need to be fixed.
No, there's many problems if you create them in your mind. You've created a whole bunch of problems in your mind, just like you created that last second situation with the Hawks and Knicks. Your mind.
He slid his foot. He was too worried about his foot. Sometimes you just got to work
What I
about
think
the
would have
shot.
happened, I think he wanted to cut for a layup, but there wasn't enough time, so he changed.
And that's the thing too, because that was an option. But again, you don't know if Alcon was even getting that ball. So
He wasn't about to go for no layup, bro.
No,
he
like,
was.
I- like,
he
it looked
originally
for a second
moved
he
because
wanted
he
to, like,
saw.
try and get the
Nah,
ball.
bro. He moved because he thought the ball might come towards him for the rebound. He was getting ready for the rebound, but when he realized the rebound wasn't coming towards him, he stayed where he was because he knew he was in the best position for a kick-out pass.
You should not be worried about a three. Just make the shot.
He wasn't worried about a three, bro. He was worried about shooting from where he was. It wasn't worried about a 3-point line. That's what you're assuming in your head. Like, you're just being delusional about that, bro. You don't know what was in that man's head. He was worried about shooting from where he was at. Because from where I was looking, bro, he did not slide his feet back.
I still think he misses regardless. I'm not gonna lie.
It don't matter where he shot it from. Like, he's debating on whether or not his foot being 1 inch on the line or 1 inch off of the line is going to affect his shot. No, the nigga shot in the best position that he could shoot in, and he missed. It is what it is.
You're right, and I'm good. I'm glad he missed. I'm glad.
Yeah, this is what it comes down to. It don't matter where he would have put his foot at, man. You're debating about something that's inconsequential.
Okay, bro. Again, like I said, my larger point is that a lot of guys worry about too many threes. LeBron obviously needed those three. They're down 3, right?
Yeah, but I'm telling you that this player wasn't worried about a 3-point shot. He was just trying to shoot the basketball. He didn't have time to move, bro.
It kind of moved his feet back.
He set his feet, bro. That's what he did.
Okay.
His other foot was behind him, so he set his foot to where he could shoot in the optimal position.
This is coming from King Rowe, who said he was hooping in penny loafers on the basketball.
Bro, it's like you're telling a nigga to shoot off bounds with his feet spread far apart, bro. Like, no one's gonna make a shot like that. That's so dumb, bro.
The point is, if it's a game, I can't sit and watch. I don't care. You know, if I'm at church and a game breaks out, I'm gonna try to find a way to play. I'm gonna either go to the car, find some shoes, or whatever. That's just the way I feel. And these guys will sit there and tell you I'm bored playing. That's an issue. You can say it's not. It is.
Because
one guy
said it. Because one guy said it in 2025. I think that's more.
There's more than one guy said it. Draymond Green said this was boring. He a hater.
So he's okay.
Look, tonight was a great game. I'm glad to say, look, when it's a great game, when it's great basketball, I will call it out. I didn't say everything was wrong with the league, but there are issues, and there are issues because we have to change up formats.
The problem is, you know, the scary part about it to me is, and the reason why I push back so much against it is, who watches basketball to identify what's wrong? Like, I never, like, I can go to like a middle school basketball game and still find a way to enjoy it, even though it's not the same level of basketball. Like,
when you love basketball, you love basketball.
People who watch basketball, I can go almost anywhere and see and watch basketball. And really, a lot of times when I'm watching basketball, I'm really trying to identify who can hoop. I'm trying to be like, okay, that's
I feel the same.
No, but I like, it's just so odd to me where I got so many, like, there's so many, especially this year, when it's so much good you can talk about. You got so many breakthrough players. And then the only thing I've been hearing is people either talking about lying about viewership being down, people crying about the amount of threes being shot, which isn't as bad as what people are making it out to be. And then people just making up these crazy narratives about what's actually happening in these games. It's like, what are you actually looking at when you watch if every time y'all talk, y'all telling us about what's bad about the league and not what's good? Because y'all watch it for a reason. Y'all keep tuning in. Like, and it takes me back to why tune in and consistently watch if it's a bad product. When the WNBA was bad, nobody watched. Right?
I think the WNBA problem was marketing. I think they didn't like the
graphics. WNBA, no, I mean, at the end of the day, no matter what it was, nobody watched.
They watched it here now.
Because at the end of the day,
they got something to watch.
Even if you felt the WNBA was good, well, you wasn't paying for that package to go watch them play on Lifetime or wherever the hell they were playing.
Yeah, no, we weren't. We weren't.
So, I mean, it's just weird how people just always say what's bad about the league, but then they never want to talk about what's good about the league.
I actually do talk about what's good about the league, and I actually did go live during the All-Star break to react to it. I wanted to like it. It was better than last year.
But that's the thing. I can almost bet that the NBA All-Star weekend next year is probably not going to be very good. It's not. You're not coming to some genius level conclusion by saying I think the All-Star weekend probably going to be bad this year. That's what I've been saying throughout this whole stream. The majority of All-Star weekends have not been very good. The majority of them, the majority of All-Star games have not been very competitive outside of a handful.
I'll put it this way. The reason why we like to see the All-Star game, because you're looking at the best players. So even just getting the best players in one gym.
When the All-Star game is on, I'm watching it. I'm doing other stuff. I'm not locked in on the All-Star game like it's the NBA Finals.
Nobody is.
So why do y'all watch the All-Star game but expect the same feeling that you get when you watch the NBA Finals, Game 7?
No, of course not.
I wanted to do the same energy like they do in like the pickup games or the UCLA runs. That's all I want. Like if they competed like they were playing pickup, it'd be a lot better.
But the thing is, if you want to see UCLA pickup runs, it's plenty of those games on YouTube. Go watch it. But the All-Star game over the last 10 years has shown you this is what we putting out. Right? There's two, the NBA is putting too much of an emphasis on guys staying healthy, not getting hurt. All these guys know one ankle sprain and you no longer can be eligible for first team All NBA if you out too many games. At the end of the day, why am I actively participating? One, in a game I'm not really getting paid for. Two, there's really no incentive to go hard because
the sponsors did pay them.
No,
sponsors did pay the winners,
bro. They get
200,000. If we're the book with 200, with sneezing 200,000,
there's no like. So, for example, the team I'm coaching this year were really good. Just back in January, we were scheduled to play a college called Pima Community College. They are the #1 team in the country. They were 24-0. Their head coach called me and said, we're canceling the game. And they replaced our game with another team called AZ Seoul, one of the worst teams at the college club level. I want you to ask yourself, sometimes people make business decisions. And for Pima, their business decision was for us, it was too much risk versus reward. If you play us, they get nothing for beating us, right? But if we beat them, which we're really good, it completely eliminates them from getting any at-large if they need an at-large to get into their national tournament, because you're not supposed to lose the club teams. So what I'm saying is all these players are looking at, there's really no reward for playing hard in these games, right? There's really nothing. It does nothing. It doesn't help anything. There's really no incentive to do it. And the fans have shown we don't really care about it either, because no one's really locked in on the All-Star game like that unless there's a reason. It's like, for example, if LeBron is on his retirement tour and it's LeBron's last year in the NBA and he's in the All-Star game, I guarantee you that last All-Star game is probably going to be a little bit more competitive than normal on his way out. There has to be something that marks it, that like gives that extra motivation to go crazy. Like when we saw Kobe and Jordan going at it. We knew in 98, that was Jordan's last go around, or at least with the Chicago Bulls. A little extra with that game, a little extra the new versus the old.
Okay.
Magic Johnson coming back in 1992. HIV, the last hoorah. We see him shoot the three. Then, of course, when there's a reason for a little extra motivation, the players are going to give you a little bit of extra. But if you're just asking these guys to go out there and play like it's the NBA Finals for no good reason, well, you're a fool because you haven't asked any other era to do this. Y'all got expectations of the All-Star game that you haven't put on any other era.
I mean, if the players are better, shouldn't we expecting more out of them?
Look, 2013 was a little. That was Kobe's last, right?
Bro, what I'm saying is the All-Star game. The All-Star game has throughout NBA history has always been treated as just an exhibition to get off. So why all of a sudden now are they supposed to treat it like a real game?
Not a real game, just like a pickup game.
Okay, so hold on. So what were all these great years where the All-Star game wasn't filled with a whole bunch of dunks?
Bro, 2020 was a great All-Star game. That
2013 was one too.
Hold on, what was so great about 2020?
Bro, because you remember how they, Kobe died and RP, and they actually tried this year. They're competitive.
Wiggins, what did I just say? I said if there's some event that motivates the players to go harder, like a player on his retirement tour, like Jordan, Magic, Kobe even passing in 2020. If there's some type of event that kind of puts a little extra motivation to it, of course. But outside of that, hold on. What I'm saying is I understand that in certain years there are certain things that motivate the players to play a little bit harder. But you cannot run around expecting that every single year.
I don't know, bro.
So we're just supposed to accept what we get?
Well, at the All-Star game, yes. Because
that's a part of it.
Hold on. Okay, so outside of 2020, tell me when we've had 5 competitive All-Star games in a row, back to back.
You got to go to the 90s or maybe the early 2000s.
No.
Capping already.
Competitive.
Capping already.
When have we seen 5 back-to-back All-Star games that are hyper competitive?
Make it like 2 and I got you. Make it 2 and I got you.
I remember the one with Stephon and them in 02.
The only reason I'm asking this, y'all, is because if y'all expectation is for a super competitive All-Star game, where did this expectation come from if you didn't see 5 super competitive All-Star games in a row anywhere in NBA history?
I remember the 03
should be like 10. That consolidates
King Rowe, you are banned from talking about games and if they competitive or not based on your recollection of the Knicks game.
Come on, bro.
We don't trust your memory, bro.
Hey, Dan Laker in the house.
But I'm talking about a competitive game. 149.
I haven't seen Dan on the panel yet. I'm going to ask Dan because he's non-biased in this, right? Dan.
Hi guys. How are you?
King Rowe. He just recalled something that happened in the Knicks Hawks game last week, and we were relying on his memory to be accurate about his situation because he was really tearing down the league. He said Niang was at the 18 feet from the rim. He ran from 18 feet to the three-point line just to chuck up a 3 and miss. And when we went and watched the film, it did not reflect anything that he said. He completely lied. He completely made it up just to tear down the league.
It was 20-22.
But Dan, you saw that Laker game, man. What happened? I'm assuming you watched the Laker game. I didn't get to watch it. They lost to the Hornets. What went wrong?
Are you talking to me, guys?
Yes, yeah.
Hi,
Danny,
how are you
Lakers
guys?
Nation.
How's everybody?
How you doing?
Good, thank you. Tonight, we missed the threes. We made some bad mistakes. It just like they said, like there was a saying that if you mess with your food, the mistakes.
Oh, you play with your food.
Yeah, we play with your food.
and you know what? That makes sense because when you look at this game, right?
Mm-hmm.
The turnover battle was basically even. Lakers had 18 turnovers. The Hornets had 17. When you look at field goal percentage, the Lakers held Charlotte to shooting 36% from the field, and they shot 34% from the 3.
Yeah.
Right. So that tells you right there when you just look at those numbers right there, when you hold a team to 36% for the game.
And Rui also messed up with the foul shot. So there you go.
Yeah, and what it says right here, it says Rui. Yeah, I didn't even look at that. It says Rui was 1 of 8 from the 3.
Mm-hmm.
And Rui was 2 of 4 from the free throw line.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Lakers for the most part, they missed 4. The Lakers right now, and this is a game where
Because do you know why they messed up? I tell you why. Because of a connect trade with Mark Williams that took him back to Charlotte. Because of that, we lost.
What's the rebounding battle tonight?
The rebounding battle is the Lakers have 50 rebounds. They out-rebounded Charlotte by 3 rebounds. They have 47. If you go to offensive rebounds, the Lakers 38. Hold on. The Lakers had 12 offensive rebounds to Charlotte's 9 offensive rebounds. So they out-rebounded Charlotte. They also had more assists than Charlotte. They had more. What else did they have? The turnover battle was practically even. I think the difference in this game was
you know what I learned tonight?
The Lakers shot 29% from the 3, and they didn't get to the free. Normally, the Lakers are a team that lead the league in free throw attempts per game. They only had 12 this game. That tells you something about them not really aggressively getting to the rim. Settled for a lot of jumpers tonight.
I learned something tonight. Like if you mess with your foot, that's a big mistake.
Well, these bad teams in the league, the teams that are considered the bad teams in the league can beat anybody on any given night.
Any given Sunday. Any given
Sunday. Charlotte beat the Celtics earlier because they did the same thing. The Lakers know all too well from messing around right before the break. Who did they lose to right before the All-Star?
Utah
got smacked.
They lost to U2. So what I'm saying is, on any given night, especially when you're the Lakers, especially when you come to play in LA, all these guys, they might have girls in LA sitting on court side. They try
your best shot. I know that.
The game is going to be on it's going to be on primetime TV, so you know everybody watching. So
and one thing, like LeBron went to the All-Star, which that was a trash game. So that's.
I agree. The All-Star wasn't very good.
So I don't go too high too low. Are the Lakers still contenders, or are they need to do something?
I mean, right now the Lakers are 32-20, 19-6 at home. Oh yeah, 32-21. So they're still well above 500.
Mm-hmm.
In NBA, you play 82-game season. You never get too high or low on a loss. I mean, you got to think, the 96 Bulls lost to the Vancouver Grizzlies.
And then we have DFS, which his contract will be up, expiring pretty soon. So DFS.
Oh, y'all want to get rid of DFS already? Oh my gosh.
Now, because his contract is almost over with, and he might as well walk out.
Well, because the Lakers have his bird rights, I don't think he's going to go anywhere. The Lakers can offer him the most money. So with his bird rights, he's probably going to stay in
round picks to get him too.
And if you think about it, one of his best friends is Luka.
Yeah.
Right? And now him and Luka are reunited. So I don't see nobody just wants to leave LA in a situation like that.
He about to stay in LA and get his money.
Playback TV, so we were talking about it.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I don't see him leaving for greener pastures unless some team just offers him a ridiculous contract amount that he can't turn down that the Lakers can't match.
Mm-hmm.
But I see the Lakers matching anything, his market value. Whatever his market value is, the Lakers will pay it. Jackson Hayes started at center tonight. He played 18 minutes. Jackson Hayes surprisingly was a plus 12 on the night. He was one of their better players. 8
and
points.
Austin Reeves got ejected tonight. So
we talked about that. Yeah.
Jackson Hayes 8 points in 18 minutes.
Yeah, you guys were talking about it, so that's why I joined.
Luka was 5 of 18 from the field. Luka might have been
trash, man. Hey, maybe Nico was right, man. Maybe Nico was right.
And Luka 1 of 9 from the 3.9 line.
Dude, the Mavericks didn't want him, bro, because they said they didn't want to pay him.
He's probably not 100% healthy, Luka. Remember, he got
now he's not healthy. Now he's not healthy.
No, because
he's only played 2 games.
Helping him out because
there's a gelling period that needs to happen. Hey, but you look, y'all. I know we've been on here for close to 5 hours now. I know I don't want to shut it down just yet, but I kind of have to.
No problem.
But I'm going to be back live tomorrow, probably on a completely different topic. I don't know yet. Y'all just watch for the live. Hopefully, Dan, I know you came on the end. Danny. But I would love for you to come back tomorrow when we go live.
Okay.
But for now, I got to get this one shut down.
Get that Kansas City Chiefs off of you, man.
Hey, like I say, we don't do too much football over here.
I know. He has that profile picture of.
Oh yeah, I know you see it. I know you see it.
He said, "Get the Chiefs." Oh, look, Mahomes, man, the Chiefs, man, biggest choke job in Super Bowl history, man.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even call it a
Over
choke
the
job.
Falcons?
No. I would. And I'm not gonna call it a choke job. I think it was the biggest, most disappointing performance in Super Bowl history because I didn't think they would perform that bad. Like I wouldn't have been surprised if they lost, but the fact that they just got worked from start to finish and they literally couldn't do nothing about it.
It was a complete lack of effort in my eyes. It seems
it's almost like all of them went out partying and got drunk the night before.
Yeah,
Got into a buzzsaw the same way Peyton Manning ran into the Seahawks back in 2012. They ran into a buzzsaw.
This might be this literally might be the most disappointing performance that I've seen from all the Super Bowls I've watched.
That's facts.
Because you got to think start to finish. Like I think all of us thought they're gonna come out of halftime and they're gonna at least make a run.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't even
I called it by 3, 41 to 38.
Yep, I didn't see it, but
their offensive line never blocked. That offensive line got to be rebuilt. That's the.
But you know what? I put some of that on Mahomes because Mahomes, like when he gets a little pressure for his pocket presence, like unless he gets perfect protection, it seems like he can't function when that pressure starts to mount around him. And I felt like didn't it feel like to me? It felt like he walked into like some of those sacks.
Yeah, he's not good in the pressure. Some guys are good and some guys aren't. He's one of those guys that just he panics.
He had that three-peat on his shoulders.
But that's what it looked like. It looked like he was so scared of getting hit that he didn't know how to function when the pressure mounted around him.
He was nervous.
Yeah, and that's what nervous. When you're not used to getting it. When you get good protection, when it breaks down, you gotta have that escapability or something.
Well, that's crazy because I'm gonna have to go back and look at them. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to go back and look at them last 2 Super Bowls to see how he played compared to this one because it was just so much different from what I remember.
You know what I would, and I don't even know much about football. I don't even know if this would have worked. I know it works on Madden. They should have just went shotgun the rest of the game.
Yeah,
because they couldn't protect him, and it's just like just go shotgun. At least let him get a pass off. Jeez, they couldn't even get a pass off. And it's just it was just looking bad. It went bad.
Brady twice. I know. Giving him that rush, giving him with straight hand in the first one with Justin Tuck and Umanura and all that. When you get that fast line rush, you can really rattle a good quarterback.
And look at this, y'all. I'm looking at this game with the Hornets. The Lakers was up big at half.
Yeah,
Lakers was
because
up.
of Austin Reeves' ejection.
Yeah, they were up 11 at half. Charlotte went on a 32-18 run in the third, and that's what decided the game because the fourth quarter was even. So again, the Lakers, one of the biggest problems last year was those third quarters. Big third quarter from Charlotte, and there goes the game right there. They were up 11, gave up a humongous lead, and could not stay locked in. And he was right. They played with their food in the third, didn't come out locked in, and they let one get away from them that they should have won.
But on to the next one. They play Portland next, right?
Yeah, you gotta have been. Portland's not gonna just let them win nothing either. Portland's not gonna be a pushover.
Like I told you, I said Portland is playing better. I like to see that. I like to see them not just give up on the season. So Portland got some good young guys that are stepping up. See,
Portland's.
We wanted Luka to play against the Nuggets or Dallas.
Yeah. But look, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. I'm going to go ahead and drop y'all down. I got to start to end this one. And I appreciate you, King Rope, sticking around. Salute to Danny's Lakers Nation. Appreciate you pulling up as well. New World, Wiggins, Wick. I'm going to go ahead and drop y'all down. Salute. Appreciate all y'all pulling up to FYF Sports today, man. But we got to get this one ended, man, because y'all know how I do, man. We keep talking. We're going to be back. We're going to be live for like another 3 hours, man, if we keep it going, man. So I got to shut this one down. Probably stay live about an hour too long, 2 hours too long, probably. But it is what it is. But you just got to keep them in the pocket. But look, y'all, man, tune in. We're gonna be back live tomorrow. Salute to everybody that pulled up to the live stream today. Like I said, we'll try to keep it consistent. My apologies on missing that Tuesday live, but we'll get back to going live on Tuesday next week. Just watch for the live tomorrow. But look, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, y'all. We're gonna be back with more sports and news, y'all. Until then, it's FYF Sports, and we out.